Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Genius Deku Gets the One for All. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Headstart. Chapter 1. I was 4 when I discovered that not all men were created equal. Many are born with quirks, superhuman abilities and characteristics, mutations and adaptations. They've come to dominate society in a way not seen since the earliest discoveries: fire, bronze, chariots. While 80% of the world is born with a quirk, there are those who aren't born with such gifts. I am one of them, that 20%, only 3% in Japan, without a quirk. I was born quirkless, destined for an unfulfilled life, for I wanted more than anything to be a hero. In the early years of our quirk society, many with quirks used their abilities to commit crime, and some went beyond simple crime to become true villains, interested in destroying, remaking, and controlling society. As such, heroes arose to fight them and to save people. And the greatest of all heroes lives today, All Might. Nobody knows much about who he is and what his quirk is, but when he first appeared some 10 years ago, saving people with a laugh and a smile, everyone knew he would become the greatest. They call him the symbol of peace. It was when I was 10 that I got my opportunity to begin my own journey and become a hero. Now this is something new, but the government has mandated that everyone 10 years of age is to take the Heroic Reasoning and Logistics Test, or HRLT for short, the teacher said, her voice tired and monotone. Many pro-heroes, including All Might, were involved with designing this test, so do take it seriously. The purpose of this test is to sort through and organize those considering become heroes and potentially be given an easier route into various heroic high schools, including UA High. Although Izuku Midoriya had been closely paying attention to his teacher's statement, he straightened in his seat hearing the words, UA High. He glanced around and saw that nearly everyone else had straightened up too, excited. Naturally, that included Katsuki Baku. Of course Kaken would be interested. He has such a versatile and powerful quirk in explosions, and he has the confidence to be a great pro-hero. You will be given only 1 hour to complete the test. Anyone who doesn't within the time limit would be best served giving up their dream of becoming a hero. There was some grumbling, but they were all focused on the test. Izuku watched as thick packets were handed out, stacks shrinking as they moved backwards. He passed on all but one test when a stack came to him and his eyes immediately went to the name. It really is a Heroic Reasoning and Logistics test. I should do well, memorizing all 5 of my journals for my future. Hopefully nothing requires us to approach a scenario using our own quirk. And you can begin now. Papers shuffled as they all turned over the first page. Izuku read the first question and grinned. A 5-story building contains 2 villains, both with shape-shifting quirks. They have taken 27 civilians hostage. 3 heroes have responded. One has a pyrokinetic quirk, the second with a chameleon quirk, and the third with a speed quirk. How do they take down the villains while minimizing property destruction and injuries? When the hour ended, Izuku struggled to suppress his grin. Not only had he finished the test, and judging from the groans many didn't, but he also felt proud of his answers. Especially on that final question about whether heroes suddenly move to save people. I mean, why wouldn't they? All Might said that it was possible. A lanky man with long blonde hair walked into the office of UA High's principal early on a Saturday morning. He grumbled as the large white rodent in suit and tie poured 2 cups of tea, steam floating from the ceramic cups. He slid one across his desk as the lanky man sat down to face him. Why have you summoned me on such secretive terms, Nedzu? The lanky man asked. He took a cup and sipped, smiling with the warmth. The only hero I know that operates in such a manner is Eraserhead, though he was like that as a student. Nedzu smiled at the recollection of the newest instructor. We just received the final results of the Heroic Reasoning and Logistics test, he said. I know you were uncertain about the test, what with the current government originally designing it for the sole purpose of selecting a successor for you and one for all. I am aware of the purpose of the HRLT. I was the one who suggested it could be used to help build the next generation of heroes. Plus, we both know how important it is that if something happens to me that there'll be someone to take up my mantle as the symbol of peace, but Feet is still years away. Naturally, Toshinori. Nedzu set down his tea and scooted forward. After your fight with All for One 2 years ago, both we at UA High and the government believe it best to begin preparing your successor. With your predecessor's death at All for One's hands, it is of the greatest importance that your quirk is protected from the villains that remain. She did last for several more years after initially passing One for All on to you, so we believe you will last until your successor receives their provisional license, should the worst happen. You must have a name then. Who is it? Toshinori asked. Nedzu nodded and slid a portfolio across the table. Toshinori flipped the cover and stared at the photo of a nervous boy with green hair and freckles. Frowning, he glanced up at the principal, who had stood from his chair to walk around the table. His name is Izuku Midoriya. Among the 13% of testers that finished within the given hour, he achieved a feat that the test design team thought impossible. His answers matched yours nearly word for word. While some of the 300,000 children who took the test wrote answers similar to yours and there were some who reflected other heroes, his lived up to the school motto. There were a few that were close, but Midoriya not only had a unique insight into the ways in which quirks work and how they can be applied to a variety of situations, but he identified your connection to the final question. Netsu paused and smiled, head leaned back and eyes close. It is quite clear he is thoroughly aware of the operations of most pro-heroes, even Aizawa, who is quite secretive as you said. That likely played a role into his insight, especially since he is quirkless. Toshinori's eyes went wide and he reopened the Midoriya file. He scanned through the basic government report until his eyes rested on quirk, not applicable. I never did consider a quirkless successor. Nana truly believed in me, just as I should believe in whomever I pass one for all to. I know you well enough, Toshinori, to know what you're thinking. I believe this boy would be a perfect successor. There are a few years before he'll be an eligible candidate for UA, but I know you can train and prepare him not only for this institution, but to control one for all by the time he arrives. It would be concerning if he were to arrive and suffer from self-inflicted injuries. As always, Toshinori could feel the power of one for all simmering just beneath his skin, waiting for him to draw upon it. He allowed it to fill his lanky frame and he popped into the large, muscular form the public knew best. He's perfect. Nana would approve of him, although I think I will give him a test of my own. It's one thing to be creative and match my own way of thinking on heroics. However, one for all is a demanding quirk and he will be more powerful than me once he comes into his own. A test that will push his endurance, determination, and build strength will be perfect. Netsu's head tilted. Oh, how do you plan to test him? As you know, I have many ideas on testing and maybe if you ask kindly I will tell you all about them. You know Seaside Park? I will give him exactly 10 months to clear a section of the beach. Were he preparing for you, I would have him clear the entire beach. If he does it, I know he will be ready to accept one for all, hopefully with little oversight by our favorite healer. If not, then he will have to wait until his 13th birthday to receive it, assuming he continues to build up his personal strength. Ah, Netsu said, understanding. Not only will you make sure he will be ready to accept one for all and the stress it will put on his body, but you'll confirm his drive and will to surpass expectations placed upon him. He will need to do so if he is to become the symbol of peace, as we're hoping. I'm impressed, Toshinori. He grinned. I approve. Once young Midoriya has finished your trial, I will talk with a few pro-heroes to aid you in teaching him to control one for all. Toshinori opened his mouth to interject, but Netsu continued on. Reading his test and his records gives me no reason to doubt he will succeed. You will have to speak with Recovery Girl once that time comes. It is likely during those first few months he will injure himself and we don't need the press or any villain hoping to make a name discover your successor. Much is at stake here. I will go and speak with Midoriya and his family. He scooped up the file. Now it is time for an exit. But, because I am done here. With that, Toshinori stood and released his muscular form with a plume of smoke. No blood this time. That's a good sign. Izuku ignored the fact nobody spoke to him as his class waited for their test results. Their teacher had told them, in her tired manner, that their test results had been sent to their school and would be distributed to them the day after. Something about the results had required them to sit on them for a full day instead of being released immediately. Today is the day. If I did well enough, I might just be able to get into UA, even if I don't have a quirk. The door flew open and their teacher marched in, shoulders back and head high. She strutted to the front of the class and set down a stack smaller than the HRLTs. 300,000 students, all age 10, took this test last month. She began, fingers tapping the papers. While many wrote answers that matched the various pro-heroes in the limelight, only one was able to match the answers provided by All Might. You saying one of us matched All Might? A girl with floating hair asked. She had been one of 7 to finish the test, although she had been frowning afterwards. I am. Her eyes scanned the class once more before falling upon Izuku. Even I was surprised when Izuku Midoriya's name was attached to that test. The class turned to him, full of angry whispers and curious looks. He shrunk back, wishing he could slide under his desk and disappear. A smoking hand slammed his desk, leaving a blackened outline. How did you do it, Deku? Katsuki's questioning wasn't the bellow the green-haired kid expected, but a low tone that seemed more threatening than burns and bruises. His red eyes pulsed with anger and the smoke from his hand grew thick and dark. Did you cheat? What would a quirkless Deku like you know about quirks and being a hero? I don't know, he squeaked out. I can't imagine what Kaken would think about my journals. I just wrote what I thought was right. How CC could I know all M-mites would be the same? Katsuki continued to stare down at Izuku for a few more moments before grinning. Don't let your little success go to your head, Deku. Unless you suddenly develop a quirk, your surprise test result will just be just that. The surprise. When I'm a hero, I may just allow you to manage my career. The teacher sighed. Please sit, Bakugo. I'll hand out your results and you can look them over. They all include the hero your answers matched best. She paced around the class, handing paper after paper to their recipient. When she reached Izuku, she leaned near to him and said, Be proud of your accomplishment, Midoriya. I was told that the only other person as close to All Might as yours is Shudo Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Be proud that you surpassed children with amazing quirks and high expectations to be heroes. If anyone has the capacity to be a quirkless hero, I would bet on you. Izuku walked home in a daze. The fact he had best matched All Might on the HRLT compared to every other kid in Japan, who else could have taken that test when only 300,000 did, had made him feel great, but the scorn it had brought from his classmates made him doubt anything would ever change for him. He had hoped Kaken would react with something other than anger and the arrogance that had ruined their childhood friendship, but he was even more surprised that not even a couple people would congratulate him on his accomplishment. At least I get to tell Mom myself. Maybe she'll make my favorite tonight. When he reached the apartments where he lived, he frowned at the fancy black cars out front. A man with long black hair and a long, gray scarf watched him approach, leaning against the nearest car. You're Midoriya Izuku. The man's raspy voice surprised Izuku, who could only stare in shock that the man knew his name. Is he a pro hero? He doesn't look like he works for the government directly. The man shifted and Izuku's eyes spotted the golden goggles with bars over the eye sockets beneath the scarf. And your Eraserhead, the Erasure hero. Is this about the test? Eraserhead nodded. Yes it is. Principal Nedzu of UA High and All Might are waiting for you with your mother. I suggest you head on up. The boy nodded, still shocked a pro hero knew his name, and started up the staircase. As he reached the second landing, Eraserhead's parting words struck him. All Might is in my apartment. He's with the principal of UA. And they're speaking with my... He broke into a run, rushing up the concrete stairs as if they were melting his shoes. When he reached the door, he paused, took in a deep breath, and entered the apartment. His mother shuffled between the kitchen and their small dining room, carrying a tray of steaming mugs. She set them down and smiled. Welcome home, Izuku. I was quite surprised when these two gentlemen showed up this afternoon. Apparently there was a test last month that you took at school and they wanted to speak with you about your results. She leaned close and whispered, There's a pro hero in there. I think it could be All Might, but he looks a little different than usual. Izuku frowned as he followed his mother, tray in hand, into the small dining room. One of them was an animal dressed in fine clothes, the scar over his left eye standing out against his white fur. The other was tall and lanky, his blonde hair hanging long over his shoulders and his clothes a size or two larger than it should be. 2 bangs hung over his face and his mother's words made sense, for the lanky man could only be All Might. If we may introduce ourselves, I am Nedzu, principal of UA High, the white rodent said. My friend here is Tashinori Yagi, a pro hero. I never would have guessed that All Might has a form different compared to his heroic persona, Izuku blurted out. Nedzu smiled while Tashinori flushed. I'm sorry if that was too forward. Yes, I am All Might, Tashinori said. In a blink, his body expanded into the familiar muscular form of the symbol of peace. We have come to speak with you, young Midoriya. Tell me, what do you wish for more than anything? I want to be a hero, Izuku said, eyes blazing. A moment passed and his passion faltered like a stalling engine. Everyone says that someone without a quirk cannot become a hero. Even the HRLT implied that a hero needs a quirk. They're technically correct, Nedzu said. It is more difficult for those who do not have a quirk to deal with the strain of training and the powers of villains. However, we have a solution for you. There was an underlying purpose to the test you took, one that few know about. All Might stepped forward, knelt before Izuku, and with a smile said, How would you like to become my successor? To become a hero. Izuku stared at All Might. He blinked, once, twice, and then frowned. I don't understand. How would I become your successor? I don't have a quirk. Everyone says that you need a quirk to be a hero. I mean, it's not like I can suddenly inherit or be given your quirk. All Might grinned. You should not be surprised, young Midoriya. My quirk was passed down to me by my mentor and to her by another going back to the earliest days of our quirked society. This is a surprise, yes? Izuku nodded, his mind slugging behind to catch up with what he was being told. I had no quirk when I received one for all. You mean you really were quirkless? That you're telling the truth? Inko Midoriya asked, setting the tray of cooling tea mugs aside. Izuku's mother was a short, plump woman whose dark green hair her son had inherited. All Might was born as quirkless as my son? That is correct, Mrs. Midoriya, Nezu said as Toshinori released his heroic form. The white rodent walked to the tray of mugs and took one. He sipped and nodded. Toshinori Yagi, best known as the pro-hero All Might, was born quirkless. He is also the 8th inheritor of a unique quirk we call One for All. We suspect, especially from Mr. Yagi's stories about his mentor, the previous inheritor, that your son will be more powerful than All Might once fully trained. He continued to drink the tea, smiling. How? Izuku blurted, injecting himself back into the conversation. I've read through hundreds of threads online, all speculating as to what your quirk specifically is, but nobody knows. He turned from the others and mumbled, I would guess from what you said that your some type of transference is part of the quirk. The other part, I'm not sure. If you're more powerful than the 7th person to have One for All, then there must be a compounding component, likely transferring energy from person to person and growing stronger with each generation, which would mean that no matter who has it, the next inheritor of One for All will be more powerful. As Izuku descended into a mumbling puzzle, Toshinori stood and turned to Inko. I understand why your son did so well on the test. With a brain like that, he'll be twice the hero I am. What? Both Midoriyas shouted. Toshinori grinned and expanded into his heroic form. He was certain Inko was shocked by how brazen and honest he was, while Izuku would be stunned by the fact the All Might was praising him. Perhaps young Midoriya even now doubts himself. Being quirkless today is much more difficult, especially for a boy growing up in our world of heroes. Although, I must confess that there is a trait integral to being a hero that even the test you took struggles to define and spot. Whether you have the heroic spirit. That spirit is the one that drives people to run into burning buildings, to leap in front of traffic to save a life. Every person with the heroic spirit that makes for a true hero always says the same thing. I moved without thinking. You likely remember that phrase from the test. I asked for it to be included, to see how others would react to this sentiment. Izuku's fists tightened. Even with my success on the test, you worry that I don't have the spirit you want to see in your successor, isn't it? He threw his shoulders back and focused on Toshinori's eyes, tears threatening to spill over his own. I know I can be a great hero. One day we won't have you as our symbol of peace. Let me take up your mantle. Train me, please. He bowed, low and parallel to the ground. His body shook as he waited for a response from Toshinori. No, he remembered, from All Might, which we already know, Nezu interjected. While Izuku remained in his bow, he looked at the principal in confusion, just like his mother and Toshinori. Toshinori clearly didn't read the full report about your results beyond what I mentioned about the similarities between your answers, or else he would know every question on the test performs several actions at once, all based on the reasoning and justification given by the test taker. There were a variety of psychological tests embedded in the reasoning puzzles. You might not have thought about it, but there was a purpose in asking for your reasoning, both logical and moral. A hero can have a tremendous quirk, yet not have that heroic spark Toshinori spoke of. That, more than questionable quirks and poor training, gets civilians and heroes killed. The fact your test so closely matched All Might, and this does include the more basic psychological aspects tested, is why we are here. He then returned to his tea, which no longer steamed. Let us move on then, Nezu. There's much that we still need to explain to young Midoriya. Izuku straightened up and felt confidence flood his body at the smile, one that seemed to shout pride, though he wasn't sure why, directed at him. If you are to inherit One for All, you must be trained. You know well the form I take when I use my quirk. If I did not, the power coursing through me would rip my arms from their sockets and shatter my legs. Wait. Inko interjected. She shook, leaning against a table. I can't let you do that. I won't see my son injured in such a gruesome manner. Mom. Izuku paused, shocked that he had shouted. Why is it now that I'm so confident? In the face of Kaken, I'm a coward. He paused in his thinking and glanced at Toshinori. Is it because of All Might? I do want to impress him, but he's already agreed to train me. Mom, this is what I want. If it means that I risk permanent injury, then I will continue towards my goals. You remember after we found out I was quirkless? There was something I wanted you to say to me that I wish I had heard from you. He paused to SCK in a deep breath. I wanted you to tell me I could be a hero. All Might is giving me that chance. I have to take it. Tears brimmed at the corners of his eyes. I want to help people, to be a hero. You've known this for as long as I have. Inko's eyes became teary, matching her son's. She stared at him for a few moments before the tears fell from her eyes and streaked her cheeks. If that's what you want, Izuku. I want to stop you, but I don't know if I can. You've wanted to be a hero for so long. She turned to Toshinori. You must promise me you will do everything in your power, and beyond, to protect my son and teach him. I'm entrusting his future to you. Blue eyes considered green ones for a moment before Toshinori nodded. Your wishes will be respected. I would be more concerned if you allowed Izuku to pursue this path without your own concerns. If something happens and you change your mind, please tell me. I've seen too many good friends suffer from terrible injuries to not warn you. However, there is more I need to tell both of you. He breathed in, his chest expanding, and then released a cathartic sigh. There was a moment as he hesitated, hand resting against the bottom of his oversized shirt, before raising his shirt. Both Izuku and Inko were horrified and fascinated by the spiraling purple scar on the left side of Tashinori's chest. I received this wound 3 years ago, fighting against a villain considered to be a fairy tale or a nightmare from the past by many pro-heroes. I barely survived, and the surgeries to save my life weaken my respiratory system and have played havoc with most of my other organs. These days, I struggle to hold my heroic form for more than 4 hours continuously every day. There are times where I can reach and even surpass 5, but those are fewer and further between. You mean, you can't be dying? Izuku said, shocked. You're our symbol of peace. What would we do without you? Tashinori smiled and released his shirt. He reached out, tentative, and rubbed Izuku's head. The boy flushed, yet some relief spread across his face. I won't be dying anytime soon. However, I have known for a while now that I will need a successor. I should be able to remain active for the years to come before I must pass along one for all or risk losing it. Netsu and I, along with the Prime Minister and those he trusts most in a variety of sectors related to heroics, decided to select a candidate now instead of later when I could become desperate. How bad is it? Izuku asked, his question loaded with several others that raged inside him. If everyone knew how perilous the strength of the symbol of peace is, what would happen? We enjoy the peace and security we have thanks to All Might, but that's because we all assume he's still as strong as he was 10 years ago when he first appeared. And that villain that wounded him. Where is he in all of this? Tashinori opened his mouth, prepared to speak, and then closed it. His scrawny fists tightened and he gritted his teeth. We suspected Tashinori will only be capable of holding his heroic form for a few hours daily in 5 years, and from there it will probably go downhill quickly, Netsu said, catching on to Tashinori's discomfort. Recovery Girl knows better than anyone just how long he'll be able to continue as All Might, but we're hoping we can make it until you get your provisional license. How early would that be? Netsu considered Izuku for a long moment before replying. The provisional hero license exam is held at the end of every June and September. You could potentially have it during your first year, although most don't attempt the exam until their second year. Classes take them together, which is the main reason so few attempt as first years. That's not much time, Izuku Midoriya said, fidgeting. Do either of you think he could be ready in 5 years for such a large burden? I have to be, Izuku said, his voice low and nervous. All Might may no longer be the symbol we all rely upon by then. I'm to be his successor, the inheritor of his quirk. It's for me to do, Mom. His eyes met her. Believe in me, Mom, as I believe in All Might. A brief moment passed, as Inko's eyes grew wet, tears threatening to spill over. After a few moments of holding back, her tears spilt forth and she began crying. She crossed the room faster than most pro-heroes and pulled Izuku into a tight hug. Oh, what did I do to deserve a son like you? She looked up, her head resting on Izuku's shoulders. When does he start? Dagoba Municipal Seaside Park. Saturday at 7. The sun had just risen over Dagoba Municipal Seaside Park when Izuku arrived. The cool waves glowed with a faint green sheen from the light. The beach itself was covered with junk haphazardly stacked by both man and nature, going from as high as his ankles to twice his height. In a cleared area nearest was a teal truck with a long flatbed and Tashinori. The gangly man smiled as the green-haired youth approached. Are you ready to begin your training, young Midoriya? Izuku nodded and Tashinori held out his hands. As you can see, I have set up 4 green flags to mark off a section of the beach for private use. This area is for you and your training. It's quite simple, if strenuous. Clear your section of all trash. Izuku looked around frantically. The flags were over 100 meters apart and the beach itself was at least 20 feet from the concrete barriers to where the waves lapped the most recent deposits. All by myself? Of course. Tashinori said. With a puff of smoke, he was All Might. Izuku vaguely remembered a brief mention as to why the hero used smoke in more public transformations, but the specifics were lost to him. We must prepare you for my quirk and the strain it can cause. You remember what I told said in your apartment? Correct. With a shaky nod, Izuku agreed. One for all. Not in public, young Midoriya, All Might said, leaning in. Just call it your quirk, or something similar. As I was saying, the quirk has the potential to destroy my body. He shook, imagining his limbs being blown off his body by anime-styled gushes of blood. Exactly. In order to prevent such destruction, we must build you up. That is why we are here. Your training will strengthen your body, increasing your durability and building muscle. Izuku nodded and then asked, And how did it all come here? If it's just a dumping grounds, then won't the mess grow faster than I can move it? All Might frowned. I have been told that currents take garbage dumped in the water and deposit it here. Of course, this has been building up for years now, so with dedication and some luck you should be able to finish. And as motivation, I will give you a special prize if you finish in 10 months. By doing so, I will pass on my quirk to you. If not, then I will wait until you are 13. A pack of seagulls flew overhead, and as they squawked, Izuku considered the mounds and hills of junk. Can I do this in 10 months? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head. All Might believes I can. He may not say it, but I know he does. Why else would he offer his quirk so soon? However, training won't be enough. Sleep and food are important, plus you're still in school. All Might pulled out a stack of paper, bound with what Izuku feared was duct tape. This here is my 10-month American dream plan. With it, you should clear your section of beach and be ready to receive my quirk. He handed the plan over to Izuku, who scanned it. The boy frowned, flipping through the pages. Why are parts crossed out? Oh well, that was once my Make America Great Again plan, but the tanning beds weren't appropriate for your goals, All Might said, a little flush. I was in a funk when I developed it a couple years ago. That's also why I threw out page 13, but that's a story for when you're older. With a dumb nod, Izuku accepted the plan. It crinkled when he clenched his fist and grinned at All Might. Let's begin. Toshinori smiled as he arrived at the seaside park 10 months after Izuku's training began. The morning air was more chilly than crisp, with the sun just poking over the horizon. What potential he has! Even with that concerning PRD where he overworked himself, Midoriya has surpassed my expectations. Whether I will be passing my quirk on now or in a few years I will find out today. I hope he has succeeded. There was a few times where others had maliciously tossed garbage into the section he has been clearing. Even so, I told both Nedzu and his mother that I would only pass it to him if he makes the deadline. He stepped onto the stairs leading down the beach and paused. The beach between the 4 flags he had set up was clear of trash, except for the truck Izuku had been loading so the trash could be properly disposed of. Toshinori grinned and said, oh my goodness. With his final word, he expanded into All Might and began towards his pupil. Standing on the truck, Izuku threw his head back and screamed, fierce and primal. Ahawahia. It hung in the air as the boy turned to All Might. Through his exhaustion, he grinned. I did it, All Might. I finished cleaning my section. The boy's smile faded, his eyes rolled, and he fell from the truck's roof. He landed in All Might's arms, new muscles glinting in the morning light. I'm extremely proud of you, young Midoriya. You've exceeded all of my expectations and even finished cleaning the section I had laid out for you. He set Izuku down so he could lean against the truck. I must admit that I feared you wouldn't finish, and for that I'm disappointed in myself. He hung his head and bowed to Izuku. Forgive me for my oversight. There's nothing to forgive, All Might, Izuku said, panting. He pushed away from the truck and stood tall, tears leaking. All of this was possible because of you. I've been blessed. This is all your hard work, Midoriya. Enough with the tears, young Midoriya. You have proven yourself and forged the foundations of your future as the inheritor of my power. You earned it fair and square. He plucked a hair and held it out. Accept it by swallowing this hair. There was a long moment as Izuku stared at All Might blankly. And then he collapsed, face first into the sand as an off-colored All Might bobblehead washed ashore. It was the ice-cold towel being applied to his forehead that woke Izuku. His eyes flicked open, and when his head drifted right, he watched, confused, as his mother broke into tears. Oh Izuku, she wailed, leaning over to hug him close. When Mr. Yagi arrived with you in his arms, I was very worried. He told me what you did, and while I'm disappointed you pushed yourself so hard, I'm also proud. She released his sore and aching body, sniffling back her tears, and smiled. He left you a letter, which I placed on your desk. Feel free to read it once you feel better. She leaned over, kissed the towel on his forehead, and scuttled out of the room. I hope she makes Katsudon. I'm so hungry, and that sounds amazing, especially after finishing All Might's test. He sat up and looked around his room. I really hope he didn't see my room. I might not be able to look him in the eye for a week if he has. On his desk, just as his mother had said, was a letter. It was a crisp white with a gold seal. Izuku stared at the letter, bed sheets clenched in his hands. For a few moments, he considered remaining in bed and opening the letter later, when the soreness from his last push early in the morning passed. His gaze remained on the letter as he thought back on what little he had spoken about with All Might. Was the hair a joke? Did he leave it in there? How does consuming his hair pass along the quirk? Is it the DNA, or does the hair appear when he decides to pass one for all on? Will he continue to be All Might as he claimed, or will the worst come to pass and he'll lose his connection to his quirk? Could me swallowing the hair make him lose his powers sooner? Izuku knew there was only one way to answer his questions. He swung out of bed and crossed his room with a trembling hobble. Sitting down with a sigh, he opened the envelope. A folded letter and a small plastic bag fell out. Inside the bag was the same thick hair All Might had offered to him right before he had passed out. Instead, he opened the letter and snorted at the massive, blocky hand that consumed most of the page. He read, "Dear young Midoriya, it is I, All Might, writing to you like a normal person. This letter is to congratulate you on your success and to explain how to gain my quirk. As I said, you must consume my hair. My quirk, one for all, transfers from vessel to vessel through the consumption of DNA. It will take time before you can use it, but fear not. I will oversee your training. Nedzu has been kind to offer the usage of a UA facility for your personal use. I have yet to check it, but I suspect it will work splendidly. It just happens to be in between your residence and your school. Your mentor, All Might." Beneath All Might's message was a second one, written in a neat, tiny script. Izuku was surprised by a second message, but read it with the same interest as All Might's. To Midoriya Izuku, as UA High School's primary nurse and a close friend of Yagi Tashinori, best known as All Might, there are some facts about the quirk, one for all, that you should know. As you become more accustomed to your new quirk, All Might will slowly lose his ability to use his until he reaches a point where he is, by every understanding, quirkless. This is due to his injury at the hands of the most dangerous villain we know of rather than the transference of the quirk one for all, so please do not worry. I hope you already know much of what I have written, but he was always so forward-looking that he passes over these types of details. It is well known at UA just how the youth view him, so please do not blame yourself when he is forced to retire. While I cannot deny the transference will weaken All Might, it is insignificant compared to what happened to previous inheritors. For now, I recommend that you only focus on trying to feel the power of your new quirk until you begin your training with All Might. A diet and exercise routine will be mailed to your place of residence before your first training session, which I and those members of the staff of UA who know about One for All will oversee. Shizenjichio. Recovery girl. The letter slid from his grasp as Izuku processed what he had read. All Might will be training me. I wonder how long until I'll be able to use Detroit Smash like him. Oh, I probably should come up with new attack names and... He paused and realized how little he had done in terms of his own identity as a hero. He grabbed the stack of 6 journals. He had finished the 5th one a month into his beach training and number 6 was filling faster than the past ones even as his handwriting improved, and flipped through them. In none of them was there a costume design or a list of possible hero names. I've been so concerned about how others use quirks that I never considered what hero Midoriya Izuku would become. He leaned back so he could look at the blank ceiling. His fingers rolled with a haphazard rhythm as he entertained hero names. Kid Might? All Might Jr.? I can't use any of those. I want to be able to connect myself to him, but those make me sound like some weird fanboy or clone. And I know nothing of combat and the quirk is rather destructive, so I'll need to protect my limbs. Izuku leaned forward in a moment of inspiration and almost slammed his forehead into the desk. Opening his 6th journal, he flipped through to the last page and began to sketch. He soon had a rough sketch of a man wearing a costume with a utility belt around the waist, gauntlets that stretched from the fingertips to the elbows, and knee-high boots with thigh supports. Other details, including colors, could wait as he tapped his pencil at the page's top. Izuku, are you feeling better? His mother asked, opening the door. She looked from the bed to the desk where Izuku was at and smiled. Tashinori told me that when you woke that you would only be a few hours from having a quirk. Is it true? Izuku smiled, dopey and confused. After a moment, he blinked and turned to the plastic bag that was inside the envelope. He held it before his face. All Might will start becoming even weaker if I eat this, but if I don't then I may not be ready to inherit the role as the symbol of peace when he retires. His fingers opened the bag and he pulled the hair out. He took 2 long breaths, put the hair into his mouth and swallowed. His mother shouted, "Why are you eating a hair?" Meanwhile, Izuku's face twisted. Why would a hair be sour? I didn't even chew it. I ate the hair so I could receive his quirk, Izuku said, his face twisted by the persistent sour taste. His mother nodded, his expression uncertain about what she had just heard. Well, there's some katsudon ready for you to eat. I got a call from that nice principal about your training. The facility is between here and school, so walking there and coming home should be simple. Izuku stared at the rusting factory, frowning. His mother had finally relented and handed him the address before school the day of his first session. He was now doubtful of every statement it was between home and school, given he had spent nearly an hour searching for the facility. While technically, on the route to school, the address was for the loading bay and not the front gates. He was excited to learn how to control his new quirk. It had taken several attempts, but the sensation of one for all coursing through his body was now as familiar as breathing. His attempts to access his quirk became successful when he discovered a second message from All Might on the back of the letter. When you are ready, clench your butt cheeks and shout, Smash. The shock of the quirk's power filling him had led to him nearly jumping through his ceiling and the 2 apartments above. As such, Izuku was wary of touching his new quirk. The warnings of negative side effects had stuck with him, and the benefit of Recovery Girl overseeing his first training session reassured his decision to withhold from using One for All, beyond feeling it coarse though his body. I should be thankful I never tried to move while doing so. I was so jittery with raw power that I'd likely snap several bones just sneezing or moving my toes. He had been terribly sore and fortunate that he didn't have classes the day after he first touched his quirk. Yet the sensation of One for All and the power it had could become intoxicating. No wonder they were so picky about who could succeed All Might. If this power fell into a villain's hands, they could topple the government and our society of heroes. Sighing, he crossed the street, went up a concrete staircase, and knocked on the only regular door in sight. Tired black eyes regarded him for a moment before the door was unlocked. It swung open and Izuku stepped inside. He watched the tired man close the doors and grinned. "It's good to see you again, Eraserhead." Eraserhead sighed. "Just call me Izuku Midoriya. UA doesn't want any of this getting out into the public." Between the public and their frantic worrying whenever All Might hasn't been spotted in several hours, the voracious media, and treacherous villains, you would only paint a target the size of Mount Fuji on your back. Only those related to pro heroes receive any formal training before entering a school like UA, and given your record as being quirkless, the school doesn't want to field the questions that'll come from these sessions becoming public knowledge. "Okay then, Izuku. Are you just here to watch the door?" Izuku ignored the question and led Izuku into the facility. The rusty exterior soon gave way to off-color white tile on all surfaces. Covered lights hung from long cables, illuminating the room's center. Toshinori stood there in a shirt and dress pants a few sizes too large. His blue eyes watched Izuku approach. "I will take over from here, Izuku," Toshinori said. "Please join the others watching from above." Izuku frowned. Above? He looked up and saw that Principal Nedzu and several pro heroes he assumed were UA instructors stood on walkways above them. Amongst them was a short, old woman wearing a white medical coat. She leaned on a cane, focused on him in a way that reminded him of the quirk test he had gone through at age 4. That must be Recovery Girl. I'll have to thank her for her message later. "Well, young Midoriya," Toshinori began. "Are you ready to begin your quirk training?" The words were strange to his ears, but Izuku could help but smile. "Of course. I've felt One for All's power several times, but I haven't used it yet. The warnings I've received make me nervous." "Understandable." Toshinori flexed and filled his clothes with muscles. All Might's booming voice filled the room. "Now before we begin with your training, you should understand that it might take a while before your body is able to withstand and control your new power. Thus, you should do your best to regulate and contain it. We don't want it to burst forth uncontrollably. For now, I would suggest limiting yourself to 5% of what you feel. Less would be better, but I understand how difficult it can be at first." Izuku nodded, staring at his right hand, clenched into a fist. "It's like microwaving Katsudon. Too much energy or too much exposure can ruin it." All Might nodded, although with a confused look upon his face, and stepped aside. He held out his arm and said, "Let us see your first attempt, young Midoriya. I want to see how much and how well you can control One for All." Ignoring the murmurs from above, Izuku nodded. The floor before him opened and a punching machine rose. He waited for it to stop before taking in a deep breath, pulled back his arm as it filled with One for All, and threw a punch. "Smash!" Izuku shouted as he nailed the machine. The metal surface warped around his fist for a moment before shattering into 100 chunks of sparking metal and electronics. He let his arm fall to his side and panted from the effort. That was the moment a terrible pain shot up his arm, as if it was a window broken by a ball being thrown through it. His eyes followed All Might's concerned and worried frown. There was a moment as Izuku stared at his red, mangled arm before he screamed, hoarse and frightened. It was only after his arm was fixed via Recovery Girl's quirk. He would deny for years that he hadn't felt a little burst of happiness when the stern yet kind woman kissed him, that Izuku's terror abided. He watched with a nervous fidget as Nedzu lectured All Might about proper teaching methods. After that, he was allowed to return to training with one extra safety measure. Izuku would erase his quirk if it threatened to destroy one of his limbs. "Now that you have rested, let's try something smaller." All Might opened a bag that he had been given and pulled out an orange. "For this, you are to apply One for All to only your right index finger. Your goal is to poke 10 holes without injuring your finger." Izuku nodded as he took the orange. "I need to contain One for All even more. Even if I only use a tiny fraction of the power, it should be enough to finish." He stared at the finger All Might had told him to use and watched as it glowed, his quirk filling it with power. His other hand slowly guided the orange onto it, until his fingertips blistered from the fruit's acid. He hissed as he removed his finger from the orange and stared, flabbergasted, at the injury. All Might approached, frowning, and looked at his finger. That is strange. I have never seen one for all react in such a peculiar manner, but then nearly every injury training with this quirk has been centered on broken bones and not skin irritation. Recovery Girl checked his injury, healed him, and Nezu took over as All Might released his muscular form. Until further notice, it would be best if you met with All Might 3 times every other week. Please continue the orange exercise at home until the next session in 2 days. I would recommend that you move faster than you did today. Hopefully that will prevent the issue with the orange's citric acid. The white rodent nodded to Izuku and departed with the gathered UA instructors. They all made Izuku nervous, especially since none of them had reacted to either of his short training sessions with anything beyond whispers and worried stares. To be sent home after 15 minutes and less than a minute of using one for all was disappointing. Thus, Izuku's training continued in a similar manner. Every other week, he would meet with All Might, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl at the facility. His only goal was to stop injuring himself whenever he used one for all, something that All Might continued to claim would come with time. Beyond his official training, he continued to strengthen his body. While the nature of his injuries decreased in severity, he had yet to land a single blow that didn't injure a finger, his whole hand, or the entire arm. More often than not, his attempts were stopped by Aizawa's quirk. Even when he would channel it elsewhere, he was frustrated by the fact he continued to struggle in reining in the quirk's overwhelming power. It was on an early spring afternoon 2 years after Izuku Midoriya accepted one for all that his first true breakthrough occurred. During the past week, he had been thinking about the variety of scenarios that he had been placed in while attempting to control his quirk. While he no longer suffered from serious injuries, there was a block on his capacity to use more than 2%. There's one thing every test and scenario have in common. I've never tried punching a real person. With that thought, he had asked All Might about it. Ah, good question, young Midoriya. I hoped you would be able to control one for all before throwing you into a live combat scenario. It appears I was wrong. So? Izuku asked, probing for more. Then you must punch me. Izuku blinked, dumbstruck, before shouting. What do you mean punch you? I can't do that, you have that terrible injury and you've been spitting up blood for the past month and… He spiraled into a buzzing mess of mutters as the 3 heroes watched on. His training included tightening his analytical abilities and he found that mumbling and muttering aloud helped to better focus his thoughts. I can withstand it, All Might said as he laid a hand on Izuku's shoulder, quieting him. The boy flinched before his eyes met his hero's. Oh, okay then, he said. Taking a step back, he filled his right arm with his quirk, threw a punch, and hit All Might's muscular form. As Toshinori was surrounded in a plume of smoke, Izuku's right arm didn't break. He stared at it, resting against his mentor's chest. You did great, Izuku. The boy found Toshinori's smiling face and couldn't hold back the tears threatening to spill. He rubbed them away when his mentor ribbed him about crying so much. I'm so happy I've reached this point, Izuku said. I had become worried I would never be able to truly control my quirk, and that I would fail you. You could never fail me, Toshinori said. You have proven yourself time and time again, proven that you were the right choice. He straightened, his gaunt form more scarecrow than hero. Yet I must warn you. Our training will grow more intense. Your slow progress led me to ask one of my mentors to aid you. I don't know if you are familiar with Gran Torino, but he is and always will be a better teacher than me. Izuku frowned. There's a goal you have for me, isn't there? Toshinori nodded. By the time you enter UA, you will be able to control a quarter of your power instinctively. Jeb. The young man's fist flicked out from its resting place near his face. Instead of hitting his opponent's jaw, it was deflected with a forearm block. There is only one reason my attack was slow and it did little damage. Erasing my quirk gets more and more annoying each time you do it, Aizawa. I'm past the point where I can fight without ruining my arms. Aizawa took a step back and brushed away his flowing hair. His eyes returned to their natural dark color as he rubbed his left shoulder. It beats being hit by your quirk-powered punches, Midoriya. I'm surprised you haven't broken any of my bones yet. When All Might told me he wanted you to test 20% in combat, I thought he was joking. I was under the impression that you were training to control a quarter of your strength before beginning to use it in combat scenarios. Izuku grinned, rubbing at his sore knuckles. Over 2 years had passed since he had his first major breakthrough using and controlling one for all. Although it had taken a few days for his body to truly adapt to the power, he had been thankful that his arms and legs no longer snapped like dry twigs. Only Recovery Girl was more thankful that he had control over his quirk's power, since there had been times when her healing quirk just wasn't enough to fully heal him before he went home. With UA High's entrance exam in 10 months, he felt a little nervous. I may have all of this power, but it's hard to keep up appearances as quirkless Izuku amongst my peers. Things would be easier if I could just tell them that I have an overpowered quirk that took time to emerge without accidentally destroying my body. Worse, Kakin is aiming to go to UA and I can't imagine him not getting in. I have until February to reach quarter power, Izuku said. The sooner I reach it, the better control I will have at UA+. All Might is trying to convince Nedzu to make you my homeroom instructor, even if you failed 154 students from the heroics program and any familiarity would look odd. Aizawa frowned and raised his arms for combat. His black eyes turned red and Izuku felt the block on his quirk. Let's continue, Midoriya. Standing around chatting is illogical and won't get you to your goal. Technique will help you better control your quirk and use it effectively and efficiently. Izuku withheld rolling his eyes as he returned to a fighting stance. When he had reached 10% several months ago, Aizawa talked All Might into teaching him hand-to-hand combat. He had initially protested the idea, but when he was shown pictures of Toshinori winning the few martial art tournaments left from his years before becoming All Might, he had jumped straight into training. It's difficult, but this is just another part of becoming a hero, Izuku thought as he shuffled towards Aizawa. The older hero's quirk was beginning to wear off until he blinked. One for all flowed through Izuku's body and he closed the little distance between them during the blink. His power fled just before the blow could land and Aizawa's binding scarf stretched and looped around his arm, pulling it back enough to make the shoulder ache. You can do better than that, Midoriya, Eraserhead said, his disappointment clear and full on his tongue. Even knowing how someone's quirk works can backfire. From time to time I blink while in combat as a way to trick my opponents and draw them into a trap. He released the scarf and Izuku fell to his knees, suddenly tired. We're done for today. Wash up and go home. Make sure to keep strengthening your body. All Might called me earlier and told me to tell you that the beach has a dozen couches on it. Not sure where they came from, but UA did get a new set for the teacher lounges. Izuku nodded, faintly aware that the couches on the beach Aizawa spoke of were likely the old UA ones. He had not only continued to clear the section he had first been tasked with, but over time he had begun to cover more and more of the beach until cleaning every inch was upon him. With a roll of his shoulders, all of the soreness and tension built during the training session flushed through him from where it had built up. He stepped into the changing rooms and shed the close-fitting workout clothes he had worn. His nose twitched as their rank scent passed over him, but soon enough he was stepped into the shower. It hissed and a stream of warmth washed over him. Izuku Midoriya reflected on how much had changed since he was 10 and quirkless. He had shot up like a weed in the past month and he was confident he'd be taller than All Might one day, minus the odd bangs that flipped up whenever he entered his heroic form. His shoulders had begun to widen, but they were nowhere near ready to hold and balance the impressive network of muscles his mentor showed off whenever he could. Even though it was expected, it still hurt to watch All Might's power shrink as his grew. The symbol of peace operated for only 3, maybe 4 hours every day, and his time was in a precarious slide. He remembered how his growth and Toshinori's decay were described as two fires, one growing while the other shrank. It was heartbreaking, knowing that his mentor couldn't help as many people as he once could, but that energy instead was thrown into training Izuku. He washed himself, thinking on how even his school life had changed. While things had been normal for most of the years since acquiring a quirk, the sight of Katsuki's explosive quirk was a reminder of the fact that as much as things changed, some things in life were constants. It seems odd wanting him to become my rival. Whenever I listen to All Might talk about his encounters with Endeavor, it feels natural to think back to how things once were with Kaken and how I hope things can be. Hopefully things will change when we're at UA. Neither of us will settle for less. Izuku finished up, an embarrassing shriek bursting from his mouth when the water went from steaming hot to frigid cold in a moment. He left the training facility, glanced towards where his school was in the distance and shook his head. Until UA. Calm down all of you, the teacher shouted. Heavy bags hung under his narrow, bloodshot eyes. Now that you're third years, it's time to seriously think about your futures. He shook a pile of papers in his hand. I should hand out these future career forms, but I know you'll all write down that you want to be heroes and forget to put anything else down. The class shouted and cheered. Izuku was tempted to roll his eyes at the display. Maybe half have quirks that would make for viable heroes and most of them would struggle to break away from those with similar quirks. I know. You all have such wonderful quirks, but please stop using them in school. A harsh and taunting voice cut through the jumbled voices. Don't lump me in with these losers, teach. Bakugo Katsuki leaned back in his chair, feet resting on his desk. His grin was smug and arms crossed. None of them have a quirk worthy of being a hero, like mine. Katsuki grinned and laughed as their classmates yelled at him. The teacher used his quirk to raise his voice over the commotion. Ah yes, Bakugo. If I remember correctly, you've been aiming for UA for years. The boy nodded and grinned as more jeers were sent his way. I aced the mock exam. I am clearly the only one that's UA material. Katsuki sneered at his loudest detractors. Just you all watch. I'll surpass All Might and become the greatest hero of all time. Nobody will beat me. Oh, the teacher said, less ignoring Katsuki than remembering something else. Izuku sighed, already knowing what was about to be said. You're not the only one going for UA, Bakugo. Midoriya's name is written down, but that's to be expected from his HRLT results. The room went quiet as 12.5 pairs of eyes turned on Izuku. Katsuki slowly stood, his back towards Midoriya. That's correct, sir, Izuku said. He straightened in his seat, defying the quirkless image he had yet to break. Now's as good a time to break it. The silence continued for a moment longer before the class broke out into laughter. All but Katsuki, who finally turned around. Here it comes. Katsuki slammed his hand on Izuku's desk, just like he had years ago. I didn't know that UA offered a psychic course. It's not like someone without a quirk could succeed in the hero course, and I can't see you entering any of the other courses for those incapable of becoming a hero. He leaned in, his quirk smoking against the desk. If you really think you're worthy, show me what makes you think you can get into UA after school. Maybe at that weird rundown place you go to. Izuku froze, certain that his shocked look not only pleased Katsuki, but also spark a new series of rumors and whispers about him. While they had died down after his success on the HRLT, those students in middle school who hadn't been in the same primary school as him reignited them anew, trying desperately to determine what his quirk really was until even they had to admit he was quirkless. At least they don't know what he said. I may have to lose anyone curious enough to follow me to the facility. Fine, Izuku finally said. You're so concerned, meet me there after class. Alone and with no followers, he added. The rest of the school day passed in a rush, if Izuku was willing to ignore the pointed glares from Katsuki and the curious frowns of his classmates. When the bell finally rang, he quickly threw his bag over his shoulder and slipped out of the classroom. The walk to the facility went by in a haze, although when he looked at his phone after arriving, he figured that someone had tried to follow him, if only for a couple minutes. Bakugo arrived a few minutes later, teeth gritted in frustration. They entered together and Toshinori and Aizawa were surprised to see the two boys together. Who is your friend, young Midoriya? Toshinori asked, shockingly wary. We aren't friends, Katsuki said, pushing past Izuku. He stuck a thumb back at the green-haired boy. I just don't think he's worthy to go to you. Toshinori frowned and crossed his arms. And what makes you think you can judge who is and isn't worthy to attend UA? I happen to be close friends with several of the instructors, and from what they've told me, I believe young Midoriya here has an excellent chance at entering UA. Of course, I should mention that they are the ones allowing us to use this facility. UA would be insane to allow All Might's successor to attend a different school though, Izuku thought as Katsuki snorted. I'd say the biggest issue is that he would be a liability. Even if he could get past being quirkless, I couldn't trust him to guard my back in a fight. And how could we change this opinion? Toshinori asked. Katsuki grinned, fierce and vicious. As the towering smoke plume of an explosion rose from his right hand, he said, let us fight. If he can hold his own against me, I'll keep quiet. Maybe even change my opinions about Deku. Izuku judged from Toshinori's puzzlement that not a single word about his obnoxious nickname had gotten to him. They exchanged a long, meaningful look before the older man sighed. He nodded and walked away from the discolored sparring area. The two boys walked over to it, and once inside, white panels near the edges of the area flicked up. Remember that this is a spar and not a real fight, Toshinori said after a few moments. You'll be fighting until either one of you gives up, is knocked unconscious, or ejected from the ring. You may begin. The instant the words left Toshinori's mouth, Katsuki blasted forward. Izuku stepped back, arms raised into an instinctive position. I'll need to get Aizawa something nice after this. The blonde then used a second series of explosions to launch above his opponent, grinning from the shocked expression. With gritted teeth, Izuku dodged an explosion aimed at his head, throwing a punch he knew wouldn't connect with Katsuki, but instead create shockwaves to disrupt the other boy's flight. The shockwave knocked them both back, and while it took several seconds, Katsuki was able to regain his balance in the air. Izuku was already airborne, steering towards him as he drew an arm back. With thunderous explosions, Bakugo launched himself so he could strike at Midoriya's exposed side, once he threw his punch, that is. The green-haired boy clicked his teeth as his opponent burst away from his blow, but then used it to spin himself so his legs, still coursing with one for all, could strike Katsuki. The kick connected and they both fell out of the air. Izuku landed on his hands before rolling onto his back and then springing to his feet. Katsuki was already getting onto his feet. The green-haired boy lunged, narrowing the power of one for all into fine strands. He pulled them from his legs and into his arms. There was a long moment as they stared at each other, nearly nose to nose, before Izuku surprised Katsuki with a blistering jab to his face. Sent flying, the blonde tried to use his explosions to reorient himself and return, but instead sent him further from the ring. His landing was rough, and as the two boys panted, Toshinori said, Midoriya Izuku is the winner. When Inko Midoriya received a call from Toshinori, she couldn't think what he could want. While she knew exactly where her son went to train, she hadn't been there in years. As Aizawa, the pro-hero Eraserhead, as Izuku liked to remind her, led her inside, up a staircase, and into an office. She was surprised to find Katsuki Bakugo, that rude boy her son had known for as long as he could remember, there with Izuku and Toshinori. More shocking was the bandages marring Katsuki's frowning, contemplative face. A few minutes later, Mrs. Bakugo entered, a frown just disguising her kindling fury. "Thank you for coming on such short notice, Mrs. Midoriya," Mrs. Bakugo, Toshinori said. "I'm afraid that your sons got into a confrontation this afternoon." As you can see, Katsuki ended up being hurt in the midst of their conflict. Given that I have been helping young Midoriya with his difficult circumstances, I am very disappointed in what occurred this afternoon. Seeing the hero's frown increased her concern. "They've both agreed to wait until you arrive to talk." Bakugo spoke first, loud and angry. "I want to know where he got that quirk from. I know he didn't have that quirk when we were kids. It was a gift." Izuku's voice was small and he appeared to be trying to make himself look even smaller. "The quirk I have was given to me by its previous vessel. She died shortly after the transfer." Inko frowned. She remembered Toshinori telling Izuku about his predecessor, but that had been years ago when he had been curious about who had won for All before him. All Might inherited it from a woman, she thought. Did they agree to make her the one who gave it to him? As if anyone would believe such a blatant lie, Mrs. Bakugo shouted. Inko vaguely remembered the woman being generous, but that was years before either had a son. This brat FANG took advantage of the system and hid his FING quirk. "I want to know how he got away with it and why he would need training from a walking skeleton like you, Mr. Yagi." "Please, Mrs. Bakugo," Toshinori said, hands held up. "Part of the reason I was asked to work with young Midoriya is because I knew the woman who passed hers to him. Plus, there have been rumors for years about quirks that can be transferred or stolen. Whether you believe me is for you to decide, but it sounds like you won't. He has admitted to me about the problems he has had with your son, and I must say that the fact things got this out of hand speaks volumes about whatever issues have formed between these two boys." He sighed and rubbed the back of his head. "I would recommend that they avoid each other as much as possible, or at the very least just not speak to each other. What punishment your sons face for their actions today is up to you. Just know that I will be telling my friend at UA about this. What impact it has upon their admittance or placement, I cannot say. Otherwise, I suggest you head home for tonight." He turned to Izuku. "Tomorrow's session will be cancelled." Izuku's head hung as he walked home, side by side with his mother. While being able to prove to Katsuki that he was no longer that quirkless kid he could kick around felt nice, seeing just how easily he could injure someone, how easily his quirk could get the best of him, filled him with remorse and regret. "I'm disappointed with how you used your quirk today, Izuku," his mother said. Her hands fidgeted and her eyes couldn't rest on him. I understand you've had problems with Bakugo for years, but seeing the outcome of how you went about handling your problems with him worries me. While he did start it, you never should have gone as far as you did. And this is all made worse because I knew Toshinori was preparing to recommend you for UA's heroics program. While he may still do so, I know he is more concerned about you and your future as a hero than he has been in years." Izuku's voice disappeared. He wasn't sure how to respond. "I didn't mean to hurt him. I held back and only used 15%. And your power is still dangerous," Inko said. They stopped before their apartment building. "But I am proud that you stood up for yourself." She turned her son to face him and smiled. "Just promise me you'll do better." Izuku nodded, relieved. That conversation stuck with him as the months passed. While Katsuki now gave him a wide berth, the explosive boy glared at him even fiercer than he had before. Their school was awash with rumors about what had happened, yet the only truth was that he had a quirk when before he hadn't. "At least they don't know how long I have had it." And then February arrived. UA High's entrance exam loomed over Izuku as he broke through the threshold All Might had set for him, but made a request before Toshinori's final discussion with the principal about his acceptance. "I have spoke with Nedzu about the recommendation," Toshinori said, early on the day of the exam. The 2-1 for all users sat on the seaside beach where they had first built their relationship as mentor and mentee. "While he was concerned about your incident last year with Bakugo, he has accepted my recommendation for admission into UA High's heroic program. He has also decided to allow you to take the entrance exam like most students. I understand that since your fight with Bakugo you have been considering taking the exam to test yourself as a hero." He turned to Izuku and smiled. "I must admit that your decision to do this makes me proud to be your mentor. Plus, the other heroes are excited to see you in action." When they heard that my recommendation wanted to take the entrance exam, bets began changing hands. "Just remember that you won't be eligible for anything that is based upon the exam scores. You have, by all accounts, already been accepted." He smiled, proud, and then coughed up blood, covering his mouth. Izuku watched the waves crash against the clean shore. "We should both get going then. Today is the day." Toshinori nodded and expanded into All Might. "Yes it is, young Midoriya. I'm excited to see what you have learned about being a hero." The campus of UA High loomed over Izuku when he arrived for the entrance exam. He walked through the high, arcing gate that allowed students and visitors alike through the high walls surrounding the campus, and took the opportunity to look around as he approached the main building. The structure was the tallest on campus, with 4 glass towers a dozen stories high connected by enclosed glass bridges. At its base were 3 doors, guarded by marble pillars and inscribed with numbers for each class level 1 through 3. He stepped away from the path so he could stare at the building with a smile. I'll be a student here soon. Taking the exam is just a formality at this point. Although, I do have to wonder what all is on the exam. Get out of my way, Deku. Izuku spun and blanched at the sneer Katsuki directed his way. With how frosty their relationship had been since their fight at the facility, he was surprised by how hostile the blonde was. I see I'm not the only one excited, Kaken. Katsuki passed him and then paused. He turned back, still sneering, and said, Don't try and dictate how I'm supposed to feel, Deku. Don't think you can pass if you get in my way. It's weird to know that was Kaken being polite, Izuku thought as he watched Katsuki enter UA. He shook his head and followed, ignoring the curious and confused stares. Inside, he was handed a card with his information, including a chair number and a testing site code, and the instructions for the practical exam. Izuku followed the other potential students through several narrow hallways and up a spiraling staircase until they entered a dark auditorium. He spent a few minutes searching for his seat and sighed when he saw none other than Katsuki was in the seat beside his. We're probably bunched together by school for this part of the exam. The other boy glanced at him, glared, and then proceeded to ignore him for the 12 minutes it took for an instructor to finally arrive. The teacher wore black leather and studded metal, with a stereo rig around his neck and headphones on. His small mustache twitched as he shouted, Welcome to today's live performance. Can I get a, hey? He held his arms out towards the gathered examinees. The auditorium remained silent save for the echo of the teacher's words. Hey. The instructor carried on as if they had responded the way he wished. That's great, examinees. I'm here to break down the practical test you'll be taking this afternoon. Are you ready? Once more, the auditorium remained silent. Izuku glanced around, more amused than shocked that everyone is so quiet and serious. Just shows you how serious getting into UA is when not even present Mike, the voice hero, can't get a response. That or he doesn't have any fans taking the test this year. Shut it, Katsuki growled. Izuku flushed and realized from the glares that his thoughts had slipped through his lips. It doesn't matter anymore, he mumbled. But might as well talk to myself while he gives out instructions. They're all on the handout anyways, and unless there's a trick, this formality is unnecessary. Present Mike continued his speech. Now the practical is the simple part of your examination today. Here's how it's laid out. You'll have 10 minutes in one of our cityscape simulation areas. Those few who do become students will become familiar with these locations by the time you graduate. Oh, and make sure to bring whatever you want. After this presentation, you'll be taking the written portion of the exam before heading out to your assigned testing locations. They must be separating kids from the same middle school, Katsuki said, looking at his card. Izuku sighed seeing an, while his had it be. As those of you with familiar faces have realized, consecutive ID numbers are assigned other locations. You all were registered by the school you're coming from. I'll crush everyone, Katsuki said while a grin. He added to Izuku, I'll even beat you and all the weaklings in your group. Izuku nodded, his attention returning to present Mick's presentation. There are 3 types of villains in each testing location. Points are awarded based on difficulty of the villain you defeat. It should become clear just how many points each one is worth, but I won't spoil the surprise. Use your quirks to take them down and earn points. That's your goal. He paused and surveyed the room. The moving slides paused on a chart from the handout detailing the basics of the exam. Included were blurry images of the villains they were to fight. Being an anti-hero and attacking other examinees is prohibited and will result in either a loss of points or an immediate disqualification from the exam. Any questions? I have one, a boy with short black hair said, standing. Izuku saw that his glasses gleamed in the light coming from the presentation. He held up the handout and pointed at the blurry images being shown on the slide. There are 4 silhouettes on this sheet, which suggests that there are 4 types of villains, not 3. I'm concerned that this is an error. It would be embarrassing, especially for UA High, to have such an error involved with their entrance exam. This is Japan's top hero academy, and we have all come to become model heroes. He then turned and focused on Izuku. And you, with the curly hair. I've been able to hear your muttering throughout the entire presentation. Not only is it distracting, but also I can't help but wonder if you're as serious about UA as the rest of us. If not, please leave. I wouldn't want anyone worthy to enter this prestigious school to be barred because of someone's non-courteous habit. Izuku frowned, silent, as Katsuki snickered next to him. He felt a mix of glares and frowns being focused on him by others in the auditorium. Present Mike grinned. Good catch there, Examinee 7111. You should know that the fourth type of villain is worth 0 points. It's an obstacle, not an enemy to be defeated. There'll be one at each site. They're gimmicks, meant to rampage and make the exam tougher for those who don't belong here. I can't tell you when they will appear, just that you should be ready to encounter it at any moment. Thank you, sir, the boy with glasses said. He bowed and sat down. It's like a video game, he added, loud enough for those around him. Present Mike smiled and waved before saying, that's all from me. I'm gonna leave my listeners with our school motto. Plus ultra. Although he was aware of how expansive the UA campus was, Izuku couldn't help his shock upon seeing the several cityscape constructs tucked into the northwest corner of the campus. After the written portion, they had all been sent to a group of changing rooms before being led to their buses from the main building to the testing sites. Upon arrival, most of the others gathered in a group before the fence gate, standing several feet back. It's massive. Each cityscape has to be at least 20 square blocks, if not larger. He scanned the crowd of examinees. All Might showed me a list of notable potential students, but I don't really see any here. They must be at the other sites, then. Hope Kakin enjoys himself. He was all grins and pleasant words when we separated, but then the written exam took 3 hours. There was a tap on his shoulder. Izuku turned to face the kid with glasses from earlier. So you're the kid who was muttering. His tone was formal, judgmental, and a hint curious. It was more mumbling but sure. He frowned. Why do you ask? Other than being extraordinarily rude? I don't think you have temperament to be a hero. The boy crossed his arms and Izuku couldn't help but scowl. Don't talk about things you don't know about, Izuku said. For a moment, a different boy saying similar words floated in front of him and echoed in his mind. You don't have what it takes, Deku. He studied the boy in front of him and his eyebrows popped up at the sight of the short pipes emerging from the boy's calves. Are you related to Igninium? Yes, I am, the boy said, loud and prideful. A couple others glanced at them and begun whispering. That's cool, Izuku said. Izuku turned away and stalked off. A few others had watched their confrontation, but most were preoccupied with preparing for the exam. Izuku soon found himself standing before the chain-link fence keeping them out of the cityscape. I think I understand why Kakin likes to punch things, maybe even people, with his quirk. Just let them open the gate so I can take my frustration out on the villain bots? Begin. Izuku jumped and looked around until he, along with the other examinees at Site B, watched Present Mike emerge the tower on the cityscape's walls. He stared down at them, frowning. What's wrong? The test has started. The die's been cast. Turning back to the entrance, Izuku grinned at the sight of the gate being drawn back and opening the way into the practical portion of the exam. He dashed forward, the rest of the examinees breathing down his back. With a frustrated snort, he channeled one for all into his legs and leapt into the sky. For a few seconds he soared over the cityscape, free and unburdened. Then he saw the villains they would be fighting, robots. Just as they had been told, there were 3 varieties and as suggested, their point values were visible, being painted onto their hulls. Present Mike hadn't been joking about them being more difficult the higher the point value. Is that a rocket pod on the 3-pointers? It descended from the sky and landed amongst a half-dozen robots. In a blur of green hair and a white tracksuit, Izuku delivered a series of devastating blows. That should be 10 points. The 3-pointers will be tougher to find. Plus, Nedzu let slip that the cutoff last year was 52 points. I just need to get 42 to reach that mark. Hopefully the others don't complain if they find out I'm here because I want to be, not that I have to. He moved deeper into the cityscape, searching and destroying whatever robots he encountered. As the seconds ticked by, his point total racked up. Although he most often used quirk-powered fists, he took opportunities to use other techniques built up by his training. There was a close moment as a laser barely skirted his shoulder, pulverizing a 1-pointer he had crippled. He frowned at the blondie who had fired the beam in his obnoxious French accent, but smiled when the boy apologized. Izuku continued on, smashing robots until he broke the 52-point marker he had set for himself. Might as well keep going, Izuku justified. Kakin will be aiming for the high score and it would be interesting to see how he reacts when I beat his score. That was when the exam went mad. A building 2 blocks to his left exploded and screams and shouts echoed from the surrounding streets and alleys. Izuku redirected his path to head for the rising plume of dust and smoke. When he reached the wide avenue splitting the cityscape, he gaped at the party responsible for the destruction. The gimmick robot worth 0 points had emerged. It was 5 stories tall and its hands gripped a nearby building the same way he had held onto All Might whenever he had overexerted himself during training. 8 red eyes glowed and the robot's head shifted to stare down at the fledgling heroes with contempt. A chill raced through Izuku and his hands clenched. He knew it was worthless for his point totals, but that idealistic child, the one who wanted to be a hero, that leapt at the opportunity to become All Might's protege, wanted to see it knocked down, to have the knowledge he was capable of taking down such a large and dangerous enemy. All Might would take it on with a smile and a single punch. But me? Am I just meant to stand here and stare? His eyes dropped from the robot and to the rubble beneath it. It took only a moment, but he focused on a girl, one of her legs pinned by the stones that had fallen on her. Her face was pale, likely from overusing her quirk. How can I call myself a hero if I'm not willing to risk everything to help a single person? With that, he grinned and moved. Tenya Ida panted as he stopped running. He had been going full bore for close to 8 minutes. Taking a moment to pause and breathe felt amazing, especially with the dozens of points he had accumulated. He had nearly tripped and fallen upon the appearance of the gimmick robot, but once he found his footing, it was simple to get away. I would be threatening my chance to get into UA by fighting it. It has no purpose in determining whether we get in, and my quirk isn't suited towards fighting that type of enemy without backup. He prepared to increase the distance between the gimmick and himself when a green and white blur rocketed past him. The wind rippled and Tenya stared at the blur, shocked. "Whoa, what was that?" someone nearby asked. Instead of responding, Tenya watched as the blur stopped and the boy he had spoken with before the exam appeared. He stared, frowning. I was terribly rude to him before the exam, even if he had somewhat deserved. I'll apologize once we finish for the tone I used. He's probably going to get accepted, and I would be mistaken to allow negative feelings with a fellow student and hero to persist. If we work together in the future, it would be best if we were at least polite and courteous, if not friendly. "Hey, there's a girl pinned by the rubble," another voice shouted. He must have gone to grab her. Tenya looked from the boy to the rubble nearest him and saw that there was a girl, her left leg pinned by rocks. The boy approached her, lifted the rock with one arm, pulled her out with the other, and in a blink and a couple heartbeats was next to him. "Ah, thank you," the girl said, a little dizzy. She turned so that nobody was directly in front of her. "I get nauseous from overusing my quirk, and that was a little too fast." Sorry," the green-haired boy said, rubbing his head abashed. "I've never traveled with another person while using my quirk." It's no problem," she said. That was the moment her face turned green. She vomited and the surrounding examinees all jumped back. After finishing, she wiped her mouth and lowered her head so her bob cut hit her face. "I'm sorry." Everyone in the vicinity paused and then turned to Tenya, who hadn't realized until then that he was the one who had spoke. He faced the green-haired boy and bowed. "I was rude and made assumptions about you before the test. Please accept my apology. Before I do that, I need to finish up here." The boy pointed at the rampaging gimmick, which continued to approach. It had passed the rubble where the girl had been pinned and fortunately hadn't trampled it. The noise of its rampage had increased as it approached them, and most of the examinees had retreated further away. "I came to UA to become a hero, just like many others. However, I can't leave people in danger as long as I can do something." Tenya opened his mouth to say, "Nobody is in serious danger," but the boy leapt higher than he had when the exam began. There was a brief moment as he hung in the sky, drawing back his right arm. He blinked and suddenly the boy was falling and the robot was reeling, its head smashed in by a fierce blow. The boy landed, a crater around him, as the gimmick exploded and collapsed backwards towards where it had emerged. "I accept your apology," the boy said, walking to the gathered group of shocked examinees. He bowed, not as deep as Tenya, and continued. "My name is Midoriya Izuku, and honestly, my muttering is a terrible habit I should have better control of. Plus, I was rude back then. Something you said reminded me of an incident last year where I got into a fight with someone I've known for years. It, rubbed me the wrong way as it had back then. No need to apologize for that. I'm Ida Tenya," he said, trying to hold back the shock from his face. Between his quirk and how he acts, he could easily be another All Might. The girl joined them, most of her dizziness gone. "I'm Uraraka Ochako. Thanks for saving me back there, Midoriya." Midoriya grinned, his face flushed red. He must not get much praise. Just doing what any hero would do. "It is, isn't it?" Tenya turned to the gimmick wreckage as the exam ended. "We all ran away, unaware we had left someone behind to get hurt just to save our own skins. I did the same, but Midoriya? He was a hero today." Izuku smiled at the letter in his hand. In the aftermath of the exam, he had watched Recovery Girl heal and patch up the other examinees. He had finished the 10 minutes without a single scratch, even from defeating the gimmick robot. The expected grazing and battering to his knuckles had been somehow avoided. When she came to inspect him, Recovery Girl could only shake her head with a relieved smile. She must still remember the worst of my injuries from when I was first learning how to control one for all. He opened the letter and holographic projector, small enough to sit in his palm, slid into his hand. It flashed and projected a screen. All Might stood there, grinning, his yellow pinstriped suit cleaned and pressed. "Young Midoriya, it is I, All Might, here to give you your results and some news. I will be teaching at UA High starting this year." Izuku gasped. "I should have seen this coming. I am his protege, so he'd want to be on hand to aid in my training. But how will he get around his 3-hour limit? Don't fret about me, young Midoriya. As long as you work towards your goals, things will be fine. Anyways, I'm just a temporary adjunct, or that is what we'll be telling the public. A long moment passed as he stared at the image of All Might, whose grin shifted slightly. And now that the dramatic pause has passed, I can safely say that you have been accepted. The instructors who have never seen you before were thoroughly impressed. In fact, both Nedzu and I are extraordinarily proud of the effort you put into the exam and the moral fiber you showed saving Miss Uraraka. Congratulations, Midoriya Izuku, and welcome to UA High. And don't forget to make friends, Izuku's mother said, straightening his tie. I know you've had difficulties at previous schools, but UA is a fresh start for you, even if you share a class with that Bakuga boy. Maybe UA will even allow the two of you to become friends like you were before his quirk appeared. Thanks, Mom, Izuku said. You don't need to worry so much. There's a couple people I met during the practical, and if they're in my class, I should have a quick friend or two in them. He pulled down on the light gray blazer that was part of UA High's uniform, a little guilty he hadn't told his mother any specifics about the exam. In the week since he received his acceptance, no moment had made entering his dream school not feel like a dream compared to this moment, about to head to his first day, dressed his new school uniform. Toshinori hadn't contacted him since the exam, so the multitude of questions he had about the school were forced to wait. Until now, he hoped. I hope we don't have to wait several weeks before we have our first class with him. The train from his home station to UA took 40 minutes. His UA uniform surprised the few former classmates he encountered. While rumors had spread around after his confrontation with Katsuki, the fact neither were willing to reveal what had happened after school that day had silenced those in their year. I wonder how they'd react if they saw us in the same class. Of course, that's assuming we are in the same class. When he finally found the door for Class 1A, a 5-meter monstrosity that made him wonder about what quirks had come through the class, he opened to find at least one burgeoning conflict amongst his new classmates. Take your feet off that desk. Tenya shouted. The boy appeared to be as uptight and strict as he had the day of the entrance exam. Izuku followed the argument and sighed at the sight of Katsuki leaning back, his shoes resting on his desk. Your actions are insulting not only to those who have come before us but also to the excellent craftsman who made that desk. Katsuki snorted. Shut it, B-list. What fancy private school did you go to where they stuck that massive stick up your butt? I went to Sumai Academy, the bespectacled boy said. My name is Ida Tenya. I am not a B-lister. Sumai, Katsuki said, ignoring the second outburst. His feet fell from their perch and he leaned forward, thoroughly amused. Why am I tempted to stop their argument? Izuku thought. He entered the room and started towards his seat. Get out of my face, you stuck-up elitist. I suggest you not get in my way during exercises, B-list. You dare threaten a fellow student? You know that is grounds for expulsion, yes. Katsuki snorted. His eyes drifted from Tenya and Izuku's side as they fell on him. So you're here too, Deku? Yeah, Kaken. Curious eyes watched them and Izuku felt his face turning pink. I see you met Ida. So you do remember me, Midoriya, Tenya said. I did speak with you, especially after you destroyed the gimmick in our testing area. I tried looking for your score from the entrance exam, but I couldn't find anything that suggested you had taken it. Izuku flushed and looked away, hoping he didn't appear guilty. Ida continued, not noticing his awkwardness. Then I found out you were the one whose answers best matched All Might on the HR. I was quite surprised by that, especially since I vaguely remember rumors about that person being quirkless, but that must have been wrong. If it weren't for the door opening again, Izuku knew he would have been bombarded with questions, and there could have been a slight chance of Katsuki using his explosion quirk to draw attention away from him. Instead, the girl he saved during the exam entered and stopped at the threshold, flushed from the attention suddenly turning to her. Oh, hello, Uraraka said, a hesitant smile on her face. If you aren't going to say anything, please sit down, a voice said from behind Uraraka. They should have included your seating assignment with the documents you were given while picking up your uniform. Izuku peered around her and sighed at the form of Aizawa, on the floor, in a yellow sleeping bag. If he hadn't confirmed it for me, I never would have believed that was a graduation present from Present Mike. That and the two are best friends. You are all in the hero course, not the general or support courses. He rose and the bag slid away. He wore his standard black shirt and pants with the carbon scarf hiding his goggles. The class watched as he entered the room. Izuku slipped away from the front and sat down next to a short boy whose hair was a line of purple ball. You've wasted 3 seconds of class just staring at a girl. Not very logical, wasting time in such a manner. You'd be surprised what many villains can do with 3 seconds to act. I thought I finally got away from his talk about logic and rationality, Izuku thought, keeping his face impassive. As long as he doesn't single me out, I should be fine. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. If any of you have heard of my pro hero persona, keep it to yourself. You'll all know within the first week anyways, so no need to give it away. Pleased to meet you, assuming you're better than the class I was given last year. He reached into his sleeping bag and drew out a navy blue and white uniform with the letters U and A imprinted in blocky forms. I hope you all packed your gym clothes. Change and head out to the grounds. I'll meet you there. Aizawa watched his new class awkwardly surround him on the track. Their profiles had been interesting, but he had been most surprised by Midoriya's score, before Nedzu had it deleted and added the boy to the list of those who entered on recommendations. I knew he was strong, but 119? Last person to score over 100 was Best Jeanist several years ago, and Midoriya wasn't the only one to get a score like that this year. UA prides itself on its freestyle education system, he began, watching his students fidget. This system allows us teachers to instruct you on becoming heroes how we see fit and keeps us from being beholden to a set curriculum like your former schools. Instead of wasting our time with the entrance ceremony, I thought it best to go straight to a quirk test. Your files may include what your quirk is and how you did on the entrance exam, but I don't think it's enough. He smiled at the confused looks. You all remember the standard gym tests you took in middle school? You'll be doing them today, but with your quirks this time. The students grinned and a few bragged to each other about their quirks. The Department of Education continues to insist upon the prohibition of quirks when calculating averages for the 8 standard tests: softball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, side-to-side steps, upper body strength, and the seated toe touch. I think it's irrational and doesn't help us at UA and the other heroic schools teach and train future heroes. It's one of those weird systems that have persisted since quirks began to emerge in a significant portion of the population. Bakugu? Aizawa asked, singling out the rowdy blonde Midoriya had fought on one of the boys' off days. How far could you throw in middle school? Katsuki clicked his tongue, almost sneering. 67 meters, sir. Aizawa nodded. Great, but don't call me sir. Stand in the circle. Once the blonde was in position, he tossed Katsuki the softball he had been holding. Throw this using your quirk. Do whatever you need, just remain inside the circle. Bakugu stretched and Aizawa added, give it all you've got. Hold back and I'll have you expelled. Excellent, Katsuki said with a vicious smile. You're easily the best teacher I've ever had. He pegged back and sent the softball rocketing, bolstered by his explosive quirk and his shout of, "Luff." A fiery tail trailed the ball as it created multiple shockwaves, distorting the clouds. His vernacular will prevent him from growing to his full potential as a hero in the eyes of the public, but it'll be a few years before he becomes a hero, and there are a few pros talented at cleaning up the images of the most rowdy students. The counter in Aizawa's hand beeped as the ball came to a stop far in the distance. He glanced at it and smiled. It's important to know your limits, or else you'll never be able to exceed them. He held the counter towards his students and they gasped at the number, 705.2 meters. That's the first rational step to figuring out what of heroes you'll be. That was amazing. Man, finally getting to use quirks is the best. The heroic course is the best. Aizawa snorted at the students' excitement. Don't get too excited. You're expected to become heroes after 3 years here, and it won't be all fun and games. Just so you know, whoever has the lowest score across all 8 tests will be considered hopeless and expelled. And as I told Bakugu, if you hold back at all, you'll be expelled. Whatever positivity the students had towards him burnt away in an instant. Your fates are in my hands. Aizawa shouted over their outrage. Consider this your welcome to UA High's heroic course. Izuku stood off to the side as the first 2 students, Yuga Oyama and Mina Ishido, lined up for the 50-meter dash. Can Aizawa really expel one of us? I've always wondered why he had so much time to work with me. If he does expel students, that would explain a lot. Like the rest of his class, he had been caught off guard by Aizawa's announcement. When they had complained, he had spoken about the difficulties of being a hero, and when he uttered the famous phrase, plus ultra, he noticed everyone's fear and concern melt away into confidence and will. I shouldn't be surprised. He ended up doing a lot of the teaching that helped me reach where I am. That was an interesting quirk, Tenya said, standing near him. Although they were participating based on class number, there hadn't been any lining up like his middle school had expected. As such, they had all bunched up based, at least he thought, together by practical exam groups. You mean Aoyama's? We saw it during our exam, Izuku said. He frowned at the naval laser quirk user. Although he seemed nice, there was an obvious air of superiority. I can't tell if he's actually French, or just pretending. True, but still, that was a creative application. Before Izuku could respond, Tenya went up, joined by Azuitiu. Mutant-type quirk, related to frogs. She'll have any easy time becoming a popular rescue hero with children. There appears to be a lot of potential in our class and not just based on quirks. He smiled when Tenya clocked in at 3.04 seconds. They grinned and Izuku commented, "Impressive, though it didn't look like you reached your top speed. 50 meters is too short for anything past third gear," Tenya grumbled, glancing at Aizawa. Their conversation fell to little more than small comments about other quirks until Izuku's turn. He walked up to the startling line and wasn't sure whether to sigh or grin as Katsuki lined up beside him. "Don't even think about beating me, Deku," Katsuki hissed. They crouched and rose into a sprinting form. On Aizawa's mark, Izuku drove the entirety of the quarter strength he could control into his right leg. The sprinting blocks cracked and he crossed the first 10 meters in a blink. He ignored Katsuki's ravenous shout of "Deku" as he spread one for all evenly across his legs, hoping the concentration in his right leg didn't accidentally injure the limb. With each step, the ground gave way to his feet, and in 10 strides he passed the finish line and the recording device. 1.02 seconds, it said as he skidded to a stop, the ground fracturing as he dug in his heels. "I need more training in quick stops. Hero pay is docked whenever they cause too much collateral damage." Soon enough, Katsuki exploded past with a 4.13 seconds, trailing him. Izuku walked away, not wanting to catch Katsuki's enraged eyes. The last two, Minoru Mineta, the boy with purple ball, and Momo Yaoyorozu, finished their 50-meter dash. Aizawa led the class to the second test. Izuku noted Mineta followed behind Momo and purposefully stared at her. "It might be for the best if I don't befriend him." His green eyes then turned to Momo. "She's one of the other students accepted based on a recommendation this year. Tashinori didn't tell me about their quirks, so I guess I'll need to wait for now. She didn't show anything off other than strong athleticism." The grip test brought unwanted attention upon Izuku. He had watched as Minoru and Hantashiro crowed around the six-armed Mezushuji. Hearing the other boys' results, 540 kilograms, led him to tighten his grip around the device. It soon began smoking and a couple boys near him displayed shocked grins when he dropped his broken, sparking device. He ignored the curious stares and ducked his head when Siro and Mineta walked away from Shuji and crowded him. The six-armed boy nodded at him. "I might just have to ask a favor in exchange for getting them out of his hair." The third and fourth tests went well for Izuku. For the standing long jump, he was able to match Yuga's beam distance and Katsuki's explosive drive combined. Only Tsuyu, with the quirk she called frog form, leapt further. After that, a couple other boys joined him in conversation. Siro asked a dozen questions about his quirk while Ijiro Kirishima complained about how much better Izuku's quirk was compared to his. That quickly turned into a conversation about the versatility of basic quirks and revealed that Kirishima idolized Crimson Riot. With the side-to-side stepping, he was forced to hold back his output when he began to dig a trench that ended up being as deep as his hand. Denki Kaminari joined Siro and Kirishima in joking with Izuku about the destruction he had caused. The class then returned to where they had started for the fifth test, softball throw. Uraraka shocked the class when her throw was given a distance of infinite. What type of quirk does she have to do something like that? Maybe a gravity quirk? She did touch her clothes and shoes before a few events. After Shudo Todoroki threw an ice-covered ball, reducing its friction, Izuku almost stepped out of turn. While he had been aware that Katsuki wouldn't be expected to throw again, he had forgotten about Toru Hagakure until he collided with the floating clothes that revealed where she was. He quickly turned into a red, flustered mess when she giggled at his mistake and then took her turn. Mineta rejoined the group of guys slowly forming around him, which seemed to have dragged Katsuki in. Rikido Sadu had introduced himself during the brief walk between the fourth and fifth tests. "You're up, Midoriya," Aizawa called as Hagakure pouted, her uniform all they had to perceive her emotions. "At least one for all isn't like her quirk. I don't want to think about how things would have been if I couldn't turn my quirk off." He stepped into the circle, softball in hand. He raised both arms, channeling one for all throughout his body. Soon enough, Izuku retained the quirk's power in his torso and right arm and drew back, twisting. His body twisted back around and as his shoulders returned to being parallel with his hips, his right arm flicked forward like a catapult. Izuku nearly lost his footing as the softball flew from his hand. The class watched as Izuku's throw disappeared in a cloud-shattering blast. One cloud that had been in the way had a perfect circle in it. Izuku turned to Aizawa, who was watching the beeping counter. With each beep, he felt his face turn pinker and pinker until he was certain Ishido was shades lighter than him. 1.39 kilometers, Aizawa said, dispassionate. "Oh, it went back to 1. You hit the campus fence, Midoriya." "At least it didn't set off the defenses," the class whispered as Izuku rejoined them, shocked. "That was the quarter of my present strength I can control, and Recovery Girl speculates I'll grow even stronger than my current potential." The rest of the tests went by in a whirlwind. The seated toe touch had gone poorly for Izuku compared to his other results, finding himself in the middle of the pack. Aizawa used his quirk on him during the upper body strength test, stating that replacing equipment required more paperwork than he wanted to handle on the first day. His identity as Eraserhead sent ripples through the class. for Aizawa was one of the largest street-level heroes that primarily fought small crime. The hazy look Uraraka, no, Ochako he decided, sent his way afterwards drove Izuku to distraction during the endurance test. Said test turned into a race between Tenya's engine quirk and Todoroki's half-cold half-hot quirk. It's more all cold no hot, Izuku reflected as they stood around, waiting on the results. The boy turned frosty when someone commented on his relationship to number 2 hero, Endeavor. The nervousness the original announcement of the person in last place being expelled washed over them anew. Time for the results, Aizawa said, bored. Lowest score gets expelled, so someone is going home. Your scores reflect your combined performance from each test. I won't waste time explaining how the results were decided, so here they are. Oh, and I lied. Nobody is going home. Aizawa grinned as the class was stunned. It was a deception to get your best performances. I have expelled a couple students after a quirk test, but they usually had attitude problems or failed to take my instructions seriously. Few of the simpler members of the class got into an argument with Momo after she let slip she had figured Aizawa had lied to them. Izuku watched with bated breath as the results came up. When he found Midoriya Izu beside number 1, he grinned and accepted the congratulations with only a hint of embarrassment. Yet in that moment, a revelation hit him. I got first today. I probably got first on the entrance exam before they removed my results. I got first on the HRT. Is this what All Might experiences every day? There's a weird pressure to being number 1. How will it be once we all become heroes? He paused, and then his wandering eyes spotted Toshinori standing behind a tree with a proud smile. This is what I want. I have to be number 1 if I'm going to become the symbol of peace. He turned away from his mentor and scanned his classmates. But I won't be alone. I have everyone here to help me on my road, and to help maintain the peace All Might and the other heroes fight every day to uphold. It was 2 days later when Class 1A was scheduled for their first basic hero training class. While many had complained about having to wait, Izuku found he didn't mind. They had gone through several more tests and sessions working on their quirks and revealing their current abilities and future potential. He found time to speak with everyone in his class, even if for a few moments. Kaminari introduced him to Kyukajiru, a quiet girl whose most notable feature was her quirk, earphone jack. Fumikage Tokoyami had surprised the class when he recited an old and classic American poem, The Raven, from memory, using his quirk to dramatize the poem. Present Mike, who would begin instructing them in English once the regular classes begun, had been so proud that their class ended 20 minutes early. Izuku discovered that Mashireo Ojiro practiced martial arts, which he was surprised to learn was only practiced by a minority of pro heroes due to how many relied upon their quirks. Even quiet Kuji Kuda had spoken a few words, even if it was only to see if his ability to speak with animals translated to Tokoyami's bird-like appearance. When the time for basic hero training arrived, the door was flung open and a tall figure in tights and cape entered the classroom. I have come through the door, like normal. Izuku grinned at his mentor's boisterous entrance. The class chattered, excited as All Might strutted to the front of the room. He turned to them, grinning and standing in one of his best-known heroic poses. Basic hero training. This class will put you through scenarios many heroes face during their careers so we can forge each and every one of you into a great hero. Today I have a special treat. Battle training. The chattering grew more excited as All Might pressed a button. 4 lockers opened on the wall, each containing 5 numbered boxes. Battle training requires these, your costumes. They were created in accordance with the United Nations Quirk Registry Guidelines and the costume request forms you filled as part of your applications last November. Everyone stood as All Might finished. Once you have changed, we will meet at ground beta. Some of you may recognize it, for it was used for the entrance exam. As they all took their costume containers and left, All Might shouted one last comment. Remember that looking good is very important. Because as of today, you're all heroes. Izuku was side by side with his classmates as they entered ground beta. After a few seconds, he recognized the cityscape as being the same location used for his testing site during the entrance exam. Like the rest, he was dressed in the costume he had designed for his UA application. Inspired by the scratchy drawing he produced after acquiring One for All, it remained as simple and utilitarian as the initial sketch. White gloves blended into reinforced gauntlets that ran up to his elbow, a piece of ceramic protecting the joint. His shoulders, upper arm, and torso flexed against green spandex shaded to match his hair. Emblazed on his chest was a thick white inverted chevron, going from his armpits to the point at the base of his sternum. A white utility belt with red accents was snug on his waist and the red color had been retained for the sneaker-looking base of his boots. Last were the black tights that blended into plastic-coated ceramic lower thigh and shin armor covering the steel-toed boots. His green hair rippled in the soft breeze that passed over the 20 teenagers. He had played with a hood with bunny ears resembling All Might's hair, but it felt childish and was too on the nail for him. Everyone's here. Great. All Might said with his thunderous vibrato. Welcome, my students, to battle training. If I may, before we begin, Tenya began, it appears that this is the same location used for the entrance exam. Will we be performing cityscape maneuvers again? The class nodded their agreement with the question, except for Mineta, who Izuku noticed was more concerned with ogling the girls. All except Jiru and Hagakure, but then again I don't know where Hagakure is, but that may be for the best. She's probably NDE, unless there's a fabric that her quirk can influence. Nope. Today is the introduction to an important urban scenario you shall face. Indoor antipersonnel combat. While famous villain battles typically take place outdoors, the worst ones are more often fought indoors. Between confinement, house arrests, and black market deals, you will find our hero-filled society forces the cleverest villains to lurk out of sight, and as they too often rely upon, out of mind. Thus, you will be divided into 4 groups of 5 to undertake a predetermined scenario. Each group will be different, so when you aren't in combat, please pay attention to the others. By the time you graduate, you will handle every type several times over. Wait, so no basic training? Tsuyu asked with a slight croak. Practical experience teaches the basics. All Might responded with raised fist. You may be required to write up analysis on your actions and determine what mistakes you made and how to prevent them from happening next time. Plus, you will be fighting each other instead of disposable robots. A flurry of questions was lobbed at All Might. Izuku only caught 2, Momo asking, what determines victory? And Tenya asking about division into the 4 groups. This is much better thought out than my previous exercises with All Might. Netsu must have designed it, or maybe Aizawa. He'll insist on write-ups. Afterwards. I'll get to some of your questions later, but to answer the most pressing one, groups were randomized by a computer this morning along with the assigned scenario. The groups are as follows. Group A is Ishido, Bakugo, Kirishima, Midoriya, and Tokoyami. Group B is Hagakure, Jiru, Kuda, Mineta, and Ojiro. Group C is Azui, Kaminari, Shuji, Todoroki, and Uraraka. Group D is Aoyama, Ida, Satu, Siro, and Yaoyorozu. All Might coughed into his hand and Izuku frowned at the hints of blood. The pro-hero rubbed his hand against the bright red of his costume and continued on. Each group will report to the building with their group's letter on it and remain in your staging area until given further directions. We'll start with Group A in a half hour. Plus Ultra. Izuku tried to ignore the perplexing stare Katsuki had focused on the back of his head. While talking with Kirishima and Ishido distracted him from the blonde, his presence still itched for Izuku's attention. The 5 walked for several minutes until they reached a building with a bright, illuminating from all 4 sides. It was 10 stories tall with small windows and a metal entrance surrounded by stripped yellow and black banners. I suspect we enter there, Tokoyami said. The light is totally All Might style. Ishido exclaimed. She grabbed the 4 boys and dragged them into the metal entrance. Once inside, a giant screen to their left activated. Welcome, Group A, All Might said through the monitor. Since the other groups have already reached their sites, I will begin with the instructions. You will be split into 2 teams, 2 heroes and 3 villains. Your tasks are simple. While the villains attempt to destroy the building, the heroes will stop them. The heroes will win when they defeat the villains, unless they either destroy 2/3 of the interior or collapse the building. Now, for the teams, Midoriya and Tokoyami will be the heroes. Ishido, Bakugo, Kirishima, there are 20 minutes until the exercise begins. Report to the pavilion on the 3rd floor for more instructions. Please refrain from getting a head start on destroying the building. All Might disappeared, replaced by a counter. 2000 hours, it displayed, counting down with each second that passed. Come along, Broomhead, Raccoon Eyes, Katsuki said, entering the main building. They followed, complaining about the nicknames. That Bakugo, he'll be difficult, Tokoyami said once the door closed. 1915. Dark Shadow won't hold up well against the light his explosions produce. What exactly is your quirk, Tokoyami? Izuku asked. I've barely made any entries about my classmates, other than Kaken. I just hope what I write down won't create problems with the others. I've listened in on others talking about theirs and what we all saw during Aizawa's test, but yours is rather unknown. Tokoyami considered Izuku's question for a moment and then nodded. Please call me Fumikage, or the Raven if you want to use code names like pro heroes. My quirk is Dark Shadow. A shadowy form that I have control over. The amount of darkness that surrounds me influences its size and the ease of control. The more darkness, the stronger I am, but the harder it is to control. Izuku nodded. Then you'll want to avoid Kaken, a Bakugo, he said, noticing Tokoyami's slight confusion over his usage of that childhood nickname. His explosions produce light and he could likely generate enough light to make your quirk useless. Kirishima should be easy to deal with for either of us. And Ishido? Her acid quirk is dangerous. We'll have to either take her by surprise or overwhelm her with pure force. He looked at the counter. 17 minutes to go. Would you be interested in discussing strategy? Tokoyami nodded and they dug into what they knew about the three deeper inside. When the counter finally ran out, they entered the main building. The chambers sealed behind them with a hissing press. And then the building shook with a ringing blast. But Kogu has already started, Fumikage said, looking up. I'll leave that fight to you. How long do you think All Might will give us to finish? I'd rather not think about, Izuku mumbled, rubbing his face. Ashido and Kirishima will likely be on the ground level or en route. Think you can handle them? They will shudder before my dark onslaught. Fumikage might be worse than Kaken, but at least he's on my side here. They split ways, Izuku using his quirk to leap up the open, central area while Fumikage descended towards where they suspected Kirishima and Ashido would end up. With each leap, Izuku grew more and more nervous. His fight with Katsuki a year ago had been in an open area with nothing that could be used as cover or destroyed to create rubble the other would need to avoid. Thus, he was nervous to see just how Katsuki would manipulate the environment to best use his explosive quirk, especially since his capacity using his quirk was intuitive and suggested he experimented either at home or in an area where his explosions would be hidden from notice. If it weren't for just how much of one for all I can safely use and control, Kaken would easily be the stronger of the two of us. With it, I can go toe-to-toe with him. If I can get the advantage, he should fall. All I have to do is follow the explosions and land the first blow. As Izuku landed on the 5th floor, his green eyes locked onto Katsuki's red ones. The two boys stared each other down for several heartbeats until Katsuki shouted, "I've been waiting for you, Deku. I'm going to take you down as I should have last year, blast that bird out of the sky, and take down the building. It'll be useful knowledge if I ever end up in your shoes. I just have to stop you, Kaken." Izuku's arms rose into a combat stance and he waved Katsuki over like he would a curious child. The explosive quirk user charged, hands illuminated by a dozen tiny pulses as he prepared what would likely be a large and thunderous blast. He jumped, enlarging the pulses to soar over his opponent, and launch forward with a flaming right hook. A brief smile graced Izuku's face. "I've watched you fight for years, Kaken. You always start with a right hook, even against those you've fought more than once. This time, it'll serve me more than it's ever served you." Izuku ducked under the attack, leaning right, and threw a blistering uppercut into Katsuki's exposed ribs. There was a pop and Katsuki growled as he landed, a hand rubbing where he'd been hit. "Just for that, I'm sending you to recovery, girl, Deku," he said. Malice rolled off him like sweat on a hot summer day. Katsuki charged once more, using greater explosions to increase his velocity. Izuku gritted his teeth as he met the charge head-on, grabbing his opponent's wrists beneath bulky bracers and twisting them so the explosions went upwards. He pulled them close together and threw his head forward. Once, twice, his forehead hit the bridge of Katsuki's nose. The first blow drew blood and the second one broke it. His third headbutt was countered by an identical attack, their foreheads colliding in a thunk that dulled his senses. Izuku shoved Katsuki back, making space so he could recover before the next volley of blows. Katsuki stepped forward before he could fully recover. Using his slight swaying, Izuku dropped onto a knee and threw his arms forward. He had timed it just right, grabbing onto Katsuki's costume and using his momentum to throw the other boy over his ducked head and slam him into the ground. Before Izuku could move into a finishing blow, gloved hands formed a bowl. "Oh," Izuku said before an explosion roared towards him. In the second before it would have burnt him, he dove left, rolling away from the flaming edges. Katsuki rose and pointed a bracer at Izuku, fingers wrapping around the chrome pin that he hadn't noticed during both the walk to Building A or during the quick flurry of blows that had defined their fight. "I wanted to wait until the chamber was fully filled, but I just have to finish you off now. Feel proud, Deku, to face the full power of my quirk." Katsuki pulled the pin and a roaring explosion lanced forward. Izuku watched the approaching flames. He suddenly remembered a televised fight between All Might and Endeavor for title of #1 hero. Following his memories, he brought his arms back and clapped. The shockwave cut through the explosion, caught Katsuki in its rolling waves, and slammed him into a thick pillar supporting the upper floors. In the aftermath, Izuku closed the distance between him and Katsuki in a blur, wrapping the provided capture tape around the explosive quirk user's wrists. The moment he finished, "Hero team wins," came over the speakers in All Might's booming voice. "Report back to the starting area for grading." Masahiro Ojiro glanced around a corner and frowned. He had been handed a difficult task, having to fight the other 4 in his group and retrieve a false nuclear weapon. "The worst part is the 4 I have to face could easily make a strong and dangerous team." The structure they had been assigned had walls teeming with bugs, according to one of Kuji's comments. The stony-faced hero had mentioned it in coordination with his quirk. The others had bragged about theirs and he had listened. Hagicure's invisibility makes her very dangerous. Jairu's quirk forces me to be even quieter than I would typically have to be. And my Netta. He sighed, tail flicking out. I never expected something so versatile from that little pervert. If I step on any of his ball or let them touch my tail, I'm done. He started down a long corridor, leading him deeper into the building. Everything was built out of this corridor and he expected an ambush at every corner. With each step, he approached the false villains and he knew their quirks and the environment would allow them to monitor his progress. What are they waiting for? Mashareo wondered. Why not ambush me? All Might never mentioned a time limit and Group A finished in under 7. With each step, his narrowed eyes glanced from side to side. It wasn't until he heard voices that he stopped and ducked behind the nearest piece of cover. Mineta stepped out of a bathroom further down. He glanced in Mashareo's direction, but after a few tense moments, turned away and entered a room on the left-hand side. The tailed hero sighed, relieved, and considered the approach to the door Mineta had entered. This facility is large and many of the vents are big enough for me to fit into. It's terribly cliché, but then again All Might is the cheesiest hero ever. He'll love it. Mashareo, however, didn't enjoy crawling through the vents. They were large enough that he could crawl, but their rectangular shape forced him to shimmy on his elbows and knees, chest rubbing the bottom and tail dragging along the top. There were a few moments where he expected to be attacked, but nothing happened. He kept moving until he found a vent over a high stack of crates. I can't believe you lost him, Jairu grumbled. You had ants following him the entire time, including when Mineta walked right past him. Hey, he wasn't that close. Mineta challenged, cutting off any response from Kuda. Before they could continue their argument, Mashareo smashed through the vent and landed on the crates. He looked down at them, and in his most dramatic voice, said, I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Tailman. A long moment passed as the others stared at him before Mineta burst into laughter. I'm going to hurt him the most. Mashareo jumped down the stack, keeping the large bomb in the room's center between him and Jairu. She's the most dangerous at long ranges with those speakers attached to her costume. I'll need to avoid her attacks until I can get closer. Mineta ripped the purple ball on his head off and threw them along Tailman's path. He weaved through the onslaught until it suddenly stopped. In a moment of startling intuition, he ducked under Kuda's thick fist. His tail whipped out, wrapped around the larger boy's legs, and tossed him at Mineta. The two slammed together and slid across the room. Neither moved to stand. Jairu might still be on the other side for now, but Hagakure is hiding from me. Where can she be? Invisible arms wrapping around his neck answered Mashareo's question. Pink and teal gloves grabbed each other and put pressure onto his throat. Jairu came around the false weapon, her earlobes plugged into the speakers on her boots. Get out of the way, Hagakure, Jairu ordered. He'll be finished in a moment. After a moment, a voice came over the speakers for only 2 people to hear. Villain team wins. Mezu Shuji followed Tsuyu Azui and Denki Kaminari towards the hostage location. All Might had tasked them with rescuing fake hostages from Shudo Todoroki and Ochako Uraraka, the simulation's villains. The trio's plan was simple. Mezu and Denki would distract the villains while Tsuyu rescued and extracted the fake hostages. Achieving that would mean a victory for them. Hey Tsu, Denki called out as they stopped. The group had been assigned to a barren mall and the hostage note sent to them at the beginning of the simulation led them to their current spot. What do you see inside? The frog quirk girl peeked inside and then quickly jumped away from the wide entrance. A beam of ice passed through where her head had been, hints of frost scattered along the corner she had just looked around. Todoroki is guarding the entrance. Looks like Uraraka is in the back with the hostages floating on a platform. Denki frowned. Todoroki is dangerous. That quirk of his, I don't know if we have a counter. What about taking a different route? Mezu suggested. Tsuyu and Denki blinked and then the 3 of them stared at the empty storefront they stood in front of. You're what, the second strongest in the class? Denki asked. You could just break down the wall. He absently nodded, flexing his 6 arms. The webbing between them rippled from the motion and Mezu led them into the empty store next door. Instead of stopping partway through as the other 2 expected, he crossed the barren store and entered the back room. He stopped before a door to their right, which would lead into the store Uraraka and Todoroki were barricaded in. Tsuyu touched the door and nodded. It's not freezing. They must have assumed we wouldn't try and sneak around like this. Then let's go, Denki said. Tsuyu opened the door and they slipped through. They peered out from the back room to see that the platform with fake hostages was close by, floating. Uraraka sat on a counter before the platform while Todoroki paced halfway between the main entrance and the back room. Tsuyu's tongue shot out, wrapped around the first hostage and pulled them in. Meza bent over and took the stuffed mannequin from the long tongue. Twice more they repeated, Tsuyu's long tongue reaching out, grabbing a hostage and placing it on Mezu's back. Once all 3 had been taken, Denki waved them away. I'll distract them while you get them to safety. Go! The last Mezu saw or heard of Denki Kaminari before All Might's victory announcement was a bright flash as the boy unleashed his electrical quirk. Momo Yaoyorozu nodded to herself as a pair of night vision goggles dropped from her stomach and into her hands. She had closely watched the 3 simulations preceding her group simulation. Each one had been a test involving a variety of scenarios and challenges they were bound to face: hostage rescuing, decreasing collateral damage, and seizing dangerous weapons. When All Might had given her group a free-for-all spar, she had been initially disappointed. Then he had told them the lights would be shut off and that a variety of hazards would be spread throughout the building, a 2-story squared structure that seemed to be designed after refurbished warehouses used for entertainment. Maybe there is something to this simulation, she considered. By taking away our primary sense, he's challenging us to rely on our instincts and observational abilities. The goggle straps were tight, but once Momo slid them on, the world went from black to shades of green and gray. She started forward, a metal staff emerging from one hand, the other keeping it from making noise. Although the structure wasn't large, Momo wandered for several minutes until she encountered someone. Instead of a fight, she found Rikadu Satu taped onto the wall, likely from an ambush given the lack of noise. Ciro's a greater danger than I thought. She continued on, tense, nervous, and excited. Shortly after passing Satu's unconscious form, she came upon a duel between Aoyama and Ida in the central room. Aoyama's laser illuminated the space, but was so brief that it made the fight easier for the faster hero. The beam fired 3 more times before Ida leveled his opponent with a quick cross. He then ran off, not bothering to look for onlookers. Speed is his greatest advantage and weakness. Even without light, he's still fixated upon it. As Momo left the main chamber, the fire alarms went off. A screeching alarm pierced the silence as a bright light flashed in time. The sprinklers activated and she pulled off the goggles. Metallic water covered everything and she spat out the little water that dribbled into her mouth. The pipes have rusted. However, the water harms me less than the other 2. It'll make surfaces slick, weakening Ciro's tape and throwing off Ida's maneuvering. She came upon Ciro first. When Momo had heard humming, she had grown suspicious. While it could certainly be a trap, there was an off chance that she could catch whomever was humming unexpected. She found him in a small room, all but one entrance blocked with tape. He wasn't looking her way, so she crept in. As she raised her staff, he turned to face her with a face-splitting grin. "Hey Yamamo," Ciro remarked as the staff made contact with his forehead. He collapsed, and when he tried to move away, she delivered a second blow to the side of his head. "Don't take it personal, Ciro," Momo said as she looked down at the unconscious boy. She turned at the sound of footsteps and moved away from the entrances as Ida slammed into one of blocked entrances. His attempts to free himself bound the tape tight to his shiny armor, glistening from the sprinklers. She brought the staff up under his neck and said, "Yield, Ida." There was a pause as they stared at each other. Ida sighed and then said, "I yield. Now that everyone is finished, let's talk about the results." All Might said once his 20 students had all reassembled with him in Ground Beta's monitoring room. "We'll start with Group A. The star of that conflict was Tokoyami Fumikichi. Anyone know why?" "I do, sir," Momo said, hand raised. All Might nodded and she continued. Tokoyami contributed nearly as much to their plan as Midoriya did, but instead of taking down only one enemy, he defeated 2. While Midoriya's fight with Bakugo was the flashy and more difficult of the fights, Tokoyami engaged both Ishido and Kirishima, disabling them before Midoriya took down Bakugo while keeping damage to a minimum. As for the 3 villains, all of them were defeated, with only Bakugo presenting a serious threat to their counterpart. "Very good," All Might said, as expected from a recommendation student. He noticed Izuku's bummed look, even as he shared a small grin with Fumikichi. It appears he was somewhat humbled by the exercise, even though he did defeat Bakugo. Humility will serve him well as he moves forward. He continued. Now for Group B. The star was clearly Jiraiya. Hyuka. While Group B's villain team didn't put as much thought into their planning as either the heroes or villains of Group A, they did work well as a team. What factor convinced me to name Jiraiya as the top sport of her group? "She defeated me," Masahiro Ojiro said, shoulders slumped. "I was caught off guard and she stopped me with a single attack." "Correct," All Might said. "There are times where you will outnumber your opponent. Being able to stop them can make a situation easier." Now for Group C? Izuku raised his hand and All Might nodded in his direction. Shuji Mezu. He led his team to the backroom door that allowed them to sneak in and rescue the hostages without tripping an alarm or having to fight either Uraraka or Todoroki. "Exactly what I was looking for." All Might grinned. Now for the last group? There was a brief moment as his students glanced at each other, wondering who would speak up. Yaoyorozu, although Tape Boy didn't do poorly, Katsuki said, arms crossed defiantly. Her quirk gave her an advantage few of the others had and was able to manipulate her encounter with Tape Boy to achieve victory. He was surprisingly competent, taking down Monkey Lips and his quirk being what Yaoyorozu needed to beat Speedy. All Might nodded as Shiro, Satu, and Ida grumbled over the nicknames given to them. Strong analysis, Bakugu. Well, you're all dismissed for today. Farewell. And with that, All Might departed. Fumikage Tokoyami watched Izuku Midoriya leap into the air and land on the story above. Whatever quirk he has, it's powerful. He may just be the light to guide us through dark nights. He shook his head and began towards his targets. While they didn't know for certain, they determined that both Mina Ishido and Idra Kirishima would stick to the ground level, where their quirks could do the most damage. Izuku stated Katsuki Bakugu would want to fight him one-on-one, and thus would be separate from his companions. That's one case where I won't doubt Midoriya. Nobody knows Bakugu as well as him, but that is the benefit of childhood bonds. He stopped at a crunching sound. A bamboo wall to his left cracked and then burst open as Idru's hardened limbs sliced through the dried plant. He grinned, teeth sharpened, and Fumikage bristled. Found the bird, Mina. Idru shouted. The wall behind Fumikage sizzled with an off-color white as a pink hand melted it away. A grinning face, complete with dark scara and yellow horns, gave Mina an alien appearance. Don't take this hard, Okoyami, Mina said. If we don't take you down, Bakugu says he'll tell everyone we've agreed to be his sidekicks. Load of tosh, I say, being a sidekick. How unfortunate, Fumikage muttered as his two opponents moved to encircle him. I would not wish an embarrassment like that upon either or you, but Midoriya and I won before the match begun. Forgive me for the darkness you shall face. Dark shadow emerged from beneath his black cloak. It screeched, wings spreading to hang over both Idru and Mina. They froze at the sight until an explosion rocked the building. Midoriya has engaged Bakugu. Aloud he said, face my dark wrath. Dark Shadow's wings descended in a furious flap, striking out at the two. Idru dove and avoided the attack, while Mina faced it head-on, acid glossy on her hands. The acid stung Fumicage's quirk, but with a flick of its wing, Dark Shadow sent her flying into a far wall. Her collision was hard and she was out cold before hitting the ground. Oh sheet, Idru said, staring at his ally. Oh sheet is correct, Kirishima, Fumikage said as Dark Shadow's acid burns was patched by shadowy threads renewed the area touched. It lashed out, faster and more furious than during its first attack. While Idru avoided the left wing strike, the right wing caught his midsection and tossed him into the same wall Mina had hit. He fell upon her and after a tense couple seconds, neither moved. Another explosion rocked the building as Fumikage wrapped their wrists together with the capture tape they had been given. Finish soon, Midoriya. Shiro had been nervous when he saw the names in his group for battle training. He had seen all of them excel during the quirk tests in a way he hadn't. My quirk's pretty cool and versatile, but it's nothing like theirs. Between Tenya's speed, Yuga's laser beam, and Rikudo's sugar-induced strength, he felt physically outmatched. And Yaoyorozu saw through Aizawa-sensei's lie. Only Midoriya seems to be as clever as her, but he has Bakugu breathing down his neck. He shivered before stepping into the small room he had been assigned as a starting place. He knew from the map that he was placed between Yaoyorozu Momo and Satu Rikudo. The lights went out and All Might's booming voice shouted, "Start!" Hanta started towards Rikudo. All he knew of Momo's quirk was that it was good enough to get her in by recommendation. Thus, taking on what he knew was a much better idea than fighting Mystery Girl. Halfway between their starting places, he stopped and pulled out a length of clear tape. Strip after strip, he covered the narrow passage so that anyone who tried to follow him or stumble upon the path he had taken would get caught by his tape. Luck was on his side, for as he turned a corner to walk away, a loud stumbling noise came right from his tape trap. Sneaking up to the corner, Hanta avoided the large figure that crashed through his tape and stumbled close to his hiding place. The trap shocked his ensnared victim, who then fell over and bound the trap tighter as they struggled. Even with all of this, it was only the low, deep grunt that confirmed his catch. This place has to be a real mess for you to show up. Sorry about this, Satu, Hanta said, lifting a fist. It took a dozen blows to knock out the larger boy and a few awkward minutes to tape him to the wall. At least the tape glows. Let them know that Shiro Hanta will be a great hero. Friday was the first time Class 1A had to face a day that played out like the long, mindless days of their middle school careers. Although the press was camping outside the school after the news that All Might himself was teaching inspiring heroes at his alma mater, the students were prevented from being interrogated by the press due to the intervention of the faculty. Even those students who would gladly discuss the school's newest teacher were prevented from speaking and reprimanded once away from the press's watchful eyes. The day began improper when Aizawa entering their classroom without his now trademark yellow sleeping bag. The class exchanged confused looks and curious whispers as their homeroom teacher walked to his rarely used podium at the front of the classroom. The principal has gotten on my case about something I've forgotten about. As such, we need to select the student council members from Class 1A. He's also decided to expand the positions for all classes from the traditional 2 to 5. Something about a trip to the top schools in the United States. The absence of your class from the first meeting was noted and the other first-year heroic class wasn't allowed to introduce themselves. He shrugged after his last commented and finished with, "We'll start with the class president." Immediately students began to declare why they should be class president, trying to talk over and one-up each other. Izuku sat back, watching Aizawa's growing frustration with the boisterous class. He was tempted to say something when Tenya raised his hand and the class fell quiet, startled by the movement. Leading many is a task of tremendous responsibility. Ambition doesn't equal ability, and this is a role that requires the best of us to perform. It is vital that we trust whomever we select to be our class president. Thus, I propose we hold an election to select our class president. "I like your idea, Ida," Azui said. "Unfortunately, we've only known each other for a week. That's barely enough time to build up trust, Karo." "Yeah, and everyone will just vote for themselves," Kirishima added. "And if someone gets more than one, would you consider them to be the best candidate?" Tenya asked Kirishima. He nodded and the boy with glasses continued. "Thus whomever gets the most votes will be best suited." He turned to Aizawa, who watched the class with tired apathy. "Will you allow this, sensei?" Aizawa nodded. "Just make it quick." The class proceeded to tear off small pieces of paper and write down the name of whomever they thought should be class president. Izuku handed his to Tenya as he walked around the class, gathering votes, with only a hint of nervousness. "I don't know if anyone else will vote for me, but I hope so. If I'm going to achieve my goals, becoming class president will greatly help me make them a reality." The class was quiet as Tenya worked through each slip, writing names whenever they first appeared and adding marks to their right to count multiples. Soon enough, one name acquired twice as many votes as anyone else, Midoriya Izuku. The students near him patted him on the back. A few stared at him, jealous of his victory, but didn't protest. Katsuki said, "Low for just those, but especially Izuku near him. How the hell did Deku get so many votes?" "Probably because of how strong he is," Kirishima said. "He took you down, so he's definitely skilled too, and we all remember the H." As Katsuki continued to fume, Izuku went to the front of the room, joined by Momo, the only other student to achieve more than one vote. He noticed how Tenya, who had proposed the election, looked disappointed and that he had been one 7 students to not receive a vote. Even if it was his idea, I don't know why Tenya would assume he'd get a vote. Perhaps he thought that the class would select him because of his idea. I can't blame him, for it was a smart idea. I'll have to listen to the other positions and see if one will be a good match for him. "Well, your president is Midoriya and vice president is Yaoyorozu," Aizawa said. "If either of you want to say something, go ahead. Just know it'll cut into both your class time. Oh, and give me the names for the other positions before school ends. The president will want to see who you've selected." "There's no need for a speech," Izuku said with an abashed grin. "We're all here to be heroes, not to polish our egos. Although I am flattered so many supported me." It seemed to be the right thing to say as most of the class nodded or smiled at his words. Yaoyorozu verbally agreed, and they sat down. The morning went by with little of note, beyond present mix's standard eccentric nature during English. Math had, unlike in previous years, used scenarios related to their future work as heroes instead of weird scenarios involving 17 bananas or 3,000 cans of Pepsi. As with every day, they went to lunch in the massive cafeteria where the Cook Hero Lunch Rush provided whatever culinary delight students could ponder. As one of the few places where the different courses and years interacted, it had been required to be large enough for half of UA's 1,500 students to sit, eat, and talk in comfort. Izuku had found time to watch older students and those from other courses during the past days, but he had different expectations during lunch today. He sat at a table meant for 6 students, yet 8 students ended up crowded around it. At the ends were Momo and Tenya, 2 of the smartest students in their class. Although he had initially wanted both Katsuki and Kirishima to sit with them, they had gone off to sit with Kaminari, Siro, and Ishido at a nearby circular table. It's nice to see Kaken and Kirishima getting along so well. Kirishima's a good friend and we all know Kaken needs someone who can hold his ground against him without being a serious threat. The other 3 are goofy enough and with a nice range of quirks that nobody will become the focus of his ire. Plus, I haven't heard him threaten to kill someone in several months. Instead, Todoroki, Azui, Fumikage, Ojiro, and Ochako crowed around the table, grabbing a couple in used chairs so they could all fit. The rest of their class occupied the 3 nearest tables, where Jairu, Shuji, and Siro all sat in the nearest seats. Before we were dismissed to lunch, Aizawa-sensei provided me the positions for the other class officers, Izuku said in a lull in the conversation. The 3 positions needing to be filled are class secretary, representative, and a captain for the sports festival in April. Apparently they're to be the face of our class in all promotional materials. Do you want only our advice on who to select for those roles, or are you just looking to build consensus around your choices? Tenya asked, lowering his chopsticks. Izuku nodded, holding out a single finger as he swallowed, and the bespectacled boy rubbed his chin. Each one has its challenges and requirements. I would suggest asking for volunteers first. While they may not be who you would want personality-wise, they would have the best skill set to be successful, and that is what's most important for your selection. Make Bakugo the sports festival captain, Todoroki said, in between slurps of soba noodles. Izuku wasn't sure he had ever heard so many words come out of the hybrid quirk user's mouth at once. He had noticed how Todoroki reacted when someone mentioned his father, Endeavor, and immediately dropped any thoughts about discussing the boy's famous father. While I would be the logical choice given who my father is, I don't want the attention and pressure that comes with being a poster boy. With me out of the way, he'll jump at the opportunity, especially since he did have the highest score from the entrance exam. He paused, spinning noodles around his chopsticks, and added, though, he may reject the position if you offer it to him in private. I take it you don't support Ida's suggestion, correct? Momo asked. Do you? Ochako asked. Izuku fought a smile. With everything that happened in the practical exam, it was nice to see Tenya and Ochako become friends, and that led to them becoming some of his closer friends among the students in their class. Plus, Izuku would bet that Momo would have the highest scores once midterm exams came around in May. He had met with All Might the evening after battle training, and they had talked about his class. His mentor was proud of the effort put in by every student and made sure to find extra to comment on, but had dedicated a good 15 minutes to praise her abilities, especially Yaoyorozu's phenomenal capacity for analysis and deduction. Even after he reverted to his lanky form, Toshinori once again praised her mental abilities and confessed he thought she was the smartest student in his class. There is merit to it, Momo admitted. However, I believe it would be best for Midoriya and I to select them instead of asking for volunteers. You only need to consider how our class selected where to sit for lunch today. They all glanced at the three nearest tables around those in position to listen and relay their conversation. Shuji and Jair both had quirks suited for gathering information via eavesdropping, and Siro was the calmest and quietest of the five sitting at Katsuki's table. Nobody will admit it, but once Midoriya selected this table for those closest to him to discuss officer selection, the others all fell into spots that would provide them the best access to his conversation. Before Izuku could comment on Momo's statement, a squelching screech pierced the noisy cafeteria. It repeated, a horrible yuri, as the older students jumped to their feet. The alarm dimmed, manually lowered, as a vaguely feminine robotic voice announced, Security Level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Repeat. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Security Level 3 has been broken. Izuku saw Kaminari catch an upperclassman's attention and ask, what's Security Level 3? It means someone infiltrated the building, the upperclassman said, nervous. I've never heard it in my 3 years here. All of the security information is in the student handbook, fortunately. The cafeteria devolved into chaotic struggle as students of various ages and quirks pushed and shoved, jolted and slammed into each other as they tried to press into the main paths out of the cafeteria. Izuku grunted as he was squashed between three of his fellow classmates. He tried his best to remain close to his entire class, but the shifting nature of the crowd divided them from the four groups they had been. Nearby were Tenya and Ochako, both close to a window. What do you see outside? Izuku shouted. Tenya rotated his neck in a painful-looking manner and pressed his face against the thick glass panels. He grunted, shoved close to the window as the crowd shifted again. The press? How did they get on campus? Even with the shouting, Izuku picked up every word. He frowned and scanned the crowd, making sure to move with it. Kaminari and Kirishima were attempting to calm people down and slow the onrush, but their efforts were fruitless as the older students ignored them. We have to get their attention somehow. There's no need to panic. And then an idea struck him. Izuku grinned and turned back to Tenya. Get Ochako's attention and then get airborne. The crowd pushed and swept him away as he shouted the last of his instructions. Find a way to get everyone's attention. With that, he followed the crowd and left the two behind. Although he tried to reach out to others and calm them down, it was the sight of Tenya soaring above their heads and slamming into the far wall that got everyone's attention. Everyone! Everything is fine, he shouted over the din. Izuku smiled as Tenya continued. It's just the press. There's no reason to panic. Everything is fine. That afternoon, once the press had been evicted from the campus and the hole in the security sealed, Izuku and Momo stood before their class once more. They glanced at each other and nodded. Izuku started, saying, with everything that happened at lunch, we were still able to select candidates for the remaining student officer positions. For secretary, I asked Aizawa-sensei for copies of everyone's handwriting. While simplistic, we agreed that having clear and legible handwriting would be most important at the present. As such, we're offering the position to Ashido Mina. Will you accept it? The pink girl grinned, bright and wide, and nodded. Next is student representative. They'll be required to attend all student council meetings, and between calming the panic from the alarm and his initiative to select a class president through an election, we are offering the position to Ida Tenya to be our face amongst our peers. The bespectacled boy stood and bowed, thanking them. And last is captain for the sports festival. Yaoyorozu and I discussed this at length. And after Todoroki expressly asked to be skipped over, we decided Bakugo Katsuki would be the best choice for captain. He has his own style of motivation and will make for interesting promotional material. Katsuki glared at the two for a long moment. He then clicked his teeth and looked away. Just don't get in my FANG way at the sports festival. It would look bad if I don't win. Now that that's done, Aizawa said, ignoring the grumblings directed at Katsuki, you 5 are to report to the main auditorium once class is finished. Class 1B will finally get to present their officers today, and I don't want Blood King getting on my case about his students being better than mine. The main auditorium had changed little since the entrance exam weeks ago. Izuku stood with the rest of Class 1A's officers on the stage. Class 1B had arrived a few minutes before them and occupied the left side of the stage. The student council president stood centered on the stage and as close to the rear as possible. Izuku introduced his classmates to the gathered audience of other first years, second years, and third years. Although he had been nervous, Katsuki's comment about taking his position as class president was enough for Izuku to tighten down on the nerves that threatened to ruin his short speech. And then Class 1B began. The girl with a strawberry blonde ponytail stepped forward and bowed to the audience. I am Kendo Itsuka, president of Class 1B. Our vice president is Kodai Yui. Our secretary is Shiozaki Ibara. Our representative is Minoma Nito. Our captain for the sports festival is Tetsu. Thank you for your time and I look forward to working with all of you. She bowed once more and stepped back into line. Izuku took a moment to consider Class 1B's other officers. Kodai appears to be quiet, perhaps even Sky. She may even be close with Kendo. Shiozaki, I'm not sure. Those vines on her head suggest a powerful quirk similar to Kamui Woods. Minoma has to be more pompous than Aoyama, and I can't get a good read on Tetsu right now. Thank you all for being here, a tall blonde third year said. We look forward to seeing you all grow into the heroes of tomorrow. With a smile, he added, plus ultra. The 10 first years on stage repeated the last 2 words and were dismissed with the other students. The last thing Izuku saw of Class 1B's officers was their president. She gave him a soft smile as she passed from view. The days before their first off-campus heroic training exercise had Class 1A in an excited flutter. While their hero training did include daily exercising and quirk training, said training didn't include scenarios or more advanced training like they had experienced with All Might's battle training class. Too often they found that All Might either didn't show up to teach or was only there to give suggestions on techniques or strengthening their quirks. Izuku was worried, especially since every attempt to speak with Toshinori fell through due to unknown reasons his mentor hadn't explained. I'm beginning to plateau again. I was hoping to be past 30% for the sports festival and now I fear I may not reach it. Aizawa wants me to focus on my schoolwork and Recovery Girl says I should only focus on increasing my power threshold when working with either All Might or Aizawa. On the day of the exercise, Aizawa returned to their classroom in the afternoon. For today's basic hero training, All Might, myself, and another hero will supervise. 3 heroes? Must be something special. Siro, sitting next to Izuku, raised his hand and asked, is it battle training again or are we getting to do something new? Something new. The school does need to prepare you to handle disaster relief, from fires to floods. Aizawa displayed a long card, printed with the training topic. It's time for rescue training. The class cheered, with many happy about the change. Not everyone was pleased with the training focus, but they didn't complain about the selection. I'm not finished yet, Aizawa said. He pressed a button and the wall opened, revealing their packaged costumes. You all have the option to wear your uniform or your workout clothes. Some of your uniforms may not be suitable for parts of today's training, but that's for you to decide. This will be a good opportunity to find out if there are any elements of your costumes you want to consider changing. You'll get the opportunity after the summer vacation, but for now try and keep that in mind. The facility we'll be at today is off campus, so we'll be going by bus. I'll answer questions after we arrive. Class 1A strolled out to the bus, dressed in their costumes. Izuku glanced around, happy to be back in costume and taking time he hadn't before to scan everyone's suits. Many wore tight uniforms like him, modified to best show off and take advantage of their quirks. Why are we still standing around? Aizawa said, entering the bus. His tired eyes found Izuku. Midoriya, get everyone organized and on board. I haven't heard from All Might, so he must be meeting us there. Izuku nodded and shouted, line up. Although there was some pushing and shoving, the class formed an orderly line and boarded the bus. He followed, near the back, and sat on the sideways seats near the front, between Azui and Sadu. The bus departed UA for the off-campus complex and their rescue training session. There's something that's been troubling me, Midoriya, Azui said after a few minutes. What is it, Azui? Call me Tsuyu, she responded. You know, your quirk reminds me a lot of All Might's. Caught off guard by Tsuyu's calm remark, Izuku's face flushed and his old, nervous personality slipped through. What you think so? He stuttered. Oh man, this isn't good. All Might and I haven't talked about what story I'm supposed to tell my classmates. I don't know if I can continue to rely upon the story we told Kaken and his mother back in middle school. While it's technically correct, lying is tiring. Plus, somebody might catch me in a lie, other than Kaken that is. Thinking about it, Azui has a point, Kirishima said, ignoring Tsuyu's name correction. We all saw the tapes from battle training, where you jumped from floor to floor with ease and smashed Bakugo into an angry, bruised mess. He grinned and continued. Of course, if it's just a simple strength-enhancing quirk, that's still pretty cool. You can do a lot with that, unlike my hardening quirk. His arms stretched out and soft skin turned into a hard, crystalline material. He twisted his arm, showing off the way his quirk showed off his muscular forearm. It's great for fighting, but it doesn't look terribly cool and it ain't flashy in the slightest. Izuku laughed, pleased by the change in topic. But your hardening quirk is cool, Kirishima. It's definitely a good quirk for a pro and I bet you'll figure out a way to make it flashy. You really think so, Midoriya? Kirishima asked. Having a strong quirk isn't all it takes to be a pro. Don't forget that you need to be popular too. My naval laser is both strong and cool, Aoyama bragged. It is perfect for a pro. That's until you blow up your stomach, Ishido teased. Aoyama looked away with a dismissive sigh, as Ishido turned to Izuku. Sue's question got me thinking. Aizawa-sensei gave me a packet about everyone in our class to help with anything I need to write that needs specific details and your quirk was censored with a thick black bar. I'm a little embarrassed to admit I forgot about it until now. She leaned forward, grinning. So what is your quirk? It's complicated, Izuku said looking down. I'll just have to rely on what we told Kaken. I assume you all heard the story that the kid who got the answers closest to All Might was quirkless, right? They all nodded, leaning in close. Well, that was me and until a few years ago, I thought I actually was quirkless. What ended up happening is that my mother met a woman who claimed she could pass on her quirk to someone without one. Truth is that she activated latent quirks into something workable. A friend of hers worked with me afterwards, since my body wasn't prepared for what I was capable of. I hope that's enough to satisfy them. Man, that's pretty cool, Kirishima said. Although speaking of cool and strong, I'd say both Todoroki and Bakugo fit the bill. Yeah, but Bakugo's an a-hole. Only edgy teenagers and crazy villains will like him, Tsuyu said, leapfrogging off Kirishima's statement. Katsuki leapt to his feet, shouting, watch when I'm more popular than you, frog girl. Enjoy only having babies and weirdos as fans. Tsuyu pointed at him and his reaction as if it proved her point. It does in a way, Izuku admitted to himself. I wonder if they'd believe me if I said he was worse when we were kids. You know, Bakugo, Kaminari began, it's pretty sad that barely 2 weeks in and we all know that your personality only appeals to, how did Azui put it? Edgy teenagers and crazy villains? I mean, you're a laugh, but Endeavor is nicer than you and his son doesn't even like him. How about I smash you face in, Piku? Katsuki shouted. Izuku sighed, watching Katsuki get caught in a shouting match with half the class. Shut up, we're here, Aizawa called back as the bus stopped. They followed him from the bus and into the massive complex where their training would be happening. Inside were 6 zones, designed like attractions of Destinyland but with hazards rivaling the craziest variety shows. I didn't know UA High hired the ride designers for Destinyland, Momo said, odd. Looks like there are zones for floods, landslides, conflagrations, earthquakes, and more. I'm almost worried about what they don't have zones for. You're very perceptive, the mystery teacher said, joining Class 1A. This facility is home to nearly every disaster and accident you can imagine. I designed it myself. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. Their mystery teacher was stocky, wearing a white space suit with a black dome and yellow rain boots. You're 13, the space hero, Izuku said as his memorized notes came to the front of his mind. A few of his peers gasped, familiar with the pro hero before them. Hey 13, Aizawa said. Where's All Might? He never showed, so I thought he was meeting us here. 13 waved him over and leaned in close. I thought Nedzu would have told you, Eraserhead. He used up nearly all of his time during his morning commute. Izuku saw 13 hold up 3 fingers and sighed. I knew he was down to only 3 hours a day when he pushes it, but I didn't realize it was that much of an issue. It would be easier if I could join him in the field as a hero, shouldering his burden. How illogical, Aizawa complained. He turned to his students and raised his voice. Looks like All Might won't be joining us, unfortunately. Let's get started then. Before we do so, 13 cut in. There are some things I want to talk about before we start. As many of you know, my quirk is Black Hole. It can consume and destroy anything. While I use it to save people and handle disasters, it has the capacity to kill. I suspect some of you have similar quirks, those that are dangerous and potentially lethal. In our quirk-based society, their usage is heavily restricted, monitored, and regulated. While it appears stable, with one mistake a powerful quirk can kill countless people. I've been briefed on your previous classwork using quirks. Aizawa's test was determining your potential. All Might's battle training showed you how your quirks can work in combat. Today, you will learn how to use them to save lives. Your powers are, and I stress this because some students always have narrow views of who they are as heroes, not meant to harm others. I hope that when you leave today, you will understand what it means to help people. I expect great things from all of you. As they applauded 13, Aizawa plowed ahead. Great. Now to begin. He drifted off, his gaze focused on the plaza between the different zones. Like the rest, Izuku followed Aizawa's line of sight. Black and purple mist swirled, expanding, until a hand grabbed the side of the forming hole and a head emerged. With shaggy gray hair, red eyes, and a discolored hand covering his face, Izuku knew it was a villain. Dread and fear coursed up his spine and he stepped back onto someone's foot. All Might said nothing about this feeling. Huddle up and stick together. Aizawa shouted back at them. He ignored their confusion, moving forward. 13, protect the students. Dozens of people, villains, poured through a giant, black tear in the USC. What's going on? Are those more battle robots? Kirishima asked. They look human. Worse, Aizawa said, pulling on his goggles. Those are real villains. A figure emerged from the mist, formed from the same black and purple wisps. 13 and Eraserhead. According to our staff schedule, All Might is supposed to be here. So that was you, scum. That day the press somehow got on campus. They've been planning that long? Even longer? The man with the hand mask stepped forward. Where is he? We've come all this way, and brought so many playmates. All Might, the symbol of peace, is he here? His attention turned to Izuku and the other students standing behind Aizawa. I wonder if some dead kids will bring him here. Well, there's only one way to find out. Blood pounded in Izuku's ears as the others shouted about the villains. He noticed Momo speaking with 13 and Todoroki frowning as he looked around They thought All Might was going to be here. If that's the reason they came here, then what is their goal? To fight him? Kill him? The last thought froze his blood. This place is far from campus and we're the only ones scheduled to be here, Todoroki told some of the others. Without the sensors activating, nobody at UA knows what's happening here. That's smart, for a bunch of villains, Kirishima said, hardening a fist. They must be after something, going to such lengths. They're here to kill All Might, Izuku whispered. Judging from the shocked reactions, his voice had carried beyond his own ears. 13. Aizawa shouted over any potential panic. Evacuate the facility and continue to try and make contact with the school. One of the villains is jamming the facility's sensors and our communications. I'd bet they have someone with an electric type's quirk blocking everything. Kaminari. See if you can break through the villain's interference and get in contact with UA. It should only take 5 minutes for reinforcements to arrive, once you get through. Kaminari nodded, a little green. Sensei, you can't mean to fight them all alone, Izuku said. He had only seen and fought Aizawa in one-on-one situations. You can't erase all of their quirks. Your fighting style is much better suited towards fighting one-on-one, especially if you can ambush your opponent. Fighting so many in a crowd won't. Only the laziest of heroes is a one-trick pony, Midoriya, Aizawa said, calm even as his scarf released its tight bonds around his shoulders. 13. Protect my students. With that, he flicked his scarf out and leapt down the staircase. While Izuku wanted to watch Aizawa take down the multitude of villains, he followed 13 and the others towards the exit. They were only a dozen meters from the doors when the black mist appeared before them. Terrible yellow eyes glowered from the black and purple fog. I cannot allow you to leave, said, shocking them. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but we've come here to your school, a source of heroism, to kill All Might, the symbol of peace. I wish I wasn't right, Izuku thought. Why couldn't they just be regular villains? Instead, we have to fight an entire league dedicated to killing All Might. We were under the impression that All Might would be here today, the smoke villain continued. We will have other opportunities to strike at him if he doesn't appear today. Even with the change in schedule, consider yourselves unlucky. For my role remains unchanged. While 13 prepared his quirk, Katsuki and Kirishima took the initiative and jumped past the pro hero to engage the villain. They both threw a devastating punch, hitting the villain simultaneously. Then we'll just have to take you down first, Kirishima bragged, his hardening quirk still active as he landed. Bet you didn't see that coming. The mist villain reformed, revealing a long metal collar and a simple black and white suit beneath his smoky head. That was close. Though you may be students, you could one day become the next generation of great heroes. That cannot happen. 13 gasped, startled, and shouted, "Get back, you two!" Before Katsuki and Kirishima could move, a thick, dark fog overtook the young heroes. "Begone! Writhe in torment until your final breath," the villain said. Izuku braced himself as the smoke flowed over and surrounded him. A moment passed as a strange lightness overwhelmed his senses before he emerged, shouting, and fell several feet into the flood zone's huge pool. He closed his mouth just as he hit the water, but that wasn't enough from preventing a brief torrent of water slipping up his nose. "He teleported us just like he brought those villains in. Why are they going so far in their attempt to kill All Might? There has to be more going on than a simple assassination. If that's what it was, there would be easier ways to get him." Izuku would have let his thoughts continue, but a villain charged him underwater. With shark features and haphazard scuba equipment, it was clear the villain had been specially deployed to the flood zone due to their ability to kill in the water. "Don't take it personal, kid, but it's over for you." He charged, mouth open wider than Izuku's head. As he neared, Tsuyu appeared from the side and smashed into the villain with a fierce kick, knocking him aside. Her tongue flicked out, wrapped around Izuku, and they fled the water. He landed onto the deck of a ship floating in the pool, Tsuyu's tongue releasing its hold on him. A second later, Minoru Mineta joined him on the deck with a hard impact. "Thanks, Azui," Izuku said as Tsuyu climbed aboard. "I remember asking you to call me Tsuyu." She glanced back and frowned. "We're in trouble out here. There's at least a dozen in the water." Izuku nodded, and remembered something the mist villain had said. "Even with the change in schedule." "They knew our schedule," he said. "They got it that day the press rushed onto campus last week. Todoroki was right when he said they had been prepared for this, even if things aren't going as they thought. But it's not like they can kill All Might," Mineta shouted, punching the air. "He'll thrash them once he arrives. We just gotta wait." "Mineta," Tsuyu said, sounding more confident than she looked. "They must have a plan to kill him. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of coming here? Killing us might be part of their plan, and I fear they were able to get so many villains involved so they could try and kill us, but their target is All Might. If we wait for him, there's a chance we might not make it, and they may just kill him anyways." Mineta began to panic and Izuku couldn't help the feeling of demoralization flooding him due to Tsuyu's words. He gave the frog girl a concerned look and she looked away, abashed. She's trying to be honest with Mineta. We're in the dark about what's happening and she's right that they have a plan for killing All Might. But if they're going this far to try and kill him, there must be a reason why. His thoughts drifted and drew upon old memories from his childhood watching All Might and their meetings between taking the HRLT and entering UA. "You can be a hero." Izuku clenched his fists and turned to Mineta and Tsuyu, both with long, uncertain faces. "If we want to prevent them from killing All Might, then we have to be heroes. We have to fight and win." "How can we possibly win? You said that they might be able to kill All Might. We have to wait for you, Midoriya." Izuku placed both hands on the nervous boy's shoulders. "Mineta, calm down and think. The villain's down there, waiting for us. They're suited for aquatic combat, right? Don't ignore my point," Mineta whimpered, shaking. "Oh, how I want to tell Mineta how proud All Might will be of him when we win, but I have to stay focused on the present. The ringleaders must have recruited their team knowing about the different environments in the USJ, right?" Tsuyu asked. Izuku grinned. "Exactly. Their intel told them that. However, even all of their planning has left us with one oddity. They brought Tsuyu to the flood zone. If I was planning this, I would have sent her elsewhere." "What does that mean?" Mineta asked, confused. "They don't know about our quirks, Mineta," Izuku said, his confidence rising. He saw its impact on the other two, how they straightened. "It's because they don't know about our quirks that their strategy was to scatter and overwhelm us with numbers. While they have us beat in terms of numbers and experience, we only need to outthink them to win." He grinned and finished, saying, "We win by exploiting the fact they are unaware of our quirks. Even the little of Tsuyu's they've seen will make them wary. I didn't show off much of my quirk during battle training too," Tsuyu added. "I can jump really high and stick to walls. My tongue extends up to 20 meters. There are some other frog abilities but they aren't that helpful right now." Izuku nodded. "You have a good range of skills, Tsuyu. I just have my strength, although I've been working on new ways to wield it. However, I can only control a quarter of my potential power without hurting myself, so I won't be able to create and use as much force as I'd like." There was a plop sound as Mineta removed one of his ball. He stuck it to the ship and said, "It's really sticky, especially if I'm feeling good. While a new one will grow to replace the one I've removed, if I pull too many too fast, I'll bleed. Fortunately, they bounce off of me instead of sticking." Izuku exchanged a look with Tsuyu and smiled. If we play our cards right and what I'm thinking of works, I have a plan to get us out of the zone. And before he could begin explaining his plan, the ship rocked as it begun to take on water. Izuku calmed his nerves as he came to stand on the ship's edge. The villains below jeered as his companions prepared to fulfill their parts of his plan. If this doesn't work, I'll be the one they get first. I won't let them touch my friends as long as I breathe. With one last deep breath, he jumped and shouted, "Face my might." He soared over the villains, almost hovering for a moment, and then begun to descend towards the water. They grinned, and although a pulse of fear coursed through him, he drew back 2 fingers with his thumb and filled them with one for all. I have one chance to get this right. Here goes nothing. He released his fingers and a shockwave struck the water's surface and created a deep depression. There was a moment when he feared it would fill normally, but then the depression turned into a whirlpool. As it formed, Izuku shouted the first words that came to him. "Awaji crunch." The impact gave him a second wind and he rose from the water. Izuku turned back to the ship and called out, "Tsuyu, my neta, now." Tsuyu sprung from the ship, tongue launched as if it was a grappling hook. It caught Izuku and reeled him in. Once the 3 were reunited, Mineta threw a long barrage of purple ball into the whirlpool, sticking to the villains as the whirlpool dragged them together. Their attack completed, the 3 heroes soared over the trapped villains and landed near the flood zone's edge with a soft splash. "Your plan worked without any improvisation, Midoriya," Tsuyu said as they bobbed in the rippling water. "As I said, they were unaware of our capabilities. Hopefully any villains between us and the entrance are as ignorant." Izuku smiled even as his eyes drifted to find Aizawa still locked in combat with the villains in the central area. "There's still more fighting until we've won, but we won the first skirmish." The 3 students, heroes in training, swam to the edge of the flood zone, looking to rest on the concrete barrier. "I took an amazing dump this morning. They'll be stuck together all day," Mineta bragged, relying on Tsuyu to reach shore. A few trickles of blood marred his face. "That's something I'd rather not know," Izuku said. "Hopefully that doesn't make arresting them harder on the police. Anyways, we got lucky with how well the plan turned out. They weren't smart, sticking together along the surface. Although, they probably didn't expect us to pose a serious threat to them." They reached the shallows and walked over to the concrete barrier keeping the pool's water contained. There they were able to see Aizawa, locked in an ongoing fight with a large group of villains. "I feel terrible about being worried about him, about doubting his skills. I'll have to ask him to tell me the full story of this fighting style and how he goes about taking on large groups. It's hard to get him talking about his experiences in the field, but the few times I got him rambling were worth it. I wonder if anyone else has ever got him talking like that." "What do we do now?" Tsuyu asked. "Right now? Find a way to call for help from the outside," Izuku said. He leaned against the short wall, eyes tracing the area before them. "Following the shoreline should keep us away from the plaza fight until we have to get out of the water. As long as we remain out of Aizawa-sensei's fight and don't draw too many villains from it, we should be fine. Once we reach the stairs, we head for the exit, where we were earlier. If we could get, say, Ida out the door, he can race to you, alert the school, and bring the cavalry to mop up the remaining villains and bring all of us home, safe and whole. Maybe even All Might will come," Mineta added, his legs splashing. "Maybe," Izuku said, distracted. He watched the villains attempt to swarm Aizawa. He slipped around their attacks and countered, always 3 steps ahead of their attacks. Yet even as he took them down, those defeated earlier rose, weary, injured, and looking to get their pound of flesh. "But there's something else must do." He turned to Tsuyu and Mineta. "We need to help Aizawa-sensei. The villains he's already defeated are starting to get back to their feet, and he hasn't reached the ringleaders." When he said that, he glanced at the man with the hand on his face and the massive birdman standing next to him, its brain exposed and showing a muscular form that could rival all. "You can't be serious, Midoriya." Mineta all but screamed. Izuku was tempted to ask the boy why he wanted to be a hero. "We just got away from those water villains and you want to take on more?" "I'm with Mineta on this one, Midoriya," Tsuyu said. "We got to safety. We should regroup with the others. Then I would be behind you for helping Aizawa-sensei. There is safety in numbers." Izuku frowned, but he admitted internally that Tsuyu had a point. Aizawa charged the ringleader, enough of the minor villains on the ground or too far away to interfere. He tried once, twice, to land a blow before the villain caught his elbow. Said elbow began to blister, as if layer by layer, clothes, skin and muscle were sliced away from his bones with the precision of a medical quirk. There was another exchange of blows as the pro-hero disengaged from the villain, but that was when the massive beast moved, seizing Aizawa by the head with a meaty hand. It then slammed him into the concrete ground. Aizawa struggled, pinned to the ground by his head while the other hand grabbed the nearest arm and twisted it. "Meet the anti-symbol of peace," the ringleader said, his coarse voice carrying across to the young heroes. They shivered. The bioengineered Numa. His maker used his failure against All Might to shape him. There was a snap as Aizawa's arm was crushed. Izuku could feel through the water how Tsuyu and Mineta both shook. I can't blame them. That villain. He said it was bioengineered. That's how they planned to kill All Might with a test tube product. One related to him. The ringleader taunted their teacher as Numu continued its attempt to merge Aizawa with the concrete. This is bad, Midoriya, Mineta said, his shivers and shakes giving way to an uncontrollable tremble. We have to change PL plans, right? Do we just hide here? Any word Izuku could offer was stuck in his throat. His heart raced, yet cold sweat stuck to his skin and the power of one for all felt far away. Those other villains, they were no more than cannon fodder, with some given an environmental advantage so they could deal with us students. But those two and the one with the warping quirk? They're evil and in a league that we can't hope to face today. A warp gate, all twisting black and purple, appeared near the ringleader. Tamura Shigaraki, he said, voice darker than when he had faced the gathered students. Kurogyri. About time. I am to assume you have dealt with 13? Shigaraki responded, almost giggling. Incapacitated, Kurogyri said. The words sounded like the villain had been insulted to Izuku. There were some students I failed to warp away. One of them, related to Ingenium I believe, escaped. Is that so? Shigaraki said. He spiraled into uncontrolled laughter, scratching at his uncovered cheeks, thumbs tucked close to his palms. Kurogyri. If you weren't our ticket out of here and if Sensei had someone to replace you, I'd turn you to dust. We won't stand a chance against dozens of pro heroes. I won't waste quarters on a continue today. He turned from Aizawa. Numu, you can play with him later. We're leaving. Wait, leaving. Mineta said. Did he really say that? Tsuyu asked hopefully. Izuku nodded. Sounds like it. There was a splash as Mineta jumped onto Tsuyu, hugging her tightly. We're saved. Gurgling quickly followed his excitement. Izuku glanced over and saw that the smaller boy was being held underwater. Mineta, what did you do this time? I've got a bad feeling, Midoriya, Tsuyu said, letting Mineta up for air. Yeah. Izuku pressed up against the shore. To do all of this and then just leave? I don't understand it. Why leave without achieving their primary goal? They came here to kill All Might, but now they're just leaving. You will be in greater danger if they escape, but not as bad as if they had gotten their opportunity to kill All Might, us, and then fled. We may have won today, driving them off, but they achieved a Pyrrhic victory against the world of heroes. Why strike now though? Before we leave, Shigaraki added, stretching. Let's leave some dead kids. In a blink, Shigaraki was right next to them, his right hand reaching for them. Let's wound the pride of the symbol of peace. His hand considered targets before reaching for Tsuyu's head. Mineta popped off one of his ball with a shaking arm, yet Izuku could only stare in horror. But why am I not moving? It seemed so easy during the exam. I want to move, to fight, to save a life, yet I'm just standing here. Before Shigaraki could touch Tsuyu, he stopped and chuckled. There's a reason you're my favorite hero, Eraserhead. The pro hero had lifted his head in defiance, eyes glowing red as he forced himself to channel his quirk, to thwart the villain. There was a gush of displaced water and Izuku realized he had finally moved, leaping from the water. One for all coursed through his body, filling body and fist as he targeted Shigaraki. The villain said something that the pounding blood in his ears blocked. The only thing audible was his voice, shouting, Nagasaki smash. There was a violent implosion, as if 1,000 vibrating dust bunnies diverted the force of his punch. Instead of smashing apart Shigaraki's masked face, Numu had caught his punch in a meaty hand. The palm of its hand was destroyed, skin ripped away and bones and nerves exposed. No blood flowed onto Izuku's fist, yet it began to heal, stitching together as fibers reformed. The massive creature lifted Izuku into the air, dangling him before Shigaraki as he stood. That was very impressive, wounding Numu the way you did. And was that a smash I heard? I hate All Might over all heroes. Maybe, just maybe you're more than just a fan. More than a fan. He shouldn't know about One for All, about my powers and All Mights. Unless Sensei, the one who formed Numu is who I fear it is. Numu, he won't need that hand anymore. Destroy it and then give me the other hole. Izuku screamed as the hand around his began to crush it like an ant under a boot heel. Numu tossed him aside, perhaps to crush his head or pulverize his hand with a single strike, as Shigaraki turned on Tsuyu and Mineta, still petrified in the flood zone's waters. There was a thundering sound as the main doors were blown out, launched off their hinges. A tall figure, muscular and blonde, emerged from the ensuing cloud of dust. All Might stood there, removing his tie, and Izuku grinned through the pain. Fear not, his mentor bellowed so everyone in the USJ could hear him. I am here. While Mineta shouted and cried at the sight of All Might, Izuku noticed one thing about his mentor that chilled his spine and made his palms clammy. All Might isn't smiling. All Might was furious. Furious that his efforts to help people was limited by injuries, that he was limited as a hero to only a few hours every day. Furious that he had to choose between the work he had dedicated himself to and teaching the generation of heroes that would uphold everything he fought for. Furious that the villains were able to attack those same students and that only one of them, Tenya Ida, was able to escape and inform him and the other heroes of what was happening at a place they thought safe. When he had encountered the young man halfway between UA and the what little temper he had was sparked like a lightning bolt hitting a dead tree, and he could feel his capacity to use one for all growing. As he was informed about everything the boy knew of the attack, the scope and scale of the villains and their quirks, it threatened to overflow. 13, terribly injured just so young Ida could escape. Aizawa, fighting against overwhelming odds. My colleagues are great heroes and I wasted nearly all of my strength helping people with small incidents. I must remember my duty to the future, to my successor. I had a bad feeling, so I cut my talk with Nedza short and came immediately. Students cried and grinned as he walked past. Their relief, their efforts, the fact they still held their lives filled him with hope and inspiration. Rest, my brave students. Then I ran into Ida, who told me what had occurred. It made my blood boil. A villain down below, with a hand over his face, spoke. You kept me waiting, hero. I thought I wouldn't get my shot at you today. All Might listened as the small-time villains grumbled amongst themselves, trying to build their courage to stand against him. It will not matter, though I hope they rethink their decisions in jail. He leapt from the top of the stairs, landed softly, and in a flash bulldozed through the villains to reach Aizawa. I should have been here, Aizawa. You have fought with the strength and heart of a dozen heroes today. Forgive my late arrival. He lifted the injured hero and set him aside, behind him. With another burst of speed, he pulled Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta away from their places near the villains and set them with Aizawa. Seeing Izuku's injured hand, broken and limp, sickened him. You have fought well, young Midoriya. I will fight on for you. To the entrance. Take Aizawa and hurry. He ignored their confusion, focusing on the villains before him. Their leader leaned over and picked up the hand that had fallen from his face from All Might's fast movements. Giggling, he said, throwing punches to save people. That's our state-sponsored violence. You're fast. Too fast for me today, but not as fast as I expected. There were whispers in the deepest dark, but I didn't think it was true, All Might. Are you really getting weaker? All Might, we may have to retreat, Izuku said. There was a fear in his voice that gave All Might pause. What has happened? Why are these villains here? That brain villain, they call it Numu. It was able to catch my punch at quarter strength and then regenerate from the blow. All Might considered the villain and noticed that while its right hand was injured, it was little more than discoloration on the palm, like a sunburn from a wintry day. I can't tell how strong its healing factor is or how it works other than it activated after my attack. Young Midoriya, All Might said, turning to face his student. Fear not. With that, he charged, arms folded back to opposite shoulders. Caroline, smash. His arms flicked out in diagonal chops. Even with his speed, the villainous monster was able to deflect and counter his blows. The one Midoriya says is called Num. What a dangerous enemy withstanding such a blow. He then delivered a tackling punch, using the power of his back and legs to strengthen his attack. The boy got lucky, being able to overpower Numu's shock absorption, the villain said, almost gloating. If you want to really damage Numu, you should try and tear him apart, piece by piece. Although, I doubt you would have the time to finish. Thanks for the info. All Might called out, slipping behind Numu and with his shoulders level to the beast's hips, grabbed tight. He lifted and leaned back, slamming the villain into the ground. And while for a moment he felt success, it turned into bitter blood in his mouth. Somehow, the villain had dug sharp claws into his sides. He looked up at the ground and saw a warp portal around Numu's body, allowing its upper portions to reach where it otherwise shouldn't. You hoped to drive him into the concrete and slow him down, didn't you? Good job, Kurogyri. Perfect timing, turning everything against the symbol of peace. All Might groaned as the claws dug deeper. That's my weak point. It may know about my injury. I have to get out of this or I may actually die. Kurogyri begun to monologue, narrating their plan as All Might struggled to break free. Numu has dug too deep into my sides for me to make a clean break. As he struggled, he saw Izuku hand Aizawa to Tsuyu and Mineta before turning to race to his aid. Young Midoriya. As the boy charged, Kurogyri opened a warp gates in front of his protege. A crackling explosion drove back the black and purple mist. All Might could have laughed if he weren't so injured, seeing Katsuki emerge from wherever he had been sent and take advantage of the villain's monologue. The oversized cigar is mine, Deku, he shouted, entering the fight. As Katsuki pinned Kurogyri with glowing hands, All Might smiled at the ice spreading from Todoroki onto Numu as Kirishima attempted to blindside the ringleader. I heard you people are here to kill All Might. Todoroki said, his voice so much like his father. Scum like you could never kill the symbol of peace. All Might shattered the frozen limb and freed himself, removing the bits of Numu that remained in his sides. Blood trickled from his wounds as he separated the young heroes from the villains. I need to end this fast, or someone else may get badly injured. I won't allow such a thing to occur. Numu shifted, body returning from the shrinking warp gate. You've pinned down our way out, the villain ringleader said, pulling All Might's attention away from the fiend that had injured him. I should kill you first. You slipped up handy, Katsuki said, sitting on Kurojire's metal collar. He turned to the villain beneath him. It's just like thought. Those parts that can be used for his foggy warp gates are limited. You even use that misty sheet to hide your real form, you piece of sheet. If your whole body was mist and physical attacks didn't work, you'd never say remark on how close a blow was. All Might watched as Katsuki rubbed a glowing hand up and down the physical parts of the struggling Kurojiri. Try anything fishy and they'll be sending you to a prison's infirmary to treat your burns. Many pro heroes will want to talk to Bakugo about his attitude, although it may help him build a loyal following. Vigilantes will love him. How shameful, our league of villains being thwarted by some kids, the ringleader said. Numu, bring me the explosive brat's hands. We need our escape route back and some of my hands stink. They watched Numu heal from the damage caused by Todoroki's icy attack. The remaining frozen flesh was broken as its healing factor kicked in. Flesh bubbled as destroyed limbs reformed. All Might held out his arms saying, "Get back. You were right about the healing factor, young Midoriya. To have more than just a shock absorption quirk. It explains much about what has happened today and what they know. Numu is a super-powered sandbag, designed to withstand your full power. His hyper-regeneration is just part of a multi-quirk formula designed for you, All Might," the ringleader bragged as Numu charged Katsuki. "He's fast." All Might intercepted Numu's attack, driving the creature back and away from the students. The impact shook the trees and the symbol of peace was driven back a few feet, arms held in a high block. "He doesn't know how to hold back," All Might said, spitting blood. "I would be impressed if it wasn't meant to kill me." "Anything to save a comrade, right?" the ringleader said. "He's about to monologue. He hasn't learned from earlier. Just like earlier, with Eraserhead, before Numu broke him. He came at me with everything he had, for violence in the name of saving others is admirable, right hero? What a disgusting sentiment. We all thrive on violence, on using our quirks without the limitations of your precious society. But are we the same? They categorize us by the labels pressed upon us. You're good. You're evil. That's how it is. Symbol of peace? But, in the end, you're just another individual using violence to keep us down. Those of us, who would reform society, tear it down to show the world how false you truly are. In the end, violence only breeds more violence. I shall show the world the truth by killing you." All Might snorted. "What nonsense. Idealistic criminals may have a fire in their eyes, yet the only ideal you hold is the violence you try and blame on me." The ringleader sneered beneath the hand. "What you think changes nothing." All Might paused as he heard his students prepare to attack the villains. "No," he told them. "I will handle them." "They could have succeeded in killing you if we hadn't stepped in," Todoroki said. "All Might, you're bleeding, and I think your time is up," Midoriya added, frantic as he tried to not reveal the truth of their shared quirk. The symbol of peace grinned. "They'll be great heroes. But today they have done all they can." "Correct, Todoroki. Thank you for your assistance. Fear not though. It is time you all see firsthand just what a true pro-hero can do." The ringleader ignored him. "Numu, Kurojiri. All Might is yours. For kids should be easier than Eraserhead." He approached them, fingers stretching as he prepared. "I wish young Midoriya wasn't right. I'm close to my limit. I likely have a few minutes left. I'm weakening faster than I should, but I have no other choice. I can't turn my back on my students. But, I am the symbol of peace." All Might released his power, cracking the ground and startling the villains. He faced Numu's charge head-on, meeting the monster's power blow for blow. Words reached his ears from the villains, commenting on Numu's blend of quirks. "But that's the thing," All Might said as he continued to meet each fast and furious blow with one of his own. "It's absorption, not negation. There is a limit, so I will go beyond it. You say its purpose is to defeat me, to withstand all of my strength. Watch closely as I surpass your devilish creation." All Might shouted. Although more blood came from his mouth, he continued to meet and overpower each one of Numu's flurry of attacks. "Tell me, villain," he said as Numu reeled under his power. "Do you know the meaning of plus ultra? Here, let me show you." He took his power, the power of those before him, and forged it into a single punch and caught Numu right in the chest with an uppercut, sending the black monstrosity flying. It soared from his fist like a struck baseball, hit the ceiling, and powered through it and beyond the That is how it is done. That is the truth of Plus Ultra. I am slowing down, he admitted to his fawning students. At my prime, it would have taken just 5 punches to defeat that villain. But today, it took 300 to achieve victory. I have little time left. I must finish this. Now, villain. I believe it is time for you to surrender. I still have a few hundred more punches in me. You cheater, the ringleader hissed. You call that weak? With what you did to Numo? Ah. He scratched any part of his head not covered by his mask. You're still strong. I was lied to. I thought you came to kill me, or am I wrong? All Might asked. Leave or surrender. Those are your only options, villains. If you claim you can kill me, then try it. He stood there as steam mixed with the rising dust. Nearly at my limit. I fear my true form will be exposed if I have to move and fight. Well, do you plan to fight or will you surrender? The ringleader grew anxious and his scratching worsened. If only we still had Numo. If only to take those hits, we could win. Shigaraki, calm down, Kurojiri said. Numo caused damage even if All Might pretends otherwise. Those kids are caught up in their hero worship and reinforcements can arrive anytime. We could kill him working together, but only if you act. Yes, Shigaraki said, frantic. Yes, we can do this. We can kill the symbol of peace. All Might stood his ground as the villains charged. Kurojiri created a swirling vortex of blacks and purples, impeding the fastest path towards stopping them. And then from the corner of his eye, Izuku lunged into the fray, his broken hand drawn to deliver one last blow. He smiled seeing his student, especially at the declaration, if you want All Might, you'll have to come through me, as his fist flew forward, aiming for the reaching hand. A gunshot tore through the USJ. The bullet hit Shigaraki's hand emerging from a warp gate and All Might relaxed. They've arrived. You did well, Ida, bringing reinforcements. The villains retreated. Although there were several more attempts by the fresh heroes to stop them, they slipped through their fingers like warm sand on a blistering day. Tashinori looked down at Izuku, who had landed belly first on the floor, his muscular decreasing in size and power. Enough dust and smoke hung to his body to disguise his shifting body from the other students. You've done well today, young Midoriya, he said with his characteristic smile. They could have had me there, yet it was your quick thinking and reflexes that made them hesitate long enough for the others to arrive. Before the other students could approach or even get a clear look at him, Cementos raised a barrier between mentor and student and the rest of Class 1A. While this is concerning, hopefully we have time to prepare before they try and strike again. I will need to speak with Tsukachi about what the police will do to help find and stop this Shigaraki and his League of Villains. I should finish young Midoriya's individual quirk training. The time when he will need to control all of One for All is approaching sooner than I feared. Izuku sighed as he passed through the gates of UA High. Although school was cancelled the day after the USJ attack, the student council was using the day to gather, determine all of the facts behind the attack, and discuss the student response to the attack. I'm going to be explaining everything that happened. I did tell Yaoyorozu that I would be fine on my own. He looked down at his right hand, healed thanks to Recovery Girl's fast-working quirk. UA wouldn't be able to operate the way it does if it wasn't for her. So many injuries, so many accidents that need to be patched up and healed. It's a shame that healing quirks are so rare, given just how desirable they are. The meeting room was inside the third door on the left on the ground level. The interior was decorated with only a long U-shaped table and several dozen chairs. When he walked through the door, Izuku was unsurprised to find a majority of the chairs had already been filled. The few students who turned upon hearing the door open took double takes as they realized just who had entered and watched him closely as he crossed the room, gazing intently at his chair. He sat down with a sigh and the person to his left coughed. Nice to see you arrive, Midoriya, Itsuka Kendo said once she got his attention. The president of Class 1B nursed a cup of tea. How are you feeling? We all heard about the attack yesterday. Some of the guys in my class are jealous about it, but I'm more relieved my class didn't get caught up in that mess. I'm good, Kendo, Izuku said. I got healed by Recovery Girl after we were all evacuated. I had the worst of it out of everyone in my class. Is that so? There was a pause as she sipped her tea. I'd bet you got hurt trying to help someone. Kendo laughed when Izuku flushed. You know, it could have been us that faced the attack instead of your class. We were at the USJ that morning with 13, our homeroom teacher, and ectoplasm, so knowing that it could have been us? There was a lot of arguing and discussing what could have happened if it had been. As I said, some of the guys are a bit hot-headed and wish they could have been the ones fighting, but I would say most of us are relieved to not be fighting villains so early. Anyways, I'll do my best to keep our class from bothering yours tomorrow, especially since everyone's going to be curious about Class 1A. Izuku wanted to respond, but the last few members of the council had finally arrived and the meeting started. The president, tall, blonde, and still rather plain, stood and after a few moments, the room went silent. Rumor was that he was one of the 3 best students still at UA and was interning with one of All Might's former sidekicks. I don't really remember him from last year's sports festival. I honestly feel bad about that, if the rumors are true. Plus, I'm going to be the focus of this meeting. I'm calling today's emergency meeting of the Universal Academy of Heroic Student Council to order, the president said, his naturally friendly face made to appear stern. As you've been informed, yesterday afternoon the unforeseen simulation joint was attacked by multiple villains along with their leader, calling themselves the League of Villains. Principal Nedzu is concerned unfounded rumors will spread through the student body and potentially be spread to the media, so he's asked me to gather everyone here immediately and make sure every story spread through the school matches the facts of what happened yesterday. He turned to Izuku Midoriya, as the class president of those involved, I will leave it to you to explain what happened and answer any questions others may have. The president sat down and Izuku stood, wishing once again that Momo had joined him. The villains arrived shortly after we reached the USJ for rescue training. One of their leaders, Kurojiri, used his quirk, Warp Gates, to transport over 100 villains into the USJ. While a majority appeared in the central plaza, several were sent to each of the 6 zones. Aizawa-sensei engaged the villains in the plaza while 13 prepared to escort us out of the facility and to safety. However, the villains had other plans. Kurojiri blocked our escape. 2 of my classmates, Bakugo Katsuki and Kirishima Idru, attempted to take down the villain, but instead Kurojiri warped about 2/3 of the class into the various zones. I only know parts of what the others went through, but myself, along with Azuitsuyu and Mineta Minoru were warped into the flood zone and dumped into the large pool. A few of the older students joked about the flood zone, but Izuku ignored them. We regrouped on the ship, made a plan, and were able to disable and escape the villains surrounding the boat in the water. I would estimate there was 12 to 15 in total. That was when we encountered the ringleader and his weapon. His fists tightened and with a long, shallow breath, Izuku pressed on. Their leader's name is Shigaraki Tamura and he has a disintegration quirk which he used on Aizawa-sensei and attempted to use on Azuitsuyu. I tried to attack him, but was stopped by his weapon, Num. It is a biological creation, given multiple quirks for the purpose of killing All Might. The only quirks I witnessed were hyper-regeneration and shock absorption. He paused, letting the others soak in his words. The room chilled, as if a winter gust had pushed all the heat from the room. Nervous glances flickered about the room, but Izuku noticed most always found him in the end. I wonder how this sounds to them. I don't know if I would have believed it if I hadn't been there. Numu severely injured Aizawa-sensei, with my injuries being less severe and already healed. There may have been more serious casualties if All Might didn't arrive then. One of our classmates, Ida Tenya, was able to escape the USJ with the purpose of informing UA about what was happening. 13 had self-caused injuries inflicted upon him by Kurojiri, who remained near the exit to keep word escaping the USJ. In the end, All Might pushed through an injury and defeated Numu, which was taken into custody by the police, along with 72 villains. Shigaraki and Kurojiri escaped when pro-hero reinforcements arrived. Izuku then sat down. He glanced around the chamber. A wide range of conflicted and jealous looks were flashed in his direction, and there were some who seemed to doubt his words. Maybe I should have gone into deeper details about All Might's fight against Numu. Hopefully that would be enough to pacify anyone's jealousy and doubt. Any questions? The president asked, a shade paler than earlier. If I may, a second-year student with scaly skin said. This Numu you mentioned. How can you be so sure that it's a bioengineered weapon? Is there any chance it was born with the quirks it possessed? Shigaraki openly stated that Numu was not only biologically engineered to kill All Might, but I specifically remember him referring to it as being the anti-symbol of peace, Izuku said. There's also the fact it didn't appear to be terribly intelligent. It acted more like a drone or puppet, following orders without thought or argument. His answers sparked nervous chatter. He suspected the idea that villains could create and give multiple quirks to a creature frightened people, and likely went against everything they believed about quirks. I wonder how they'd react if the truth about how I got my quirk got out. Even if they heard the story I gave my class, which would likely be enough to unsettle them. What was their goal? A third year with gills asked. There were snorts from around the room. Must have been so shocked by the biological engineering and multiple quirks that she missed that comment. To kill All Might, Izuku repeated, his voice now quiet. The girl flushed as the room rippled with his response, nearly everyone repeating those 4 words to themselves as if it was unfathomable. A minute of silence fell on the chamber before the president dismissed them, looking uncertain given what they had all just heard. Izuku remained in his seat, watching people leave, until there were only a few left. That was surprisingly short, Kendo said, startling Izuku. I thought we would be here until late afternoon, with everyone asking you questions and pressing for details. Although with what you said, a bunch of them are probably still reeling from the implications of what you just told us. Fortunately it was short. I wonder how much they'll actually tell their classmates though. Izuku stood and Kendo followed. I'm surprised you didn't question me. Your class will be the one most interested in the specifics about what happened. The sports festival is coming up and it's almost tradition for the hero classes to try and one-up each other. I wasn't sure what to ask other than expanding upon a few points, but I'll probably just ask Yaoyorozu or one of the other girls instead. They left the meeting room and headed towards the entrance. You skimming over your encounter with the villains in the flood zone and All Might's fight will make more rumors sprout tomorrow, not less. I couldn't exactly explain what happened in the flood zone in detail while only giving speculation as to what occurred in the other 5 zones along with near the door. The few hotheads in my class would get worked up over how I didn't sing their praises for the school to hear and likely correct every third word out of my mouth. And All Might. Ken depressed. I was told not to speak too much about it, Izuku said, suddenly nervous. The police say they'll be investigating the incident for a while and they want to keep some details away from the public. Kendo finished. She snorted and they stepped outdoors. I never realized just how much is kept from regular people until coming here. She stopped, Izuku taking several more steps before turning back to her. Do you think there's a connection between when the press got onto campus last week and yesterday's attack? Izuku remembered what Aizawa had said and nodded. They told us they got their hands on the schedules. With the outrage over the attack, security for the sports festival will be tighter than it has been in decades. UA can't afford to let something like the USJ attack happen during the festival. It may not be necessary, Kendo said. Her right fist expanded to the size of her head as she waved it at Izuku. Just you watch. Class 1B is going to remind everyone that just because 1A got to fight with some cannon fodder villains that they aren't better than us. We'll sweep all of the events and the medal podium. Izuku grinned. You say that, but then you'll just have to watch as we stack the final round. Everyone's going to know the names of my classmates once the festival is over, yet when you speak of yours all they'll ask is, what's Class 1B? She flushed and attempted to box in his ears. Izuku laughed and for a moment his worries about the USJ attack and his growth as a hero faded. Toshinori leaned back into the sofa, a mug of tea in hand. Izuku sat across from him, curious. Classes that morning had been normal and few of his classmates reported being talked to outside of more general remarks about the attack. Your message made it sound like there was something pressing you wanted to talk about. Does it involve my training? I should have expected you to hit it on the head, young Midoriya, Toshinori said. He sighed and took a sip. After the attack, I visited Aizawa in the hospital. He has made it clear that he feels I've been neglecting my responsibility involving your training. I have been so focused on settling into my work here that I had missed the fact you've plateaued for longer than any time in the past. Izuku straightened as much as he could on the short stool he sat on. The teacher's lounge has odd furniture. I've been meaning to talk to you about that, but with classes starting and the attack a few days ago, there's been a lot on my plate compared to before. We've both been handling more than we're used to, especially compared to during the past few years, Toshinori said, nodding. I understand. Aizawa also said your classmates were disappointed they didn't get to speak with me about my fight. I would admit I'm a little surprised about how reverent they sound. It's clear I made a huge impact upon them. Likely larger than the one I've made upon your generation in general. You're All Might, the symbol of peace, Izuku said, as if his classmates' reverence was something to be expected. Of course it's like that. We all grew up seeing you defeat villain after villain and save civilians by the hundreds. Your presence in the world is more like the old-fashioned comic heroes than the top heroes in other countries. I can't think of any heroes that are popular here like you are overseas. He paused at Toshinori's amused expression and looked down into his mug. While 13 and Aizawa-sensei never said it aloud, it's clear that you were late because you reached your 3-hour limit before reaching UA yesterday. Is that still your limit? Things would be easier if it was. Toshinori looked away, his long blonde bangs hiding his face. Recovery Girl confirmed that I have at best 2 hours a day now, assuming I don't push myself like I did defeating Numu. If the League of Villains strikes again like they did the other day, it could spell the end of All Might. What? Izuku said, leaning forward. His shaking hands set down his mug. Are you talking about being forced to retire, or do you fear they'll actually kill you? The villains correctly suspect that my time as the symbol of peace is almost over and will be looking to disturb its transference to the next symbol. Not today or tomorrow, but in the near future when All Might is removed from the active hero register. This means the point where you'll have to take up my mantle is closer than I wished. Toshinori paused to catch Izuku's eyes. Your transition into becoming the symbol of peace will have to begin at the approaching sports festival. The eyes of the world will be upon you, and you will be among many who they'll be watching. Your status as my protege is one of the best kept secret between the hero community and the government, and as such, they will be watching you closely. Nedzu recently informed me that it will include several other world leaders. Izuku flushed and swayed on the stool. What do you mean world leaders? I thought only the Prime Minister of Japan and his cabinet knew, right? Toshinori shook his head. One for all is unique enough that nearly every head of state is aware of it, whether knowing the every fact or just being in the know about a quirk that can be transferred between vessels. What many do know is that you have been selected to become my successor, and as it has been for several decades, much of the world looks to Japan when it comes to how quirks are handled in society, and that includes villains. Your goal at the sports festival is clear: show the world who you are and let them begin to consider you as a candidate to become the next symbol of peace. That doesn't sound like a lot, Izuku said, introspective. But how? There's no interviews or anything like that. Think about how many famous pro heroes have won the sports festival, Toshinori said. He smiled as Izuku shook his head, smiling back. If I win, people will be aware of my strength and my capacity to become a hero they can count on. Some may even see me as being strong enough to inherit your mantle, even with my youth. Izuku stood and bowed, filled with gratitude and respect. Thank you for your guidance, Toshinori-sensei. He straightened up and turned towards the door. I need to go eat before my afternoon classes, and some of my classmates will be curious about what you wanted to talk about. Before I go, are there any chances we'll meet for special training sessions between now and the sports festival? Toshinori nodded. We can return to the schedule we had before you started here, starting tonight if you wish. It's my goal to see you reach 30% by the time the sports festival starts in 2 weeks. As Class 1A packed their bags and gossiped, preparing to go home, a rumbling chatter came from beyond their door. They all stared at the door, curious and wary. Izuku had told them about the possibility they would be the talk of the school that morning, but they had only dealt with whispers and stares at lunchtime. Eyes glanced back and forth, waiting to see who would be willing to open the door and find out what was happening outside. With an annoyed snort and a sneer marring his face, Katsuki marched on the door and slid it open. A large crowd had gathered, phones and eyes focused on where he stood. Get out of my way, cannon fodder, Katsuki shouted, more waiting for people to move than push his way through the gathered crowd. If you're here to scope out the competition or ask us about fighting villains, go before I blast you. You won't learn shit from us. The crowd grumbled, yet nobody moved. It's true that we came to get a look, a tall boy near the back said. He made his way forward, slipping through the crowd like a seasoned pickpocket. You're modest, for a kid in the hero course. Although, I wonder what their opinion on threatening other students is. Katsuki clicked his tongue as Izuku and a few others lined up behind him. If this is it, you're disappointing, the boy said once in front of Katsuki. His indigo hair waved, wild and loose. Many of us in general studies and even some in the others applied for the hero course. There's more of us than you, and I want you to know that. Depending on how the sports festival pans out, there's a strong possibility one of us will transfer into the hero course. Of course, that means we will switch places with a student already in the hero course. Let me make it clear, this is a declaration of war. With that, the boy turned and walked away, just a hint of smugness on his face. The crowd soon followed and Izuku sighed. I need to find and thank Kenda soon. I was worried someone from her class try and use this incident to make this worse, or at the very least, agitate Kaken. Sounds like the sports festival is going to be more exciting than usual, Katsuki said, rubbing his hands. His smile would be concerning if Izuku thought it was about their classmates. If everyone's aiming for the top, then I'll just have to prove myself. Shame Midoriya kicked your butt, Ashido said, standing behind Tenya and Kirishima. Everyone will be shooting for him, although that general course kid will try going through you. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Remember, that I'm the only person who'll be taking you down at the sports festival. Mark my words. Consider them marked, Kaken. While you try taking me down, I'll be fighting to show the world who All Might's successor is. Toshinori watched two blurs bounce around a large, spacious chamber. Every so often they would collide, a flurry of punches and kicks exchanged and disengage. Each exchange took place in a matter of blinks. Where I am overwhelming strength, he's becoming blistering speed. One for all is such a magnificent quirk. The smaller of the blurs was fluid, using columns and poles to guide his speed like a pinball in the hands of a professional. The taller blur, while moving faster, stopped for split seconds upon impact and then changed directions. I knew this would be the proper time to introduce them. Plus, he's challenged young Midoriya in a way that I couldn't without the risk of further weakening my own capacity to use one for all. There was one last collision and Toshinori's old mentor was tossed back, grumbling as he hit the ground. Izuku landed as close to where the collision had occurred as he could, chest heaving as he shifted his breathing, working to rein in his pounding heart and racing breathes. The squat, old man dressed in tights and a cape groaned as he stood. You picked a good apprentice, Toshinori, he said, rubbing his back. Fighting him is like the old days, back when you were young and new to one for all. Only difference is I'm an old geezer past my prime and the kid has a better sense for movement than you did then. I don't think I was that young when we first met, Gran Torino, Toshinori said as he descended from the rafters. The floating platforms were a new addition, but it made moving between the two levels easier and cleaned up the lower area once the stairs and ladders were removed. He smiled during the descent. Your training for the sports festival has been difficult, young Midoriya, yet you've always rose to meet the challenge. If you can beat Gran Torino, then I doubt there are many in your year that can beat you. Go out and show the world who will be the next symbol of peace. Hey All Might, Izuku said, breaking the man's train of thought. The flush of exertion in his cheeks had faded. How powerful am I now? I noticed that it's increased since the USJ attack, but I wanted to know for certain. Where we wanted it, young Midoriya. 30%, Toshinori said. You are capable of safely controlling 30% of your current potential, which I suspect is finally increasing from what it was before you began at UA, and it should increase with every year. Impressive, Gran Torino said, joining the conversation. However, such power won't help you if you get overconfident and underestimate your opponents. While you can safely recover from your fights at the festival, villains like the ones your class fought are more than willing to kill you, and some will if they control the terms of engagement. Izuku blanched. You mean like our first fight last week when you, when I blindsided you so you were slammed into a pillar and nearly knocked unconscious? Exactly. Gran Torino turned to Toshinori. I say the boy is ready. The sports festival is tomorrow, so he should probably go home and get some rest. My bones need it after these past several days. I agree, Toshinori said. He puffed out his chest and expanded into his muscular form. Well, young Midoriya, tomorrow is the UA Sports Festival. The eyes of the world will be upon you, but I'm sure you know that. I'll make you proud, All Might, Izuku said, eyes shining. Among the many buildings on the campus of UA High School is the Sports Festival Stadiums, 3 giant structures built to house 200,000 spectators each. While the third-year competition was traditionally the most popular of the 3, the USJ attack had drawn the public's attention to the first-year competition, and the greatest question on everyone's lips was, what quirks does Class A have? Because of the attack, security at the festival had increased to a level not seen since the first one after the Olympics had been cancelled. The most visible increase in security was the higher number of pro-heroes in attendance, both those in costume and in civilian garb. If only we hadn't been hidden away all day, Izuku thought. He leaned back in his chair, watching his classmates attempt to keep the pressure away. Their prep room had been well stocked with simple furniture and water bottles, enough so a class double their size could be comfortable. Honestly, it would probably be better for us if we got a chance to at least speak with the press if we wanted to. I feel anxious this way, especially as I actually want to talk to them, especially about my connection with All Might. A lot of eyes are going to be on Todoroki and Kaken, so maybe during a fight with them. Midoriya, Todoroki said. The heterochromatic boy stood in the room's center, eyes locked on his target. Even with your successes, I'm stronger and more capable than you. The room went quiet as they watched the encounter with an interest only drama could create. What do you mean? Izuku asked, standing. He's nearly as bad as that general studies kid from 2 weeks ago. It's simple. Even if All Might has his eye on you, more so than the relationship between teacher and student, there's one thing I know for certain, I will beat you. The room chilled and a few glanced at Todoroki's feet to see if he had used his quirk. Izuku ignored the others, especially the offhand comments about the half-cold half-hot quirk user's declaration. I accept your challenge, Todoroki, Izuku said. I'm not sure why you need to announce your intentions now, but don't think it'll be easy for you to beat me. If you only use the cold half of your quirk, you'll never beat me. I'm aware of who your father is, of what he can do and what you inherited from him. Izuku paused, watching the growing tension in Todoroki's face. There's more to his relationship with Endeavor than being an estranged son. If you're unwilling to use the full capacity of your quirk, you won't even be able to beat Kaken, let alone me. If you say, Todoroki said, cold and annoyed, turning away. Izuku saw Katsuki's upturned sneer as he, too, turned away. Does he hate that name even more? I did beat him during training. I knocked him down a peg, not only in front of the class, but also in front of All Might. You just won't let that sit, will you? Soon enough, Class 1A was allowed out of their prep room and led to the northernmost gate onto the stadium's floor. They listened to present Mick's welcoming speech until he said, and now the athletes. First is the class that fought off villains, this festival's favorites. From the heroic course, Class A. They emerged from the gate and stepped out onto the grass field. Grinning, Izuku waved at the crowd and soon enough several of his classmates quickly joined him. The crowd grew louder and some of their names could just be heard over the general roar. Genius, Midoriya, playing to the crowd. Ida shouted over the cheers. It's clear why we picked you to be our class president. Thanks, Ida, Izuku said. I'm waving for a different reason, but sure. Let's go with me courting the crowd. You're also waving at them. I think Kaken is one of the few who isn't. He looked over his shoulder at Katsuki, who scoffed when their eyes locked and turned away. Just past him was a group of young fans, holding a banner as they chanted, "EU," repeatedly. Following them is Heroic Course Class B, and then classes C, D, and E from General Studies. Classes F, G, and H from the Support Course. And of course, the business courses. Present Mike worked through each group until over 200 students congregated on the stadium grounds. A stage rose from the ground and a female hero dressed in leather and LTX emerged to thunderous applause. Thank you all for coming here today, for this year's sports festival. I am Midnight, the R-rated hero, and I will be in charge of today's activities. We're going to begin with the athlete's oath. We'll be having the highest scorer for the entrance exam come up here and perform it, she shouted. There were rumbles of discontent over her announcement. Shut up, you lot. Your student representative is Bakugo Katsuki of Class 1A. Katsuki pushed his way through the crowd and started up the stairs to the side of the stage. I can't believe he's up there, Kirishima said. He turned to Izuku. I would have thought you'd be up there, Midoriya. I heard about you saving Uraraka and taking down that giant robot as if you were All Might. Izuku nodded, filling away the comparison to All Might. True, but my score was removed after I got a last-minute recommendation. Aizawa-sensei told me about it when I asked him about the comments on my profile. Kirishima nodded as Katsuki got into position. The athlete's oath, he said, looking over the crowd, is that I'm going to beat all of you losers. Izuku sighed as the other classes shouted at Katsuki. He responded to their shouting with a rude gesture and declared they were all stepping stones on my path to the top. As he descended from the stage, Izuku frowned. Kaken would usually be smiling, basking in the angry comments being thrown at him. But he's stone-faced. That must have been as much for himself as it was for us. He wants to remind everyone of his goals. Well, now that's over, Midnight said, voice shaky. Let's get going. The first event is the qualifier where dreams are crushed and many of you will be sent home crying. This first year's event is this. She pointed at the large screen, which flashed, "Capture the flag." Capture the flag? I've never seen such an event watching the UA Sports Festival. It must be new. Midnight grinned at the confusion. As you're likely thinking, this is a new event designed for this year. As fun as obstacle courses are, the designers got bored with them. Plus, with so many powerful and interesting quirks this year, we devised something a little special. I'm sure you all remember the cityscapes from the entrance exam. Well, each has 7 flags tied to the front gates, waiting for someone to take down. Your goal is simple, get to a flag and bring it back here. Just remember that because you were the first to grab it doesn't mean it can't be stolen. She pointed at the screen and a map of the campus appeared. 3 of the locations are near the stadium, while the other 3 are split between the 3 far corners of campus. Your success may just depend on which one you pick. A gate opened behind the stage. Good luck and begin. The crowd pushed into each other as they raced for the open gate. Izuku let them pass him by, ignoring the few odd looks. Once everyone was clear, he dropped into a squat, sprung high above the crowd, landed on the stadium's roof, and leapt again. Todoroki grinned as with every movement, the distance between him and the rest of the field expanded. The ground before him was covered in ice and he raced past the gathered crowds watching them leave the stadium. He could hear miming from behind, and shouting too, as he skated away. Father will never let me forget it if I actually thank him for allowing me taking those archaic ice skating classes. I'll just need to work on creating stable paths of ice above ground. He glanced back and grinned at the few who had made it past his obstacle. I would be disappointed if most of my class had been caught by my ice. But I want to fight them, to prove my strength. He scanned their faces and frowned. Where are you, Midoriya? Even at this point you should be behind me. As he turned forward, motion far away caught his eye. He followed it and watched a green and blue figure cross the sky, bouncing off the roof of UA's main building and continuing on his path towards a sight Todoroki had decided to ignore. With a smile, he picked up his pace. Get back here, half and half. Bakugo shouted, his explosions drawing closer even with Todoroki's increased pace. I'll just have to fight you later, Midoriya. I'm looking forward to it. 7 navy blue flags were tied to the main gate of the cityscape Izuku landed in front of. Dust scattered as he landed. He glanced around as he inched towards the gate, watching for traps and surprises. His hand touched the nearest flag. He waited, counting to 10, and grinned when nothing happened. I was nervous for nothing. They must have assumed we'd be busy fighting among ourselves when we arrive or have to fight our way through an overwhelming wave of approaching students on our way back. Grinning, he untied the flag and turned so he could return to the stadium. Oh, I forgot a rule. Midnight's voice said from the nearby loudspeaker. Izuku froze, resting on the ball of his feet. The 0-point robots from the entrance exam have been stationed all across campus where none of our loyal audience members could be hurt. Now that someone has claimed a flag, they're active and with the upgrades provided by the excellent instructors for the support course, even more dangerous than before. He watched as massive robots rose from their resting places across campus. While he found it curious that they had been stationed away from the crowds enjoying the festival, he had assumed they were being kept away from the stadium and the main paths for the second event or even one of the events between lunch and the final event. Izuku stretched his arms and with a hard kick, returned to the sky with his flag in tow. Katsuki laughed, shooting past 2 0-point robots that had Yaoyorozu and several other students pinned down. Todoroki was still skating on his ice, using it to slip past the robots without a care. Trust half and half to try and act cool. I'm going to blast that cold, smug look off his face before I remind Deku just who'll be the #1 hero. With a blast more like a fiery lance than the spherical blasts he preferred, Katsuki launched himself right at Todoroki, racing past him as near as he dared. The hybrid quirk user glanced over and blanched at the sight of the flying blonde who had suddenly caught up with him. They crashed together and tumbled. They rolled a few feet until Todoroki used his ice to disentangle the two and return to his feet. Unwilling to be outdone by another, Katsuki blasted after his opponent, on his feet before the other could put several feet between them. They barreled towards the stadium, ice and explosions trailing with every foot. Closer and closer they got, a flag wrapped around their arm, as the gate into the stadium appeared to grow larger and larger. As they entered, a loud thud like a baseball hitting a metal roof echoed through the long passage. The light grew bright and they blinked, finally reaching the floor of the stadium. Midnight's voice rose above the screaming crowd, announcing, and the first one back is Midoriya Izuku of Class A. Right behind him is classmates Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shudo. The crowd roared as the green-haired boy lifted his flag into the air. Katsuki and Todoroki both stumbled as their quirk-enhanced race died. They stared at the only other person on the floor of the stadium, grinning as he basked in the crowd's cheer, until his eyes fell upon them. Diminude, you better watch your back, because I'm gunning for you in the next round. Izuku watched as students poured into the stadium. As he suspected, the first 42 back, including himself, had a flag on their person and a tired grin on their face. The rest flooded in, guided into the stands to join the civilian and pro-hero audience. Probably best for the business courses. They'll be watching us closely in the second round so they can make bets and predictions on the third. Kaken will have favorable odds, along with Todoroki, several others, and myself. He scanned the remaining competitors. With the exception of the general studies kid that had declared war on his class and a girl with pink hair and several support items strapped all over her body, it was entirely Class A and B. As his more friendly classmates congratulated him, his eyes made contact with Kendu's. She grinned and winked at him, clearly remembering their playful words. They won't take it easy on us. But we have a reputation to uphold, being UA's top class of first years. Man, I wonder what's next, Kirishima said to Kaminari as they drifted nearby. Something team-related, probably. They do like those for the second round. At least we won't have to deal with those giant robots. Scared me worse than during the entrance exam when they came to life. Probably. They continued along as the remaining 42 were gathered to stand before Midnight stage. Sorry about the delay, she said, stepping onto the stage. I had some things I needed to grab. It's time for the second event. The screen flashed, cavalry battle. Not that original, Izuku thought. Pretty sure every school in the county does those for sports festivals. The cavalry battle is simple. Get into proper teams, anywhere from 2 to 4 members. Form your horses and make sure to consider what everyone's quirk is as you assemble your formation. The rules are the identical to regular cavalry battles, so make sure to target people's headbands. To make things more exciting and make your results from the last event more important, we've added a nice little twist. You have been assigned a point value based on when you returned. The last person will be worth 5 points, and then second to last will be worth 10 and so on. Only Midoriya Izuku, who returned first, has an exemption to these rules. You see, he will be worth 10 million points. Izuku grimaced as every eye in the stadium turned on him. Well, All Might, you wanted me to announce myself to the world. It looks like my hard work begins now. 10 million points. The words mocked Izuku as he tried to think about anything other than the target slapped onto his back. Suddenly the attention upon him was undesirable. Fortunately, everyone then looked away, ready to plot and plan how to take his team's points. They'll fight to take my points, since it'll make for an easy win. It'll be tough to find people to join me, but it's doable. Hopefully the 3 I want are willing to join me and haven't been swept up by someone else. I might need to do more than simply ask. He scanned the mixing crowd as teams began to form. He first picked out Fumigage's hawkish gaze. Midoriya raised an eyebrow and in response, the crow-esque hero nodded and started for Izuku. 1 down, 2 to go. I think he actually wanted to work with me. Hopefully the others can be recruited as easily. He next spotted Kendu amidst half her class, all of them trying to get her to select them for her team. She sorted through her classmates, trying to pick who she may want when her eyes flicked up and met his. There was a pause as she looked at her classmates and then back to him. As he had with recruiting Fumikage, he raised an eyebrow and waited for her reaction. She looked away, thoughtful, and then spoke to her classmates. A look of amused betrayal crossed the few visible faces, and Izuku was certain he now had 2 teammates. And for the last one, he watched Katsuki pick through several people from their class, including the person he wanted. As he watched them, Kendo and Fumikage joined him. "Excuse me while I get our last member," he said, distracted. Izuku cut through the thinning crowd, and while Satu and Ishido argued about who deserved to be on Katsuki's team, he wrapped an arm around Ishido's shoulders and smiled. "Sat is all yours, Kaken. I'll see you on the field." He led a half-heartedly protesting acid user back to his other teammates. He dared a glance back at Katsuki and grinned at the sight of him fuming. "He's probably planning my funeral now." "This better be worth it, Midoriya," Kendo said as Izuku and Ishido joined the other 2. "My entire class will likely be gunning for us. There's a lot of reasons, but the big ones are that many want to eliminate the strongest members of class F, your million points, and now because I joined you." She nailed his bicep with a fast punch. "Don't make me regret joining you." "It'll be worth it when we win," Izuku responded, rubbing his arm. "Very curious team you're putting together, Midoriya," Fumikage said. "I should guess you have assembled us with the mindset of crowd control?" "That's the tactical purpose." Izuku raised an arm and clenched his fist. "I also want to humble Kaken and Todoroki before the next round. Plus, winning is always nice." "That it is," Ishido said, grinning. "Let's go, Midori." Fumikage nodded. "Let loose the crows of war." Kendo glanced at the others. "Let them doubt our strength." Kendo Itsuka couldn't remember the last time she had been nervous compared to the moment right before the cavalry battle began. "Even with the entrance exam, I had been gung-ho about it, confident I would get into UA. It didn't seem as unlikely as winning this battle." Yet staring down her own classmates made her spine go rigid and her hands clammy. The hands on her shoulders gave a squeeze, recognizing the tension inside, but they did little to calm her nerves. "Just start already," she thought, tempted to say it aloud. "Do I really have to do this barefoot?" Ishido asked. The pink girl was twice as gregarious as Kendo's entire class combined. 20 minutes of this will hurt my feet. You said your shoes would melt if overused." "Let's stick to the plan, Mina," Izuku said, perched above them. They had agreed to use first names for the battle. "Every decision is meant to wring everything out of our quirks. If they get even a single advantage over us, it's over. We're the prize target, and the first minutes will determine who gets the chance to continue on." She knew wrapped around his forehead was the battle's holy grail, worth 1,375 points to whatever team had it once the battle ended. It's an automatic win. We lose it and this becomes much more difficult. Beginning the second event. Prepare yourself for this brutal battle royal. It was Present Mick's voice and not Midnight's that roared through the stadium. Start. Their team raced right. Ishido was on the edge facing the charging teams, acid flowing from the soles of her feet. With each step, the ground melted and the acid spread, creating a break line against the furthest of the charging opponents. That should force many teams to turn around and fight each other, according to plan. Tetsu and Minona will surely take advantage of the chaos, sneaking around as Class A fights each other. She scanned the growing crowd of teams, all of them turning away from Team Midoriya and attacking each other. All according to Midoriya's plan. Just 19 minutes to go. She scanned the battle, the land before them just visible from the corner of her eye. "Ah, there's Tetsu's team, but where's Minoma? Siding with Class A? I expected better from you, Class President." Minoma shouted as his team charged headfirst towards Kendo. His short blonde hair rippled as a breeze crossed the stadium. "It's a shame that I have to take you out. No hard feelings, Kendo. Just trimming the opposition. Looks like our leaders are facing their first challenge in the team assembled under Class B's Minoma Nito." Present Mick's voice filled the stadium with his first comments since the battle start. "This should be a very interesting battle. Unlike the other teams, this one is a mix of the 2 heroic classes. At the front of Team Midoriya's horse is the president of Class B, Kendo Itsuka. It will be interesting to see how her addition allows the members of Class A to handle Minoma's team." Another thing Midoriya predicted, although Present Mike is doing his best to commentate on the battle. "Straight ahead towards Minoma, Itsuka," Izuku said. "We'll take him straight on. Mina, that's good on the acid line. Give your feet a break from producing acid. Kaken and Todoroki are too distracted by the other teams to give chase right now." Kendo frowned at the order, but followed through. "You only explained your plans for fighting Bakugo and Todoroki, Midoriya. What strategy could you have for Minoma?" "His quirk is called Copycat. It allows him to steal the quirks of those he touches, but he can only use one at a time," was what I said when quizzed about the threats from my class. He'll be able to touch one of us if we're to get close enough to steal his headband in this scenario. She glanced over her shoulder. What are you thinking? There was a soft thump from above her head and the ground to Team Monoma's right exploded as if a mortal shell had struck. They stumbled as the ground exploded, but they straightened out and continued on their path. Less than 10 meters between us and it'll close quickly. She spotted a glimmer in Monoma's eyes as he focused on Izuku and a pit formed in her stomach. The collision was quick. Kendo unleashed a barrage of tire-sized fists while the team leaders grappled. They shoved off and Monoma laughed, sounding victorious. Oh, what a quirk you have, Midoriya, he said, clenching his right fist. It glowed with power. I can feel it pulse through me. I wonder if you're as powerful as All Might, for I feel like I could go head-to-head with him. Then use it, unless the copycat of Class B is more of a cowardly cat, Izuku said. The noises Ashido and Fumikage made signaled to Kendo that the green-haired boy taunting wasn't something he usually did. It your way, Monoma said, and his team closed the short distance once more. The copycat threw a punch coursing with Izuku's quirk. Izuku caught the punch and turned it aside. As the fist turned red and purple, dozens of bones breaking and thin spurts of blood popping out. Kendo looked away, face slack, as her classmate screamed. I guess I should have warned you, Izuku said, regretful. My quirk generates more power than I could control as a kid. It took me years to reach a point where I wasn't shattering my arm using my quirk, so it's not too surprising that it backfired on you like that. Recovery Girl should be able to patch you up. He reached over and swiped Monoma's headband, the boy not even trying to protest as it was removed. With a sigh, Kendo expanded a hand and swiped at her classmates, breaking their horse apart. Present Mike announced that Monoma's team was eliminated from the battle by their team. Medics raced out to take Monoma away, still holding tightly to his shattered hand. Izuku sighed, watching the four be led away. It would have been cleaner if he had gone for one of you, but my tremendous power was fortunately too much for him. Izuku sighed as he noticed the core battle around Katsuki and Todoroki shift, a few teams positioning themselves in between them and the larger grouping. We'll have to go and fight the others. I had hoped to try and fade from everyone's attention, but Present Mike was too loud to allow us the chance, and your class, Itsuka, will be looking to take me down. Let's start walking until a group gets close enough to fight. Team Midoriya approached the main battle step by step. The weaker teams not eliminated had been forced to the outside, all of them stalking, watching, waiting for an opportune moment as the few strong teams fought over the most valuable headbands. Shuji walked by, gleaming eyes peeking out from within his webbed arms. Izuku stared at them for a moment before gesturing towards one of the fights. Team Bakugo and Team Todoroki were engaged in a fierce duel, their quirks flowing past their teams. Each wall of ice Todoroki raised was cut down, either by Katsuki's explosions or Kirishima's hardened fists. Siro attempted to bind their feet with tape, but Tenya's speed kept Team Todoroki competitive and their headband outside of Katsuki's reach. We should work together, Izuku told Shuji. If we could get a couple more teams together, we could charge in and disrupt their fight. I have no interest in stealing their headbands, but you all do. I like your plan, a silky voice said from behind. They turned as a team carrying a boy with blue hair approached. He must be that kid from the general studies who declared war on class, Kendo thought. It seems working with us is to his benefit at least for now. Hopefully he doesn't turn on us once they've been attacked. The three carrying him looked dazed, and judging from how the hands on her shoulders stiffened, some were from Class A. The pink-haired girl with the goggles has to be from the support course, if only because of all the gear she has. She assumed Izuku nodded from the boy's smile before he leaned down and whispered to Ashido, could you possibly create an acid to protect us from Kaminari's quirk? I may, she said, thinking. Either his electricity will slide off us like rain or we'll take the hit 10 times worse. It's a risk, but it could work out. Let's do it. Just enough for us, though. I don't want to give any special advantages. A minute or so passed as the pink girl quickly produced a special acid paste, which they wiped onto their skin, hair, and clothes. Her skin tickled, as if covered in goosebumps as the liquid settled, more like lotion than the paste it had been. With a tap of a foot to her back, she broke into a run. Other groups, not including the two that had allied with Team Midoriya, had pulled back from the fierce battle, but upon seeing their movements, joined the charge. Within a blink, the duel was turned into a chaotic free-for-all. Team Todoroki summoned a blanket out of the stomach of the black-haired girl. Yayoro Zumomo. Todoroki caught it and tossed it over their entire team, except for a smirking boy with yellow hair. The world seemed to still for a moment before crackling electricity flowed from the boy and rolled over every team. Kendo's muscles tensed as the electrical wave struck. Instead of shocking her as it did others, it flowed over her skin. It itched something fierce though, as if she had rolled down a long, grassy hill wearing only wool. A fiery explosion pulled her eyes from Team Todoroki. At some point in the chaos, a white cocoon had been created to surround, she would bet, Team Bakugo and insulate them from the electrical attack. Her suspicion was proven correct as the angry blonde and his team emerged. Bang, bang. With simple flicks, Izuku shattered the paws with 2 shots, each leaving a long scratch along the cheeks of Katsuki and Todoroki. They turned to Team Midoriya and a fire burned bright in their eyes. Izuku pressed his left foot into her ribs and she turned right, slipping between the other teams, who were beginning to recover from the paralyzing shock. Their formation was strained as they forced teams Bakugo and Todoroki to push past the other teams if they wished to seize their headbands. Mina, Fumikage. Cover our rear. Itsuka. Get us close to the far side. We'll turn there and fight, away from everyone else. Are we taking them out? Ashido asked as the ground at her feet sizzled. Maybe, Izuku said. The third and final event is always a fighting tournament. The numbers are inconsistent, so it's possible even if we take their headbands, they might still continue on. We only have 7 minutes left, Fumikage said, and Kendo nearly stumbled. Has 13 minutes truly passed? It feels like we just began, not that we're close to finishing. That'll make them desperate, Izuku said. Both of them want to take me down by seizing my 10 million points. It's easier than fighting me head-on later. I know they don't appreciate me beating them back to the stadium during the first event. Kendo nodded and ignored the whispers between Ashido and Fumikage as they continued towards the far end of the stadium, near where they took down Monoma. One of the teams drew close, their pace faster than hers as the seconds counted down. They're almost on us. Ashido shouted. The sizzling that had followed them grew loud, promising violence. Turn to face them, Izuku said. Kendo spun in place while the two behind her followed her momentum, shuffling around. Team Todoroki was only a few feet away, pulled along by the powerful speed of their lead. The yellow-haired kid had somehow kept up, even with his dumb, blank expression. Yet it was the cold presence of their leader that made Kendo flinch and gulp. I heard that Endeavor's son was in our year, but I didn't expect to face him like this. His presence, it's so much like his father's. I said I would beat you, Midoriya, Todoroki declared, his voice carrying across the stadium. Show me your strength so that I can overcome you and prove myself. Prove yourself to your father? Izuku asked. Is that why you won't use the power of your left side? Don't speak about matters you don't understand, Midoriya. This is between me and you, determining who's the strongest. Todoroki then turned and formed a thick ring of ice around them, blocking Team Bakugo just before they could attempt to interfere. Explosions begun to chip away at the ice, but Izuku would bet that it was built to resist the might of Katsuki Bakugo's quirk. If it's a battle of strength you want, then why confront me now? Izuku asked. You know as well as I the format of the sports festival. After this will be the tournament. He paused and Kendo guessed he was looking at the screen, displaying each team's point value. You're in second place. Your team is guaranteed a spot in the final event. What do you have to gain fighting me like this? I've lost to you once, Midoriya, Todoroki said, voice cold and still like a winter night. Traces of frost stuck to his cheek. I'll knock you from your pedestal before the festival is over, starting now. So be it, Izuku said. The two teams tense, waiting to see who would dare and make the first move. A moment passed before Todoroki tapped Tenya's left shoulder and in a blink, they had crossed the short distance between their teams. Kendo threw out her arms, hands expanding to catch Team Todoroki the instant she saw the tap. As her hand and the enemy team approached impact, steel flashed and a large needle pricked her fingers. Kendo swore as her hand shrunk, the stinging pain quickening her response. Team Todoroki took advantage of her defense failing and charged in close enough for Todoroki to reach out and grab Izuku's headband. They burst past in a blaze of speed, their leader holding onto a headband as they raced away. She turned to try and give chase when Izuku laughed. They got the wrong one, he said as his laugh faded. We still have my 10 million. Team Todoroki slowed as Todoroki looked at the headband he had grabbed. He sent a dirty glare at Izuku, but before either could turn and fight again, the ice wall was shattered with a roaring "Bo! Du!" Katsuki shouted as his team raced into the icy arena. A flashing light above the raging blonde caught Kendo's eye and she grinned. A minute left and counting. Team Bakugo charged, their leader screaming until he apparently decided to take things into his own hands and using his quirk, flew high into the air. I'm going to swat him like a fly, Kendo mumbled to herself, letting her right hand expand as Katsuki approached. The instant she was able to pick out his red irises from the white surrounding them, she flicked her large hand up and as she claimed, swatted him out of the sky like a fly. His team raced to catch him and did so, thanks to a last-second explosion from their leader. I'll get you for that, man hands. Katsuki shouted as Present Mick's booming voice began to count down. I'm going to smack him again for that nickname. 10. 8. Present Mike began the countdown as Team Bakugo and Team Todoroki moved into position for a desperate final charge against Team Midoriya. 7. 6. Team Todoroki burst ahead thanks to Tenya's quirk. 5. 4. 3. Team Bakugo caught up with their rivals as they reached the last few feet of the charge. Kendo expanded her fists to the size of small trucks, blocking their charges at the final moment. 2, 1, 0. The three teams stopped as Present Mike declared the end of the battle and rattled off the top teams. In first place, Team Midoriya. Second place goes to Team Baku. Third place is Team Todoroki. And in fourth place is Team Shinso. While Kendo grinned, proud they had held tightly to their first place position, a worrisome thought nudged up from the back of her mind. Who's Shinso? Izuku joined the other 15 students that had successfully completed the second event. He was relieved it was over. The pressure of being the primary target of the other teams had been stressful, even if winning had been worth the effort. Although, all we had to do was prevent the others from stealing our headband. As the screens displayed highlights for those who had focused on a single group or missed some of the crazier actions, he noticed that the majority of scenes featuring his team had been from moments where his decisions had been the factor leading to victory in the shown moments. I definitely made the correct choice, selecting my team. His eyes wandered across the others. Who will I have to fight? I know nearly everyone, so there shouldn't be any big surprises. We'll be taking a break for lunch, Midnight announced, pacing across her stage. We'll see you back here in an hour to announce the details of the final tournament before breaking into the lighter festivities. Enjoy yourselves. As Izuku turned to head for the food stands outside the stadium, a cool hand caught his shoulder and pulled at his attention. Todoroki stood next to him, an odd look on his face. I want to speak with you, Midoriya. In private would be best. Sure, Izuku responded, surprised by the request. I wonder what he wants. Lead the way. They entered a nearby passage and emerged outside the stadium. Todoroki turned left and led Izuku to a passageway for support staff coming and going from the stadium. A moment passed before he spoke. I'm sure you're wondering why I brought you out here to talk. Trust me when I say it's important, especially since I have some questions for you. That was going to be my question, Izuku said. You clearly have something else to say to me, beyond the declaration from earlier. Will you ask your questions first, or is there something else you need to tell me first? The questions will follow what I have to say. He snorted and shook his head. It's easy to forget how perceptive you can be, Midoriya. Todoroki raised his left arm and stared at it, as if the limb had somehow offended him. And he wasn't sure why. There was a moment where I felt tempted to use my left side. I nearly broke the pledge I made long ago. He clenched his left fist and then he locked eyes with Izuku. I can see what's in front of me, Midoriya. The others might not realize it, but I felt the pressure your quirk creates. That story you told us on the way to the USJ was sprinkled with half-truths and deflections. Izuku frowned. Does he know? I know he's Endeavor's son, so he would technically have a bone to pick with All Might and in part, his successor. Plus, I know his father is among the few pro-heroes who don't teach at UA aware of my quirk, if only because he's number 2. What's your point, Todoroki? It's simple really. Are you All Might's illegitimate child? Bakugo told me when I asked him that your father has been absent since before his quirk appeared and that nobody knows what became of him. Perhaps he left after discovering you weren't his child. A long moment passed as Izuku processed what he had been told, replaying the 4 sentences over and over. He can't be serious? I can't believe that he would say such a thing. Sure, it's better than him finding out the truth, but it disregards what I said and that story has more truth than fantasy. I wonder how he came to that conclusion. What would make you think that? I mean, if I was his child I would deny it, especially to Endeavor's son, but it's such an absurd question that I'm honestly shocked. There was a dozen other things I would have expected before that. I know you're hiding the truth surrounding your quirk and I will figure out what the truth is, if only to silence my father, Todoroki said, a slight temper in his voice. You know who he is. Endeavor, the number 2 hero in Japan and one of the top 10 globally. If you're connected to All Might like I suspect, then that's reason enough to crush you before the cameras. You never would guess, but I was born to ensure my father's legacy and surpass the number 1 hero. Todoroki paused and glanced outside, thoughtful and serious. There is only one thing my father concerns himself with, growing stronger. He has gone all out in becoming a great hero. He's gone so far that All Might is little more than a roadblock towards achieving his goals. Even so, he will only win when All Might retires. He won't admit it, but we all know it's true. Why are you telling me this, Todoroki? Izuku asked, stuck between confused and nervous. He had a bad feeling about the direction the conversation was moving in, but his natural curiosity couldn't help but want the boy to continue speaking. Is this still about my relationship with All Might, or are we discussing your father now? In part, Todoroki admitted. Are you familiar with quirk marriages? At Izuku's uncertain nod, he continued. They became an issue during the early generations after quirks became widespread. Strong individuals would select a partner and coerce them into marriage for the purpose of breeding a child with either a more powerful version of their quirk or with a hybrid quirk that would make their child stand above their future peers. This is how my father came to marry my mother, hoping to bind his quirk to hers within a child. And me? I'm that child, the one born with both of their quirks. You could never understand how it is, being used for a single purpose, for a goal that isn't mine. I hate it. I'm a tool for my father, to build a lasting legacy that benefits only him. From the moment my quirk manifested, my training begun. It was harsh and brutal, designed not for a child, but one for the most promising interns in a top hero's office. My mother tried to stop him, but she wasn't even considered a tool in his mind, for she had already served her purpose. I remember what happened when I first showed her my fire, the power I got from him. She hates that power more than me, and when she saw me using it, she threw scalding water on the left side of my face, the side I inherited from my father. She couldn't stand the sight of that side of my face. I remember her words right before she threw that water so clearly it haunts me to this day. A terrible shudder froze Izuku stiff, as Todoroki grew louder and angrier. I won't use my left side against you, no matter your connection to All Might. It's my way of getting vengeance against my father, for what he's done to me and my mother and all my siblings that failed to be the tool he wanted. When I rise to the top without using it, I will have won, and denied him everything. Todoroki paused and with a sigh, turned away. The questions can wait until after I beat you. We both know for me to reach the top I will have to fight through you, Midoriya. Izuku watched Todoroki walk away, shocked. With a backstory like that, he could be an anime protagonist. The tragedy, the complex involving his father. It's so weird to think a pro hero would dare such a thing. He followed Todoroki out of the tunnel and said, more to himself, I know you want to defeat me with only your ice abilities, Todoroki. Just don't think you can really beat me without using the full power of your quirk. The 16 students gathered once more before the stage where Midnight stood, anxious as they waited for the coming announcement. While the final tournament was tradition, the specifics varied from year to year. Plus, there were glances at Shinso, whose quirk was mostly a secret and displayed a menacing presence towards the others. Now that we're all here, Midnight finally said, it's time to present the final event. The screen rolled through a dozen possibilities before settling on 1v1 tournament. I'm certain none of you need an explanation for how this will play out. Here are your matchups. I hope you're prepared. Izuku was uncertain what to make of him being in the first match. The chart was simple enough. Match 1. Midoriya Izuku vs Uraraka Ochako. Match 2. Todoroki Shudo vs Satu Rikadu. Match 3. Kirishima Aijuru vs Ojiro Mashireo. Match 4. Ashido Mina vs Kaminari Denki. Match 5. Yaoyorozu Momo vs Kendo Itsuka. Match 6. Hatsum Mei vs Shiro Hanta. Match 7. Tokoyami Fumikage vs Ii Tenya. Match 8. Bakugu Katsuki vs Shinsu Hitoshi. Tough matchup? Kendo asked. She flicked her ponytail towards the female members of Class 1A. You know why they're wearing cheerleading costumes? Confused, Izuku looked over at the girls in his class. All of them, whether in the tournament or off to the side, were dressed in orange and red cheerleader outfits, complete. With Q across their chests. This was Mineta's doing. No doubt about that. I can't believe I'm impressed. I wish he would put that much effort into being a proper hero, though. Practical joke, Izuku said. We have a serious pervert in our class. His quirk is rather useful, but he definitely needs to adjust his personality. I'll have to ask him how he got Yaoyorozu to go through with it. She seems to be the most immune to his plots, though a couple have described her as being shockingly naive about some topics, so maybe she was just sheltered. Kendo nodded, the hint of a smirk playing on her face. What can you tell me about Yaoyorozu? I'm facing her in the first round and she got to see my quirk during the cavalry battle. Keeping my lips sealed, Izuku said. You said nothing about most of your classmates during the cavalry battle. Plus, our classes are still competing even if you're the only one left. And other than Minoma, none of them were the type of threat you would need to know about beforehand, Kendo responded, shrugging. You can at least give me a hint? Izuku frowned and looked over at Momo. I still don't know where they got those uniforms from unless. He grinned and said, I would bet that she made those uniforms. That has to be part of how she got roped into that mess. Before Kendo could press for more details, Midnight interrupted them. Unless there are any questions or complaints about the final event. Ojiro raised his arm, interrupting Midnight's speech. I want to drop out. The crowd burst into shouts, questioning the tailed boy's decision. Izuku watched, curious, as he continued. I don't remember what happened during most of the cavalry battle. There's some of the end I remember, but not the beginning. I don't feel comfortable continuing on when the only reason I'm here is because of his quirk. Eyes turned to Shinso, who smiled at the attention. I know how large of an opportunity this is and many will say I'm stupid throwing it away, Ojiro said. However, everyone else made it into this final round using their own strength. I don't know how I reached this point of the festival and my pride and honor won't allow me to continue forward. Anyone else? Midnight asked, looking at the other two members of Team Shinso. They both shook their heads, strong and serious. Then we'll have a member of Team Tetsu replace Ojiro Mashireo. The display flashed to reflect the change as the third match was updated to Kirishima Ijiro vs Tetsu. Present mix amplified voice cut through the chatter. With that, the matchups are official. Good luck to all of our competitors as we take a break for the lighter festivities. Izuku watched Cementos finish assembling the tournament floor. The cement hero had funneled in many trucks worth of concrete and would likely have to move even more in before the end. Kaken will destroy it at least once, unless Shinso is able to defeat him. Nobody remaining has a clue what his quirk is. While he couldn't place a name on it, the boy from General Studies exuded a presence that made him wary, as if he was the greatest threat. His teammates' stories didn't help, either, although they've managed to keep Kaken from learning anything about him. Ojiro is doing it to be petty and I can't blame him. Hatsum, well, she's just odd, frankly. Although, I am surprised that Ochako didn't say anything. Maybe she's just that serious about winning. Sorry I'm late, a familiar raspy voice said. Izuku turned and smiled as Toshinori joined him, laying a hand on his shoulder. I ran into Endeavor on my way down. You'll likely fight his son in the next round. I know, Izuku said. He grabbed his mentor's free hand with both of his. It's almost time for me to head out. I'm uncertain about how to go about and declare that people should look to me as the future symbol of peace. Even so, I'll make you proud, All Might. His mentor grinned, tears in his eyes, and expanded. That you will do, young Midoriya. Show the world who you are and who you will be. Izuku nodded, yet before he could speak, a crackle from outside distracted him. Now for the event you've been waiting for, the tournament. Present Mike shouted, his voice amplified to fill the stadium without reliance on his quirk. The number 1 first year. From the hero course, Class A's president, Midoriya Izuku. With a deep breath, Izuku emerged onto the stadium floor as the crowd cheered and clapped. Present Mike cut in again and said, versus the light-footed beauty. Also from the hero course's Class A, Uraraka Ochako. Far across, Ochako stepped out of the tunnel across from him. While she smiled, it was grimmer than anything she had displayed in class. We both know how high the stakes are at this point. Careers as pro heroes have been made or broken by the sports festival. They both stepped onto the concrete fighting platform, where Midnight and Cementos waited just off to the side. If you're both ready, we'll begin. They nodded and Midnight flicked up her whip. Start. Izuku charged, keeping just slow enough he could stop at the edge of the platform if she somehow dodged his attack. Fist pulled back, he focused on closing the distance between them before she could react. While Ochako might not seem that strong compared to others in our class, her quirk is one of the most fluid and multifaceted quirks. If she touches me, she may just become the favorite to win this match. His opponent stood her ground, waiting as he neared. Waiting for me to come to you. Smart. Unfortunately for you, in the moment before they would collide, Izuku stopped and stomped hard. The platform exploded in concrete chips, forcing Ochako to backpedal. He launched through the distraction, firing a quick combo of one-for-all bolstered punches. Although the first two didn't connect, the attack forced her further back. The third hit landed and knocked her back several feet. Yet even as she moved, Izuku felt an odd lightness pass over his body. It's my victory now, Midoriya, Ochako said, rising to her feet. It was a struggle, but I can use any part of my skin making contact with something so I can use my quirk. Her arms, held out to push, shook, bruised and bloodied. She's right, Izuku realized as his feet slipped away from the ground. She must have touched me during my attack, which then means that my last punch, the one that connected, is the driving force behind my floating. I'll keep going back and up until either I do something or I float outside of the boundaries. Abs tight, he spun to face the watching crowd, but his momentum carried him around and begun to spin. Other forces aren't working on me, just like gravity. Looks like I'll have to wait for the right moment then. He tightened his right hand to flick both the middle and ring fingers. As he spun around once more, he thought, 5, 4, 3, 2, The air cracked with thunder as Izuku used one for all to propel himself down. He slammed into the ground and looked up across the concrete at a startled Ochako. Before she could recover, he grabbed her ankles and pulled with his quirk, lifting her off her feet and bringing her about so she was being held above him. Once in place, his feet found the small of her back, and with his back still against the ground, prepared his attack. Sorry, Ochako, but this is my victory. Legs pumped up with one for all, Izuku kicked out, announcing, Twilhiro launch. Ochako flew through the air and landed with a crash outside the platform's border. Uraraka Ochako has been forced out of bounds. Midnight announced over the cheers. Midoriya Izuku wins. Asura Izuku joined his fellow classmates before the second match began. He twitched and flinched as his back was slapped, stinging the bumps and bruises from his fight. Man, that was crazy, Mineta said from his perch. Izuku wasn't sure if the short boy was sitting on a booster seat or if there just happened to be one higher than the rest. I didn't think Uraraka would win, but she put a good, if short fight. Shame you kept her so far away though. Izuku nodded, ignoring the vaguely perverted comment as Present Mic announced the second match. The iciest apple of Endeavor's eye. From the heroic courses Class A, Todoroki Shudo versus Class A's Sugar Man. The heroic courses Satu Rikido. Todoroki and Satu marched out from their tunnels, crossing the stadium floor, and stepped up onto the platform. They stopped, waiting, and stared each other down. I will make this quick for you, Satu, Todoroki said, his voice cold and bored. A shiver raced up Izuku's spine. What are you planning, Todoroki? We both know your father is here. This is for him, isn't it? The same to you, Todoroki, Satu said with a smile, more hesitant than confident. Several crumbs were displaced as he raised his fists, adopting a stony and serious facade. Start! Midnight shouted. Satu charged, roaring. Todoroki watched him for 1 second, 2, then 3, and he raised his right arm, already coated in a fine sheet of ice. Thick fractals and shiny pillars exploded from where Todoroki stood, catching his opponent's charge and pushing past so icicles thicker than 100-year-old trees loomed over the stadium roof. Holy sheet, Jiraiya mumbled, staring at the ice covering the Hero Corps students. Izuku mindlessly nodded as he stared. Todoroki's just sent a message. Not only to his father but to me also. He wants me to know how strong he is. Do you forfeit? Midnight asked Satu, pinned by several slim columns of ice. He hadn't been moved from where the ice had reached him near center stage. Why? Yes. He stuttered out as Present Mic announced Todoroki's victory. Once Todoroki had walked away, ignoring the crowd once more, and Satu had been removed from his icy prison, a group of pro-heroes arrived to break the ice and take it away. Among the pro-heroes was Mount Lady and Kamui Woods. Izuku noticed that Endeavor watched them from the stands, frowning. He must have expected Todoroki to draw upon the fire portion of his quirk. Soon enough, the platform was ready for the third match. Present Mic announced, with a heart and skin of steel, from the heroic courses Class B, Tetsu. A stocky boy with thick, white eyelashes emerged. He flexed and shouted, sharpened teeth glinting from inside his mouth. Versus the tough pillar of manliness of Class A, also from the heroic course, Kirishima Idru. Izuku cheered, along with his classmates, for the redhead. He grinned and waved, soaking up the attention. Once the two reached the platform and nodded that they were ready, Midnight started the fight. Both boys hardened their body and charged, Kirishima covered in his more natural hardness while Tetsu's skin had become steel. They clashed, trying to go for a judo fight before pushing apart and throwing punch after punch. This is going to be a boring fight, Ojiro said, near the back of the Class A group. This fight will continue as it's presently going until one of them collapses. Worse, since it's blow for blow, the winner will be in terrible shape for their next fight. It can't be that bad, Izuku said. While Tetsu is able to turn into steel, we don't really know what Kirishima's hardening quirk is actually made of. There's a chance Kirishima will be able to hold out until Tetsu reaches the point steel begins to weaken. Oh, is someone willing to admit which class is the better one? A familiar, pompous voice asked. They turned and watched as Monoma from Class B began to climb over the barrier between the two hero course classes. The smile on his face was rude, taunting, and likely begging to be punched. No, Ojiro said, annoyed, as Izuku looked past the boy and said, Kendo, please keep control of your class's loose cannon. Monoma yelped as he was pulled away and Kendo poked her head over the barrier. I don't know if I should even continue to apologize for him. He's been like this since the USJ attack and the cavalry battle made it worse. Class A nodded and returned their attention to the match. Kirishima and Tetsu were still busy punching each other, stuck in a cycle of delivering and taking a punch as if they were locked in a high school student's first turn-based RPG. After 5 minutes, they began stumbling, and after 5 more, they both collapsed from a simultaneous blow. It appears that they have both fallen. Midnight, what's your ruling? Present Mic announced. Both competitors have been knocked out. It's a draw. We will take a break so that they can be moved, Present Mic said. Once they both have woken up, we will have a tiebreaker. The screen displayed a number of potential tiebreakers. A red arrow bounced around the screen until it rested on arm wrestling. Looks like they'll arm wrestle to determine who'll move on. Until then, we'll continue with match 4. They watched as the 2 unconscious boys were taken away so that Recovery Girl could monitor them before their tie-breaking arm wrestle match. The tournament continued, with the next 2 fighters walking out to the platform. Her horns are natural but not her quirk. From the heroic courses Class A, Ashido Mina. Ashido waved to the crowd, her pink face stretched to breaking thanks to her smile. Versus. He might not be Pikachu, but he's considered to be shockingly cute. Also from Class A, Kaminari Denki. While Kaminari was grinning, his cheeks had a faint hint of pink to them. Is he really blushing? Hagakure asked, setting an invisible hand on Izuku's shoulder so she could lean forward. He was thankful they all had to wear their gym uniforms instead of their hero costumes. I would be a blushing mess if I didn't know where all of her body was. Obviously, Jiru said, grinning devilishly. There was a camera in her hands, zoomed in to record Denki's reaction. I have a friend that will appreciate having blackmail material. The class rolled their eyes, certain who her friend really was. Shaking his head, Izuku turned back to the match just as Midnight swung her whip to start. Mina immediately charged in, wiping her body with a slick acid as she got closer, step by step. She's repeating our tactic against Todoroki's team during the cavalry battle. Smart. Let's see how Kaminari reacts to the repetition. That won't work this time, Ashido. Kaminari shouted. The air around him crackled, ready to spark. It maybe dispelled my widespread attacks, but don't think it'll shrug off my real strength. Shame you're so weak, Kaminari. Ashido taunted, finished coating herself. She slung a haphazard handful of acid, spreading out like a powdery snowball. It splashed into the concrete near Denki's feet and immediately sizzled, eating into the stone. The electric quirk user bounced back away from the acid, throwing a curving arc of lightning. It struck Ashido's left shoulder, spinning her around and nearly knocking her onto her rear. She spun around like a drunken ballerina and stood proud, fists on hips. It'll take more than that to beat me, she shouted as a second bolt hit. It shattered against a large glob of acid that had formed in her hands, dispelling the attack's force. I'll be the one going on. Ashido sprung forward, twisting around a third bolt with a noblewoman's grace. Coming out of her spin, she lunged forward, within 2 arms pans of Kaminari. He released a massive pulse of electricity, frying the air around him and short-circuiting his brain. Mid-lunge, she was caught by the electrical wave. The acid on her skin repealed most of the attack, but it didn't prevent her from being affected by the attack. She twitched and seized, as her arms somehow remained in control enough so that she could grab Kaminari's collar and knock him over. He giggled, and when he didn't resist Ashido's struggling attempts to try and pin him, Midnight shouted, due to the immobilization, the winner is Ashido Mina. The two were taken away on stretchers carried by robots, the pink girl erratically waving at the cheering crowd as the electrical attack slowly worked its way out of her body. Once off the field, Present Mix's booming voice filled the stadium once more. Onto match 5. She got in on a recommendation. From the Heroic Courses Class A, Yaoyorozu Momo. Momo walked out with a slight smile on her face and a hesitant wave recognizing the cheers. She's definitely nervous, Izuku thought. Maybe she really is sheltered. Versus. The martial maiden of Class B. From the Heroic Course, Kendo Itsuka. Kendo stepped out, face flushed a color close to her strawberry blonde hair. Snickers came from where Class B sat and a few in Class A joined in. They nodded to each other, a wave of serious confidence flowing over them upon reaching the platform, and Midnight started the battle. Momo stepped back, a bow staff emerging from her right palm, as Kendo raced forward, hands expanding to the size of a compact car. The bow staff twirled above its wielder's head, the ends hissing as threads of electricity raced around. The massive hands came up, the right high above and the left palm down, aiming to sweep Momo's feet out from beneath her. Gritting her teeth, Momo drove her bow staff up into Kendo's right hand, even as the left swatted her like a buzzing fly. The large-handed girl hissed, her right hand shrinking as the shock quickly faded. Flying through the air, Momo flipped head over foot until she hit the concrete platform hard. Groaning, she rolled onto her hands and knees. Due to being knocked out of bounds, the winner is Kendo Itsuka. Midnight shouted, startling Momo. She looked back and flushed at the sight of her feet poking beyond the line around the fighting area. After that, they left the platform. Present Mike returned to his announcements. Now on to match 6. She's a workaholic with a hero-worthy eccentricity. From the Support Courses Class H, Hatsum Mei. Hatsum strutted out of the tunnel, fully geared up with her creations. She was the 4th member of Team Shinso, Izuku realized. I wonder what she has in store. Versus. He has a face of a high school punk. From the Heroic Courses Class A, Zero Hanta. Zero stepped out, frowning at Present Mix's introduction. Several in the stands joked about how on point Present Mix's comment had been. I never realized it, but Present Mike is correct, Shuji said, his 6 arms folded. Zero looks like a punk you'd find at other schools. He turned to Mineta. You think we could get him to grow his hair into a pompadour? Jiru and Mineta laughed at the comment, the latter nodding as Midnight started the battle. Zero moved first, firing 2 bands of tape across the platform. They bound Mei tight, wrapping around her body from shoulders to knees. She grinned at him and her voice suddenly boomed through the stadium. Microphone? Izuku thought. But where are the speakers? He's quick on the draw, isn't he? Against anyone else, his tape would succeed in binding his opponent until he could finish them off. But I have a way to get out. Blades 3 inches long snapped through the tape from Hatsume's sides, primarily along her arms and legs. She twisted, squatting and rolling her shoulders, and tore through the tape bind. With a roar, she burst free. My limb blades are perfect for escaping sticky scenarios like that one. They fit closely onto my exoskeleton, which is light enough that even when deactivated, it won't impede my movements. You won't get away so easily. Zero shouted as he launched a speeding band of tape at the ground before Hatsume. She leapt over his tape when he started to create a line in front of her. With a grin, he pulled up on his tape, and while it had appeared to be loose, if not already stuck to the ground, it instead popped up like a jump rope and caught Hatsume's left foot. Let's see how you fight in the air. Hatsume called out, voice still amplified. She exploded away from the platform, steaming jets from her boots lifting her into the sky. The backpack on her back then changed and 2 more streaming fires emerged to lift her higher. Zero, caught off guard, kept a tight grip on his tape as the sudden launch pulled him along. He blinked twice and found himself 20 feet off the ground and still climbing. Looking up, he shouted, "Are you mad?" Approaching 50 feet, Hatsume looked down and grinned. "Only mad about selling my babies." A confused mood settled on the stadium, which drew a laugh that would make Ms. Joke proud. Any true creator considers their creations, their inventions, to be like their children. Now for the final act. A tube on her forearm elongated and she stopped midair so Zero and his tape would swing out in front of her. This portable laser may not be as strong as some heroes' quirks, but that won't stop it from slicing through a meter of solid steel, or a quirk-based tape. As Zero hit the apex of his swing, Hatsume snipped the tape with her laser. He screamed, falling from the sky. He glanced at the platform and, Izuku would bet, realized he would land outside the platform. He shot out a band of tape from the elbow closer to the platform in a desperate attempt, but Hatsume cut that too. Once beyond the platform's boundaries, soft concrete caught him and brought him back to the ground. Having knocked her opponent out of bounds, Hatsume wins. The excess produced by Cementos was pulled back as they prepared for the 7th match. There were grumblings from some of Class A. Annoyed someone from the support course embarrassed one of their own. Time for match 7. He may look like a bird, but he's no Darkwing Duck. From the heroic courses Class A, Tokoyami Fumikichi versus representing a fast and quick legacy of heroes. Also from Class Ida Tenya. The 2 competitors emerged, silent and serious. They marched onto the platform and bowed, formal and respectful. With a disappointed sigh, Midnight waved her whip. Start. Tenya raced forward, the exhausts in his calves releasing smoke. Fumikichi waved his arm forward and Dark Shadow leapt forward, spreading out to cover as much of the platform as possible. Tenya dove and slipped under one of the shadowy quirk's wings, aiming to finish the match in the fastest time. You fell for my trap, Fumikichi said as dark tendrils snapped out and wrapped around Tenya. It lifted him off his feet and tossed him backwards toward the nearest boundary. I expected you to charge in, relying on your speed. Only light can outrace shadows. I plan to wait and use this against Bakugo, but I'll have to do it now. Tenya shouted, rotating so his exhaust pipes pointed outward. Furiously hot flames burned from them and he braced himself, preparing for the force about to be focused into his legs. He moved forward and once his foot touched back down, he vanished in a blaze of speed. Dark Shadow cawed, frightened, as Tenya pushed past and delivered a super speed punch to Fumikichi's beak. 3 more high-speed blows were delivered as the bird-esque boy was pushed towards the edge. As a 5th attack approached, he ducked left, and Dark Shadow pulled back. There was a shout as Tenya tripped over the edge of the platform. His attempt to draw back his speed and react to the dodge failing. He hit the grass and rolled over and over until his speed finally ran out. Due to his opponent falling outside of the boundaries, the winner of the 7th match is Tokoyami Fumikichi. Izuku stood up from his seat in the audience, nodding at the support from his classmates. My match will be after the tiebreaker and Kakens. Let's see just how strong you really are, Todoroki. Bakugo Katsuki clicked his tongue as Tetsu defeated Kirishima in a quirkless arm wrestling match. White brows must be physically stronger than shitty hair. I'd guess that shitty hair's quirk is technically stronger, or doesn't have the same faults. He snorted at the thought and listened for his introduction. And for the final match of the first round. His mouth is as explosive as his quirk. From the heroic courses Class A, Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki stepped out onto the field, ignoring the jeers from the crowd. He had expected a strong reaction from them, but it wasn't the positive one he imagined waking up that morning. Deku said not to pull any stunts when he found out I would be doing the athlete's oath. He better beat half and half, or else I'll have to hospitalize him. Versus. Present Mike continued over the crowd. Definitely the oddest fighter, for he stands out the least. From the General Study Courses Class C, Shinso Hitoshi. Katsuki scowled at Shinso, who had a smug smirk on his face as if he had already won. I'm going to blast that smirk off his face, and after I deal with him, I'll toss Tailboy like Bowser. Demand him for not telling me. I even threatened him to see if his tail had reptilian traits, but all he did was smile and wish me luck. Smoke rose from his palms as he stepped onto the platform. He stared down the other boy until Midnight started the fight. Katsuki immediately charged forward, explosions firing from his palms. He could already smell burning ozone from the blasts. You really are stupid. I guess it just makes it easier for me to beat you, Shinso said, his smirk stronger than ever. Shut up and die. Katsuki screamed. And then a sensation came over him, as if his brain had been dropped into warming water and his body was left aside to watch it boil. That was way too easy, Shinso said, running a hand through his hair. But I guess it must be nice to be you, Bakugo Katsuki. I bet everything was handed to you after your quirk manifested itself, especially given how flashy and powerful it is. For me, my quirk made my life worse. It would have been better if I had been born quirkless, but I've come to accept my quirk and that it won't prevent me from becoming the hero I want to be. I'd like to keep talking, but you look frustrated. Turn around and walk off. Katsuki turned. A funky daze crossed him as his body followed Shinsu's command. When I break this, I'm going to kill him until he's more than dead. I'll make him become twice dead. Yet with each angrier and angrier thought, Katsuki couldn't find a way to break the hold Shinsu's quirk had upon him. Step by step, he approached the edge until, against every instinct roaring at his body to turn and fight, his left foot took that final step and he stepped outside the platform's border. Present Mix announcement was almost as shocked as Katsuki. With his opponent having stepped out, the winner of match 8 is Shinso Hitoshi. Katsuki Bakugo stomped off the field, red eyes blazing with a hellish fury. Every moment from when the connection between body and mind had been severed, caused by a quirk, of course, until he stepped off the platform and the connection snapped back replayed insistently in his mind. Hitoshi Shinsu's smug, condensing face hovered in his vision, taunting and teasing. I'm the one who's supposed to look down upon my opponent with condensation and the joy of certain victory. He better watch his back and hope they don't let him come up into the heroic course. Next time I see him, he'll be blasted away. You should still visit Recovery Girl, even if you weren't physically hurt, a UA support worker said from a half step behind. Katsuki glanced back at the worker, snarling. What's a student doing working the sports festival, or is this punishment for losing badly? The worker flinched, but added, I've heard about that kid from the General Studies course. Shinsu's brainwashing quirk supposedly can have lasting impressions. What are you talking about? Katsuki asked, considering the merits and problems that could arise from blasting the support worker's face off. I heard his quirk can make it easier for other brainwash quirk users to successfully use their quirks on you, the worker said, flinching at Katsuki's snarl. Are you effing serious? Katsuki shouted, stopping. He stomped forward until the worker was pressed against the near wall. Why the F would someone like that be accepted into UA? A moment passed and the worker's fear washed away into hesitant laughter. It grew louder and stronger until he gasped out, I didn't think you would believe that TP and bull story. Shinso owes me 5,000 yen. When he found out I would be helping with the third event, we made a bet whether the person who lost to him would believe whatever story I thought up on the spot, and well, a roaring explosion filled the hall as Katsuki fired his quirk at the wall right next to the worker's head. His hair was singed and a couple fragments from the wall had scratched his face. That was all of the damage Katsuki's attack did. Learn your place, extra. Never speak to me again, Katsuki said. He turned away and stalked off, a searing fury boiling through him. He stomped past doors and hallways, ignoring anyone who ducked out of his path. It was only when he headed to the stand reserved for Class A that he encountered someone worth his time. What are you doing here, Deku? Katsuki seethed. Are you here to brag? Izuku froze and their gazes locked. I have my fight against Todoroki soon. Izuku frowned as his face shifted from shocked to confused to surprise. Wait, brag? I didn't think you would be angry after just the first round unless. Did you lose, Kaken? Katsuki gritted his teeth and turned away, fuming. Don't lose to half and half, Deku. I'm the only one allowed to beat you. He then stomped off, ignoring whatever half-hearted comment Izuku said. Why does that FNG Deku have to show me up? He gets to fight half and half while I'm stuck watching from the stands like a dumb civilian. Bus. His fury started to abate as he considered the options suddenly open to him. That story behind how he got his quirk was always suspicious. After listening in on his conversation with half and half, I bet there really is a connection between Deku and All Might. Hopefully he says something that accidentally reveals their connection. When he reached the viewing booth for Class A, Present Mike was announcing the beginning of the second round. He watched with a feral grin as Izuku and Todoroki were introduced, walking across the stadium floor to the concrete platform. "You're scaring me, man," Kirishima said. Katsuki looked over at the redhead, who flinched away. "Are you really that set off about your loss?" "Of course he set off he lost to some mind controller, Kirishima," Kaminari added, still tired from his fight. "Honestly, I'd probably feel the same. Maybe not look like I'm preparing to send someone to Recovery Girl in pieces, but I'd be angry." "Shut your mouth, shitty hair. Oh, and Piku, don't compare yourself to me. I don't want to interrupt the festival because I vomited everywhere," Katsuki snapped, eyes narrowing as the match started. Todoroki launched a massive wave of ice at Izuku the moment the fight started, who responded in turn with a flick of a finger and an overwhelming force shattering the incoming ice. As the suddenly freezing wind blew through the stadium, Katsuki shook not because of the temperature, but from a familiar sensation. "You can't be." 3 more times Izuku and Todoroki exchanged blows, and with each one a terrible, impossible realization settled upon Katsuki. He went rigid, ignoring the curious looks and questions he received. Only one word pumped through his mind. "How?" "You asked me about my connection to All Might earlier, Todoroki," Izuku said as the 2 boys huffed and puffed. He stood straight, hands in light fists at his side. "I don't know how deep or far your suspicions go, but you deserve to know I've been connected to All Might much longer than many know. In the same way your father expects great things from you, All Might has expectations of me. Expectations that come from helping to mold me into the hero I will become. I am his protege, his successor, the future inheritor of his will and mantle. And one day it will be me the world turns to for hope when I say, 'Fear not, because I am here.'" The stadium fell hushed, the sound almost stripped clean away, as everyone processed Izuku's words. Before the crowd could react, Todoroki responded. "That changes nothing, Midoriya. I will still beat you, All Might or not." With that, Todoroki released an overwhelming blast of ice, one superior than all the others used that day, akin to a dozen small glaciers racing towards a single impact point. There was a slight hint of movement from Izuku before the ice reached him. There were gasps as the ice settled, groaning like an ancient wood door in a soft breeze. And then the entire structure hissed and crumbled into 1,000 pieces. The chunks crashed into the ground as a cloud of steam rose. When the cloud faded, as the crowd got their first chance to see just what had happened under the ice, Todoroki released a second massive glacier. The ice was shattered as it passed the middle point and Izuku emerged from the cloud. His shirt was so shredded that he tossed it away. Lean muscles flexed as he walked forward, his veins glowing with power. "How did you get that quirk, Deku?" Katsuki thought, somewhere between astonished and beyond outraged. "How did you get All Might's quirk?" Shudo Todoroki gritted as Izuku's glancing blow snapped a rib. The instant his shirt had hit the ground, Midoriya had flipped the fight upon its head, forcing his opponent to fight at a rhythm he had not anticipated. With quick jabs and punishing uppercuts, the match was slowly becoming one-sided. "He's using my abilities against me," Todoroki realized after the 7th jab at the ribs on his left side. He was quickly growing frustrated with Izuku's insistence on focusing on his left, which was becoming more and more frozen with each attempt to draw upon the ice side of his quirk while neglecting the fire. More so than during the cavalry battle or the USJ attack, he found the temptation to unleash the fire element of his quirk growing to the point where he feared it would emerge without his conscious desire to come forth. "It's like I said, Todoroki," Izuku said as he stepped in close and threw an elbow. Blood splattered against the concrete and Todoroki pushed through the growing haze in his head. "You have to use your fire if you want to beat me. I know the ice part of your quirk as good as I know Kaken's, and you saw who won in our fight." Todoroki clicked his tongue and he threw a wild, ice-enforced punch at Izuku. While the other boy did block it, the blow made him stumble enough for a follow-up attack, a quick spear of ice. It was dull enough to launch his opponent back without punching through his chest. It shattered like a wine glass at a party from an overhead, double fist blow. Suddenly, Midoriya was upon him with another steady and violent barrage of kicks, punches, and elbows. The sequence wasn't one of a brawler, but a trained fighter, Todoroki reflected. Every time he tried to retaliate with his ice, Izuku nudged his broken rib followed by a quick headbutt. The stunning blow sent Todoroki reeling, a hand coming up to stem the flow of blood. "My nose is broken. I need to finish this soon." "Why do you want to be a hero?" Izuku asked, letting the pace slow. He watched Todoroki wipe sweat from his brow. "What motivates you to become a hero? Is it because it's expected of you? Is it all because of your father? Or does something else drive you?" Years of training flashed before his eyes. How his father had separated him from his siblings at a young age. "Your place is not with them," Endeavor had said, as if the young boy already understood why. All he had done was watch his siblings play, testing their quirks of either fire or ice. None of them had both, like him. None of them were cursed. His fists tightened, knuckles white. I'm becoming a hero for my own reason, he shouted. Then why do you only fight with half your power? Will you be only half a hero? The question hung over Todoroki. He snorted and shook his head, disregarding the small voice that agreed with Izuku. What did my father say to get you to try this? I already told you Midori dash. So you're fine only fighting with half your power while the rest of us are out here giving it our all? Izuku asked, full of passion. Of fire. Isn't your power your own? Isn't your power your own? His question rattled Todoroki to his core. A faint memory, a happy memory, one of the last of him and his mother, dug from where it had been repressed to. Yes, quirks are naturally passed from parent to child, All Might said during a TV interview. Todoroki had been only a young boy then, before his fire abilities had manifested. Yet that's not the only thing that matters. It goes beyond blood ties. You must recognize and appreciate who you are. That's what I mean when I say it. When I say, I am here. Beyond blood ties. You can decide who you want to be. Tears streamed down Todoroki's face as the left side of his body warmed with an unfamiliar heat. Let me show you why I want to be a hero, Midoriya. Flames licked at his right, a life breathed into them long forgotten. Good, Izuku said. His eyes glowed a vibrant emerald and then he disappeared in a blur of speed. I would hate to beat you at anything less than your best. His words floated, coming from here and there as Todoroki threw fire and ice at shadows and blurs. After a few grazing yet painful blows, he illuminated the platform with fire and ice, coating every square inch where he didn't stand. A shockwave pushed back against the rush of fire and ice to his far left. Todoroki turned as a glowing Midoriya charged him. Time to end it, Todoroki, he shouted. Finishing attack, Star Platinum Barrage. Dozens of fists collided with every part of his body, thrown with a speed that slowed everything else. Time lost meaning as he withstood the onslaught, until it overpowered him and he was ejected from the platform. Later he would learn that before he hit the stadium wall, his instincts had created a sheet of ice to catch him. Izuku watched as Recovery Girl went about her duties, healing Todoroki. She had provided him with an extra gym uniform after healing his scratches, bruises, and burns. He had been badly singed by Todoroki's final attack and with his increased speed, his own reaction times needed to increase. Kaken wouldn't have any issues with that, he thought, almost bitter. He left the infirmary, anxious to watch the next few matches. I'll need to thank Ochako and Tenya for telling me about Cementos having to rebuild the fighting platform. Otherwise, I would be running and Recovery Girl would have both my skin and All Mights if she found out I did something like that just after a fight. He shook his head as a booming voice took him by surprise. Congratulations, young Midoriya, All Might said as he approached. He slapped Izuku's healthier shoulder, grinning. Not only did you handily defeat young Todoroki, but you achieved a goal I set for you. Although, I would recommend be more careful with your words. Those who aren't aware of the truth could figure it out. Izuku couldn't help the laugh, tired and relieved, that passed his lips. I wanted to make it clear to Todoroki just how strong I am. I'll remember that for the future, All Might. Little caught up in the moment, although I don't think I gave that much away. All Might nodded, thoughtful. If you don't mind, there are a few things I want to talk to you about. With the appearance of the villain alliance and the rumors about the hero killer in Hosu, I fear my days as All Might are growing shorter than either of us suspected. Of course, Izuku said. Toshinori emerged from a cloud of steam. A moment passed where he was fine, and then he vomited blood, staining the floor in between them. Sorry, Toshinori said, wiping his mouth. In a way, my injury is related to what I wanted to talk about. Let us speak in private. Toshinori led Izuku through empty hallways, down 3 flights of stairs, and into a room labeled Toshinori Yagi, Adjunct Professor, Heroics. They sat on cushioned chairs, a table between them. I believe it is time that I told you the full story of All for One and the origin of One for All, Toshinori began, nervous. As quirks became more prevalent, public outcry from the quirkless grew in response. Part of the danger was the increasing tendency for quirks to be used for criminal acts. There was also a mood, where people with quirks lamented their fate while those who desired them had no means to correct whatever wrong they believed had been done to them. This all led to the PRD of chaos that is too often glossed over in history classes. It is unfortunate, because that PRD is the focus of my story. During this time, one criminal in particular used his quirk to seize control of Japan and correct the flaws he perceived in society. All for one, Izuku said, frowning. You glossed over his abilities, but how does he tie into our quirk? I was getting there, young Midoriya, Toshinori said with a hint of a smile. Now, we call him All for One for that is the name of his quirk. It allows him to transfer quirks from others into himself, both by stealing them from those he thinks are unworthy and giving them to those deserving. Now, this is where the history becomes hazy, but this story has been passed down along with our quirk. All for One's brother believed in justice, but he was apparently quirkless. Thus, his brother forced upon him an energy stockpile quirk. But he didn't know his brother had a quirk, a seemingly useless quirk, that allowed him to pass the quirk itself on to another, Izuku said, pieces coming together as Toshinori grinned. I shouldn't be surprised how quickly he figures things out. The two quirks mutated into One for All, didn't they? Indeed, they did just that. Now, his brother fought All for One, but failed. From him, it was passed down, each vessel adding to its power and working to combat the evil of All for One. This leads all the way to my predecessor, Nana Shimura. Like the others before her, she fought and then fell in battle against All for One. By the time her final fight came about, she had already passed it to me. You are mostly aware of what happened after my fight with All for One, but you should know that I injured him greatly. So much so that I suspect he is the one pulling the strings of the villain alliance, now preferring to hide away from the ever-searching light of justice. Izuku stared at the table. You fear a reckoning is fast approaching. A final battle between you and All for One. I won't lie and say I don't, but I admit that part of me hopes that my career as All Might does not end fighting him, Toshinori admitted. The villain alliance will continue to target UA and your class in particular. As such, remember that they are likely to make their next move during the summer. Classes will not be in session and you, and your classmates, will be more vulnerable without UA and the school's protection for underage and unlicensed quirk usage. Nedzu is working on plans to protect the students of UA if things get worse, but we hope they will never be used. Loud cheering interrupted their conversation. Toshinori sighed and stood. We will finish this conversation another time, young Midoriya, likely before you take your final exams for the semester. When Izuku returned to Class A's viewing booth, Tenya was departing, phone to his ear. The two nodded, but otherwise paid little attention to each other. Must be something important, if he's that distracted, Izuku assumed. He sat down between Ochako and Tsuyu and asked, I miss anything? You missed me avenging Kirishima. Ashido shouted with a grin to rival All Mights. I used my acid to corrode his steel-hardening quirk. Turns out without it he has a glass jaw. Mina's scared because she's your next opponent, Karo, Tsuyu said, undercutting the pink girl's excitement. You also missed Hatsum from support continue marketing her babies, this time with Kenda's aid. I think she enjoyed being a model, Karo. If anyone other than you ends up in the news after the festival, it'll be her. So does Kendo continue on then? Izuku asked. Tsuyu nodded. And now for the final match of the second round. Tokoyami vs Shinso. Present Mike announced. Fight. Dark Shadow sprung forward, squawking at Shinso as he ignored the shadowy quirk in favor of its master. You seem smarter than that last kid, he said, stepping aside as Dark Shadow took a swipe. Just make it easy on yourself and let my quirk take control. Fumikage closed his eyes and sighed. In that same moment, Dark Shadow increased its speed and the frequency of attacks launched against Shinso, forcing him to always evade backwards, regardless whether he also stepped left or right. Their dance continued. Shinso always found an opening to avoid being forced to step out of bounds. Izuku frowned. Are you playing with Shinso, Fumikage, or do you have a plan? Just as Shinso grew overconfident, Dark Shadow struck. He was in the middle of an overreaching step to the left when the shadowy quirk spun around and caught him, so he fell on top of the quirk. It bound him tight, extended to the boundary line, and dumped him outside. I am not as easy to provoke as Bakugu, Fumikage said as Midnight announced his victory. I would recommend working on getting responses from stoic figures. Like you? Itoshi Shinso asked from the ground. Fumikage smiled, nodded, and walked away. Man, Tokoyami is so cool, Mineta said. Their classmates agreed as Izuku looked up at the clouds, a pervasive thought emerging from his interest in the fight. Where did Tenya go? He hasn't come back. I hope everything's fine with him. He was a patient man. While his first rise to power generations ago had been swift and violent thanks to the destabilization of the time, it was mostly forgotten except amongst the most annal of historians and the villains he cultivated with the pulling of strings. Tamura Shigaraki was just one of those strings, so willing to dance to his song. If you could see him, Nana, would you still smile? Or would your spirit be crushed? Your own blood, now my puppet. He may even take over for me one day. My quirk passed to the next generation, just like yours. He remembered the long PRD where he had forgotten about his greatest folly, the quirk his idealistic brother had passed down. It was only after research and hindsight that he realized every holder of One for All had opposed him. If I had known what it would become, it could have been my greatest weapon. Instead, it marks the one who will stand against me. Indeed, it still did. One for All had ended up in the possession of idealistic heroes, like Shimura Nana and Yagi Toshinori. And now Midoriya Izuku. I am the only villain who wouldn't go after him solely for being All Might's protege. I know the truth, even if the boy was clever enough to disguise your relationship as the traditional one of mentor and mentee. You gave one for all to that boy because of your failing body, as a reminder that extinguishing that damnable quirk of yours won't be easy. He would admit, however, that Midoriya was a good choice. The boy had turned the zero-gravity girl's quirk against her with methodical ease before fighting Endeavor's son on his own terms. The current fight between Midoriya and the girl with an acid quirk was boring, for the girl had immediately gone on the defensive. She doesn't provide him the same challenge the other two did. A shame. I wish to see what potential he could muster before being extinguished. He's had more teachers than just you, All Might. Making sure that Shigaraki watched the sports festival had been easier than usual this year. When the event had begun, he made it a point to watch, not only to monitor what types of heroes were being produced, but also to find if there were possible converts. Bakugo could be twisted, brought over to our side. He seems to have the personality, and his loss to Shinso will do serious damage to his psyche. The question is how much he idolizes you, All Might. He pressed a button beneath his right armrest. Within a minute, there was a rippling sound as the air behind him distorted. You summoned me, Kurogiri said, amused. His warp quirk was extraordinarily useful, especially given that his quirk could slip around all but the strongest anti-quirk fields. I had grown so used to being contacted via Shigaraki's screen, I almost hesitated to come. There was a pause as yellow eyes flicked to the festival. Is this about the Midoriya boy? Shigaraki is absolutely furious, and I fear he will try and murder the boy before he goes home today. His declaration set off the worst tantrum I've ever seen, and I've known Shigaraki since you took him in as a boy. He sighed. Do keep Shigaraki under control. I have plans for Midoriya, ones he could ruin. However, there's another child that needs to be watched. Shigaraki might even have fun with. Oh? Kurogiri asked. Would it be Bakugo Katsuki? Between his attitude and his quirk, he could be twisted. He would make a great ally. He chuckled and smiled. What pain there was, he pushed through. Sometimes I wonder why I place my future hopes on Shigaraki instead of you, Kurogiri. Because my quirk is too valuable to eventually waste becoming one with your quirk. Kurogiri bowed. Forgive me, but I must go. Shigaraki is likely to be in another rage. He then disappeared into his warp gate. Oh, my reasons are more petty than you think, Kurogiri, he said, unconcerned the intended audience had left. He returned his attention to the sports festival and watched as Midoriya blasted through his opponent's half-hearted attempt to shield herself with a mist of acid. All Might's successor took advantage of her hesitation and launched her off the platform with a flicked kick. He watched as the next match was announced, passive but alert. Enjoy your festivities while you can. The age of peace brought on by All Might is near an end. No matter what he claims, Midoriya will never have the chance to uphold the mantle of symbol. I will remind him of the strength that brought him to his knees. All for one is more than just a quirk, after all. Tenya Ito watched the city pass from the train. A few people looked at him curiously, but he suspected they recognized him from the ongoing festival. He leaned back and sighed, fingers pinching his nose under his glasses. His mother's words had shaken him. Your brother was attacked by the hero killer, Tenya. He's been rushed to Hosu General, but everything's so uncertain. Please come as soon as you can. Ingenium was the family legacy and everything he aspired to be. To learn that the most recent Ingenium had been defeated, maybe even killed, by a monster like the hero killer scared him. He had heard the whispers aboard the train. News of his brother's attack had begun to spread like wildfire, even with so many watching the sports festival, and it made many nervous. Where was All Might? Some asked, while others said, Ingenium is a good hero, but the hero killer is in a league all his own. He should have left it to one of the more popular heroes, or waited for backup. I can't despair, Tenya reminded himself. The hero killer will face justice. He can't be allowed to continue attacking heroes as he has been. The train stopped, and among the robotic voices' announcements was, Hosu General Hospital, next stop. The last few minutes to his destination were quiet, for much of the train had emptied. While he attempted to remain calm, Tenya found with every foot closer to the station he grew more and more nervous. He couldn't help the fact he could only focus on one thought. Are you still alive, Tensei? He raced out of the train once it reached the stop for Hosu General Hospital. Even without his quirk, Tenya was fast. A few people gave him odd looks as he rushed past, but between his UA uniform and the intense look he was certain graced his face, the crowds parted for him, most continuing on their way without a second look. When the hospital came into sight, he increased his pace to match his pounding heart. What room is Tensei Ida in? He shouted, entering the hospital. A couple nurses jumped at his entrance. Tenya stopped long enough for a secretary to give him the room number before he continued past. Tempted to break into a run, he charged up a staircase, down a hallway, and pushed through a door with his brother's name besides it. His mother turned as the door opened, all puffy eyes and red cheeks. There were faint lines on her face from where the tears had streaked down. She crossed the few steps between them and pulled him into a fierce, crushing hug. However, all Tenya could focus on was the man, his brother, in the bed. Hazy gray eyes glanced in his direction and a tired, impassive mouth twitched into a smile. "Little brother," Tensei whispered, "I'm sorry for missing the sports festival." Tears skimmed along Tenya's cheeks. He disengaged from his mother and walked over to his brother in a haze. "You don't need to apologize for that. I'm just happy that you're alive. When I heard, I thought the worst." Weak fingers wrapped around his hand as he sat. "I will be fine, little brother." "But you can't be a hero," their mother shouted, interjecting herself into the sibling conversation. "That monster took away your livelihood. There's more you can do other than be a hero." "You can't mean that," Tenya shouted, an odd sense of betrayal flooding him. He held tightly to Tensei's hand. "What will happen to Ingenium then?" His brother smiled, a faint laugh on his lips. The laugh suddenly grew stronger. As sudden as it grew, it died as Tensei grimaced and coughed. His pain faded and as his body relaxed into the bed, he turned to Tenya, eyes bright with life. "Promise me, little brother. Promise me that you'll be Ingenium. For me, and for all who rely on our help." Tenya gulped, tears slashing off his glasses as he found the energy to nod. "I'll do it, brother. I'll become Ingenium for you. And I'll get justice by taking down the hero killer. I'll do it somehow. You deserve it." "Thank you," Tensei whispered as his tired eyes closed. Toshinori Yagi ignored the curious and confused gazes that had remained fixated upon him since the fight between Midoriya and Todoroki. While he had spoken with Midoriya about finding a way to announce who he was to the world, they had never talked about how specific to be about the announcement. Overall, it seemed to have gone well with the crowd. By the time that fight had finished, Izuku had shot up to being the favorite to win the festival. He watched on as Fumikage Tokoyami and Itsuka Kendo struggled, their fight having turned defensive within the first minute. While the general crowd grumbled, Toshinori noticed some pro-heroes lean in, watching the fight closely. Both Tokoyami and Kendo have strong quirks that can work both offensively and defensively. However, Tokoyami has the advantage of range. Toshinori's thoughts became reality as Dark Shadow rushed out, overwhelming Kendo's attempts to defend against the attack. Step by step, she found herself being driven back until a strong slam against her left hand, the size of a truck's front, knocked her off balance, especially compared to her normal-sized right hand. She spun, stumbled to find stable footing, and was hit against from below, launching her up into the air. Kendo tried to expand her hands and flap back like a desperate chick leaving the nest, but it mattered little when she ended up hitting the ground. Winner by force out, Tokoyami Fumikage. Midnight shouted. There'll be a 5-minute break before the final match. The crowd shifted, people standing to stretch or get one last batch of concessions. Food Rush stocked the stands inside the stadium, all providing him a nice extra boost to his paycheck. Toshinori assumed many of the exterior stands were closed or moved as the sports festival for the second years was reaching their halfway and the third years were getting ready to start. While some people did leave to head for the third-year stadium, most people remained to see the final fight and the first-year winner. I will have to ask Nedzu about the last time so many people stuck around for the end of the first-year festival, if there ever was such an occurrence. This is a great surprise and will serve young Midoriya well. Present Mix's voice signaled the end of the 5-minute break. Here comes the final match. The unbeaten champion, your favorite to win. Midoriya Izuku. Toshinori's protege was standing on one side of the platform, waving to the cheering crowd. Izuku's smile tempted his mentor to chance revealing his secret identity and expand into the form of All Might. Instead, he just smiled down, waving the moment their eyes locked. Challenging him is the dark bird of the day. Tokoyami Fumikage. Tokoyami acknowledged the crowd with a nod, but didn't wave like his opponent. Are you ready? Midnight asked them. After they nodded, she waved her whip. Start. Izuku dashed forward, blurring green as Dark Shadow emerged to challenge his approach. He leapt over the Shadow's first lash, ducked under a second, and rolled left as a powerful blow smashed into where he would have been. The ground cracked as he moved forward again, racing past the attempted blow and shrinking the distance between them in a blink. Tokoyami drew Dark Shadow close, like a second skin, and blocked Izuku's first attack. The boy threw several more punches and it was only with the last that the feudal block was broken. Tokoyami was knocked back and rolled to his feet. The boundary line was just behind him and Toshinori smiled at the murmuring around him. Both boys impressed the pro heroes in the stadium, and if they were impressed, the ones watching from home or their offices would be so too. It's good to see my students performing so well. I should speak with Nedzu and Aizawa about working closer with Class 1. Young Midoriya has grown tremendously under my tutelage. His classmates should do the same. Izuku moved forward, arms raised in a guard and his eyes fixated on his opponent. Dark Shadow emerged from Tokoyami, keeping close as he too moved forward. A hush fell over the stadium as with each step, the two boys got closer and closer to punching range. They stopped, only a couple feet between them. This was a good fight, Fumikage, Izuku said, grinning. You say that as if it's over, Tokoyami commented. Dark shadow crept out from within, clawed hands ready to strike out. Not yet, but soon. With one fluid move, he took up a fighting stance Toshinori recognized from the boys' training with Gran Torino. With one arm before his face and the other raised high and behind his head, he could guess just what Izuku planned. Tokoyami did his best to raise Dark Shadow as a shield, abandoning any attempt to strike back, as Izuku suddenly spun, his body dropping as his right leg swung up high, and then down on the crown of his opponent's head. Toshinori was thankful he hadn't blinked, for the move happened that fast. The bird hero dropped like a sack of potatoes, his body crumbled on the ground. Midnight counted to 10, almost rushing as the crowd screamed. Once she finished, Present Mix augmented voice overwhelmed the stadium. With a kick that would ring anyone's bell, Midoriya Izuku has won. That's right. The winner of the first-year sports festival is Midoriya Izuku of Class A. We'll take a short break so the runner-up can be healed and then we'll have a very special medal ceremony. Taking the cue, Toshinori slipped away. He had a special changing room near the outside of the stadium so he could slip into uniform and emerge as All Might. Good job, young Midoriya. Let's see where you go from here. An hour later, a healed Fumikage joined Izuku and Kendo on the podium established in the stadium center. Her fight with Ishido was shockingly quick. The president of Class B had charged the acid quirk girl, dodged multiple volatile globs of acid, and used her quirk to expand her hands into watermelon-sized fists before clobbering the other girl. A bored Midnight stood nearby, waiting on either Present Mike or All Might to begin the medal ceremony. She spun her whip, whistling as the crowd grumbled, waiting. Sorry folks, a loud, familiar voice shouted. All Might dropped into the stadium to thunderous applause. He waved to the crowd, grinning, before approaching the podium. I was so inspired by the achievements and exploits of these fine, young heroes I got held up speaking with them. He turned to the three, pulling a matching number of medals out from behind his back. Now, for today's victors. Third place goes to Kendo Itsuka, who rose above not only her entire class, but many others, to show that technique can beat out experience in the right hands. There was a low groan at All Might's wordplay. Your classmates are proud of your achievements today. All Might set a bronze medal around the girl's neck, smiling as tears slipped from her eyes. Second goes to Tokoyami Fumikage, a worthy award. Your talents have been recognized. Your ability to improvise and be versatile in the face of a wide variety of quirks will serve you well. All Might set a silver medal around the boy's neck. Fumikage nodded, his beak closed as he rubbed the medal, thoughtful. And today's winner, Midoriya Izuku. The crowd roared, pleased with All Might's words. A most impressive showing, putting yourself ahead of the pack from the very beginning. As your mentor, you have made me proud, and hopefully your fellow classmates will want to celebrate your victory. All Might set a gold medal around the boy's neck. Izuku held it tight, staring up with a teary smile. All Might stepped away from the podium, grinning. I believe I speak for all of our competitors when I say, thank you. Your support has helped to push them forward as these wonderful youths grow as heroes. And as always, plus ultra. The crowd, the three on the podium, and those at home watching the festival repeated those last two words with a powerful shout. Izuku woke up the day after the sports festival well-rested and a little full from dinner the night before. His mother, after a half hour of crying and a crushing hug that felt like it was augmented by a quirk, had made his favorite food. The amount of katsudon he had consumed wasn't something he remembered upon waking up. There had been several, he was certain, but it would take several hours for him to remember. As he got dressed for class, he scanned the news stories on his phone. Two stories dominated the news cycle. All Might's protege wins sports festival and hero killer strikes again. Ingenium hospitalized, career over? He scowled at the second one, remembering how Tenya had left the festival early, just after his loss in the third round. It must have been because of the attack on his brother. He's always spoken highly of him. Izuku sighed, looking away from his phone. I should try and talk to him about it at school. Or better, have Ochako talk to him. His two friends from the entrance exam were close, often working on homework together. While he turned an eye away from the class betting pool, he was aware they were the most likely couple to end up together. Izuku, his mother called. I think you should get going soon. He frowned, but shrugged his shoulders at his mother's words. While eating dinner, he had listened as she told him how she had reacted to every match, all of the rounds, and each blow he threw. Her instincts as both mother and nurse had made her worry, but the pride she had shown made it worth every fright he had caused her. I'm heading out soon, he shouted back. Is there a problem? There's a reporter and cameraman at the door. Izuku blinked, leaned his head to the left and then gasped. What's the press doing here? Isn't that unethical to come to someone's house to question them? Surely they would try and get statements from either All Might or me at UA, at the very least. He grabbed his backpack, finished buttoning his blazer, and hugged his mom. I'll handle the press, Mom. I'll see you tonight unless your shift goes long. His mother nodded, hugging him tight before letting him go. Izuku stepped outside and was surprised by the camera crew just outside the door. They were sitting around between him and the stairwell, the cameraman yawning while the interviewer leaned against the wall, reading something on her phone. Izuku tried to slip past them, but they both looked up just as he passed between them. He smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I need to go to class." "I take it you don't have a time for a short interview?" the woman asked, disappointed. She turned to her cameraman, not giving Izuku time to respond. "You think we could pull it off on the train?" "That isn't." The cameraman frowned. "Doubtful. They'll be packed even this late in the morning and I don't want to be jostled." He glanced at Izuku. "Better to just contact UA and ask to interview him at lunch. I was mad to follow you out here this early." Izuku cut in. "That would be fine. You'll just need to talk with the school, although I doubt they'll let us do it," the reporter finished, sighing. "I think I may still have an IOU from UA after that mess with the press storming your campus." She smiled at her cameraman, who looked to be on the verge of laughing. "It was rather silly and we were the only people not to enter after that weirdo melted the door and let us enter." "Melt the door? That sounds like Shigaraki." Izuku cleared his throat and smiled. "If that's it, I'll let you contact UA. If they agree, then I will see you at lunchtime." He took a few moments to shake hands with them and headed off. As they had predicted, the train was packed and several people not only recognized him from the festival, but also asked for autographs. A few gave him hero name suggestions. He flushed when a couple middle schoolers recommended All Might Jr., several derivatives, and Midori, but otherwise how few people talked to him about the festival surprised him. When the train reached the stop for UA, there was a low shout of, "Good luck, Midoriya." He grinned and waved to the cheerful people as the door closed and the train departed the station. "Man, everyone's been talking about you like crazy," a friendly voice said. Izuku turned and shook his head as Kirishima and Katsuki approached. "He's been pissy all morning, but I think that's just because a couple kids mocked him. If I ever see them in trouble, I will look the other way," Katsuki declared, stomping away. "See you in class, Kirishima." Izuku wasn't certain, but he thought he heard the sound of the wind rushing past. "Did he just call you by your name, Kirishima?" "Yeah, he did," he said, pleased. "Okugu may be rough around the edges, but he's a good guy at heart." He threw an arm over Izuku's shoulders and added, "I think he considers us to be friends." "I would agree with that," Izuku mumbled. "He only uses names for people he respects and I'm pretty sure that's the sign of real friendship with him." "That coming from experience?" Kirishima asked. They started out of the station and toward school. "Everyone is aware you two have known each other before you developed quirks." "Before he developed his, perhaps." Izuku glanced up. "For several years, I tried as much as I could to revive the friendship we had as boys, but my apparent lack of quick created a divide I don't think will ever be crossed. Just keep being friends with Kaken, Kirishima." "No worries about that," he said. The campus entrance came into sight when Tenya suddenly appeared behind them. "Good morning." They turned and Izuku asked, "How's your brother?" He immediately wanted to take the words back when Tenya frowned. "He won't be able to continue as Ingenium, and he asked me to adopt the name." "That's unfortunate," Kirishima said. "We'll all be behind you, so make sure to make your brother proud. A family legacy like Ingenium is very manly." "Thanks," Tenya said, his typical excitement faded, held back. "I hope his brother's injury and retirement isn't pressing on him." Izuku glanced over, frowning. "Please don't try and get revenge for your brother. We all know what they say about it and I don't want to see one of my classmates fail to become a hero." The three boys entered UA, passing a crowd of press smaller than the one that had descended upon the campus after the news of All Might teaching at the school came out. They tried to press Izuku about his comments at the festival, but both Tenya and Kirishima helped to keep them at bay until they passed through the gate. "That's really lame, trying to spring that on you," Kirishima grumbled. "You would think they would know UA frowns upon them trying to interrogate students like that." "Yes, but Izuku took the world by storm by declaring his intentions to succeed All Might as the symbol of peace," Tenya said. "All Might defines much of what it means to be a hero, both here in Japan and abroad. By making such an announcement, everyone will be watching him closely. Every success and every failure will be scrutinized." Izuku nodded, uncertain how to respond as they reached the door into class. They entered, the last three to arrive and took their seats. Before anyone could speak to Midoriya, Aizawa entered, holding a thick stack of papers. "Congratulations on completing your first sports festival," he began. "Many of you have made a splash in the world of heroics and these," he shook the papers in his hand, "are a sign of the interest you have drawn. While students typically don't get their first chance to intern with an office until near the end of their first year at UA, the principal has made a change for your year due to the events a few weeks ago. As such, you will all be serving your first internship for the rest of the spring. And unlike usual, you will have more freedom to decide where you go. He handed the stack to Aoyama and it began to make its way around the room, each student removing their list. Once they had all been handed out, the class begun talking and gossiping about their sheets. How many offers did everyone get? Ochako asked, scanning her own list. I only got a few hundred, but some of these are pretty good. I got 1,000? Ashido shouted, holding up several fingers from counting. There were similar rumblings across the room as every student received more requests than they suspected. Even Mineta received over 100 requests, although nearly every single one of them were from offices notorious for turning the most perverted heroes into icons of civic morality. If you're all finished bumbling about your lists, I have a couple other things to mention about them, Aizawa said over the class. They all quieted as several names and numbers appeared on the board. As you can all see, many of you received more requests than usual for first-year students, even those getting close to entering their second year. We just happened to have a very surprising result this year. At the far left of the list was a towering bar, topped with the number 15,734, and a single name beneath it, Midoriya Izuku. The boy in question gasped at display, having worked through only a third of his list. No wonder I couldn't finish it before he interrupted us. Everyone asked for me. Well, all but one. He flipped through his list, scanning names and addresses as his classmates whispered about his remarkable response. It was around the 3/4 mark of his list that he realized just who was missing. Izuku had met Sir Night Eye once during his training pre-UA. The dark-haired man had just finished up his tenure as All Might's top sidekick, using his quirk to predict and outthink villains and crime rings. In hindsight, calling their meeting that was an exaggeration. Night Eye had only watched Izuku train for 15 minutes, frowning the entire time, before departing without a word. He later heard from All Might that the pro-hero hadn't been extremely impressed, but he hadn't said anything bad about him. I wonder why he didn't request me? Was it because of my declaration? He didn't have much of a chance to think about it in peace when his classmates begun pestering him about whom he was going to choose, trying to convince him to join them for the internship. Izuku wasn't going to admit it just yet, but he had already made a choice. At the very beginning of All Might's career, before the disaster that had made him a household name overnight, he had been a fresh-faced hero with All-Star Heroics office. Shortly after All Might departed the office, it was acquired by a rich hero that had already been jumping the ranks in a mad rush to the top. Izuku Midoriya knew he was going to intern with the office owned by Endeavor. It was just a question of who else would go to it. A voice cut through the room. What the F? Do you mean you're going to your old man's office? Half and half. You trying to show me up? Todoroki glared up at Katsuki. It's expected of me, boo. I would have thought you would go to a different top hero's office, like Best Jeanist or Kamui Woods. Bah, Katsuki said in disregard. Word is online that Best Jeanist squashes individuality among his interns and I don't want to accidentally injure the top hero during an internship. Just deal with the fact you'll be overshadowed at your old man's place. Maybe I should consider a different office, Midoriya thought, frowning at the argument. You have thought of shadowing the same office, Fumikage said, making Izuku jump. He turned to the bird-like hero. Hit it on the head. I should remember just how perceptive you are, Fumikage. What office are you looking at? He frowned, thinking. I got a lot of offers thanks to my successes in the festival. An office I have long followed was on the list, so I shall consider their offer over the rest. Izuku nodded. The choice was rather simple, when he broke things down. He would either continue with his original plan and intern with Endeavor's office, or allow Todoroki and Katsuki's decision to enter said office to force him to go elsewhere. Yes, it's all exciting, Aizawa said, interrupting his class once again. However, before we can register you with your office of choice for your internship, there's one more thing that has to be done. He paused, scanning the room. While you all call me Aizawa-sensei, I'm known at large as Eraserhead. That name is a recognition of what I can do as a hero. You mean? Kirishima began, leaning forward. It's time to decide on your hero names. With that announcement, the door slammed open and Principal Nedzu entered, stopping the few cheers that had come forth. The class was shocked by his entrance and watched him closely as he crossed the room to stand beside Aizawa. I imagine you're all shocked by my appearance, he said, almost smug. While we typically have one of your other instructors oversee this most important occasion in your development as heroes, I thought it would be interesting to be directly involved this year. That means, of course, I will be working with your counterparts in Class B once we are finished here. All of you should have boards that slide in and out of your desks, Aizawa said. Use those to write down your hero name. Nedzu will be approving them all. The class rustled, pulling out the boards. Izuku tapped his, glancing around the room as several people wrote theirs down. Many already know theirs. But me? He sighed, stopping his tapping. If he was honest, he had been so focused on preparing to become a hero that his mind had skipped over the name. Sure, he had written several as he grew up, but they were all as bad as the ones he had heard that morning. His thoughts went on pause as Aoyama strolled up to the front of the class, smiling in that way where he clearly believed his name was the best. This is mine. I am. He turned the board and said, I cannot stop twinkling. The class grumbled as Nezu rubbed his chin. I don't know if I would have used twinkling based on what I've seen, but there isn't any heroes called Twinkler. Perhaps Dazzler could work. Dazzler would work perfectly, Aoyama said, brushing his hair back. I am quite dazzling. He went to sit down and Ashido popped up, grinning. Here's mine, she said, displaying Ripley's hero, Alien Queen. Aizawa frowned. Isn't that the name of a horror monster? He glanced at Nezu. What do you think? It fits her abilities and there are several heroes with more villainous appearances or names out there. Consider it approved. Ashido rushed to her seat, grinning madly as Tsuyu replaced her at the front. Her hero name of Froppy got the class chanting her name, Izuku going along with it. I definitely hit it on the head. She's going to be popular among children. Tenya went next. He set his board on the podium and scanned the room. I put a lot of thought into this and with everything that's happened, I need to do this. For my brother. He turned his around and displayed Ingenium for the class to see. I take it Tensei asked you to assume his hero name? Nezu asked. Tenya nodded and the principal smiled. You will do that name and him proud. He flushed and returned to his seat, pensive yet pleased. Izuku continued pondering his hero name as several more students went up and presented theirs. Some, like Sadu, Yaoyorozu, and Jairu, went with names that emulated Tsuyu, good names that highlighted their quirk and would make for good branding, should they reach the heights nearly every hero in training aspired to. Others went with names less obvious, yet were as good as the others. Kirishima had strutted up to the front before presenting Red Riot to the class. He then explained, Crimson Riot inspired me to become a hero. As such, I felt it was extremely important for me to pay homage to him and his legacy as a hero. Nezu had only nodded, but Izuku had an odd hunch that the principal was feeling almost reminiscent about Crimson Riot. If he remembered correctly, the two had been at UA around the same time, many decades ago. Nezu's age is hotly contested on forums across the web. Fumikage had left Tsukuyami crossed out on his board, with the Raven underneath it. He glanced at Izuku, smiling the best he could with a beak, and then offhandedly mentioned that the name had been used during a training session and he had liked it. Half the class, primarily the more academically successful, accused him of taking it from the poem he had recited early in the semester. As they approached the last few, there was only a couple that Nezu rejected. The first was with Todoroki, who tried his best to insist upon Shudo as his hero name. After several minutes and as many suggested names rejected, the principal sighed, disappointed, and let the name go with the promise that Todoroki consider changing it before he graduated and became a full-time hero. After that was Katsuki, and Izuku almost laughed when he saw the first name. While he had mellowed out over the years, there were times where the boy's vicious side emerged. With King Explodokills, this was clearly one of those times. Aizawa shot it down before Nezu could comment and it slowly morphed. First it was changed to Baron Explodokills, then to Baron Explodio, where the sudden came from, Katsuki never said, and finally the three were willing to agree on Explodio as Katsuki's hero name. He grumbled about it returning to his seat, but it was probably for the best. I believe we have one more left, Nezu said, grinning. We've had a lot of good names today, with a few rough ones that have been mostly ironed out. The principal glanced at Todoroki, who frowned. Now, Midoriya, let us see what you have prepared for us. Izuku, in between Ochako's Uravity and Mineta settling on Grape Rush after Grape Juice was shot down, had written down a name he liked. He walked up to the front, board close to his chest, and the class focused on him. I have to thank Kirishima for the inspiration. With my status as All Might's protege now in the open, I've also decided to acknowledge my inspiration through my hero name. He turned and presented his board to the class, showing two words. Green Might. Everyone have their forms? Aizawa asked board. Class 1A was gathered at the Greater Hosu Terminal, the nearest train station to UA with connections up and down the country of Japan. Izuku stood in a large group, his uniform case near his feet. He held, like the rest, a stack of forms sent from the offices they would be interning with. As the class nodded, their teacher sighed, relieved. But most of you are interning around Hosu, so you'll be coming with me to the intracity trains. Those heading to other cities, your trains will be on this level. If you forget your forms and uniform, you'll be undergoing special training with All Might once you return. His punching bag budget is higher than UA is comfortable with, so Nezu was courteous enough to offer any students that mess up with their internships. Nervous mutterings spread through their group. Most of them thought the words were a joke, but a few looked afraid and Izuku was surprised by the shade of green Mineta turned. Shocking everyone, the short boy had decided to forego MT Lady's pitiful office in West Hosu in favor of Best Jeanist. And I'll be stuck with Todoroki and Kaken for the foreseeable future, Izuku thought. Both had been surprises, given the former's conflict with his father and the latter's fixation on All Might. Even with his connection partially revealed, Katsuki retained his confidence in becoming the #1 hero of Japan. Just don't go looking for trouble. Ochako, while leaned in close to Tenya, had remained loud enough for her voice to carry across the group. He was the only student who would be walking from the station to their office. There had been rumors about the hero killer being his reasoning for picking a rather low-level hero office, but that madman had been striking all across the city. I suspect a number of us ended up picking Hosu with the delusion we could take him down, Izuku thought, watching with a frown as Tenya played off Ochako's worry and stalked off. I'm surprised Aizawa-sensei agreed to let him intern here instead of getting him to go elsewhere. Those of you heading out of Hosu, you're dismissed for now, Aizawa said, yawning. Good luck with your internships. The rest of you, come along. Ida has permission to walk to his office. The larger group headed down the large corridor and passed through the second group of gates to their right, all swiping cards or phones as they went. From there, Izuku and 4 others proceeded not down the nearest escalator, but to the second one. They stepped onto it, all quiet as they descended from the main area down to the train platform. Which office are you going to, Midoriya? Todoroki asked, shocking the others. Your father's, Izuku said after a long moment. Both Todoroki and Katsuki shared an odd glance, one that made him nervous. I would have thought you'd go to one of the offices closer to All Might. Everyone have a lot of ideas about your relationship with him, Todoroki said. He pulled out his phone, clicked on an app, and scrolled for a few seconds before showing the screen to Izuku. The boy flushed at the headline, Secret Love Child? Does All Might have a son? He scanned through the article and his bright pink face turned scarlet and then crimson as he read the speculation about his relationship with All Might, how his HRLT answers fit in, and even on how his father's departure for his ongoing overseas job matched the timeline for All Might's time in America before his emergence as the symbol of peace. I already told you, I'm not his son, Izuku said, defensive. Didn't say you were, Todoroki said. Just that people think you are. Should I assume you haven't paid attention to the speculation around you too? I read an article the day after the sports festival. Izuku turned away, a little embarrassed by how defensive he sounded. There was a loud snort and they all turned to Katsuki. He was holding back a laugh, though a rather scary grin was caught on his face. As if anyone really believes that tripe. They reached the platform and stepped onto it. He marched away from them. Just don't get in my way, you two. I don't need some lucky idiots holding me back. His gaze focused on Todoroki. Especially ones with daddy issues. He strolled away and sat down on a bench while Todoroki remained rooted right before the escalator. It was only after others came down and shouted at him did he move, but even then was so focused on Katsuki that Izuku was certain he could walk away and the other boy wouldn't notice. A train arrived at their platform and the others got on, heading not into the Hosu Center, but for the suburbs on the city's far side. It was likely they had been scared from the center by the hero killer, a mysterious figure known as Stain. Little seemed to be known about the figure other than his preference for killing moderately wealthy and popular heroes, ones not powerful enough to threaten him, yet he more often ignored new and inexperienced heroes. It was a concerning trend and Izuku wouldn't be surprised if Endeavor focused them on trying to hunt down and corner the hero killer long enough for the #2 hero to take the criminal down. Either way, only a few members of their class would be in the man's operation range. I never did ask, Todoroki began, standing near Izuku. Why did you select my old man's office? I'm going there because I have to and Bakugo seems to think his explosion quirk and my, father's hellfire quirk work well together, or something like that. More like Kaken thinks he can get stronger learning from Endeavor, Izuku said. He glanced at the heterochromatic boy beside him and sighed. You do know that your father's office is the same one that All Might started at? It had a different name, but they're technically the same facility and office. If you say, Todoroki commented. Izuku waited to see if he would say more, but that was about the time the train arrived, rumbling into the station. They stepped on board, Katsuki keeping at least 7 feet between them. Won't last when we reach the office, but if Kaken wants to stay over there, he's free to do so. The train ride from the station to the station nearest Endeavor's office was quiet, with only a few people in the car during the entire trip. The others whispered, glancing at the UA students with curious looks. Izuku kept calm, trying to rely on the little meditation he had been taught during those early years when he thought he had a quirk that had yet to emerge. Todoroki put in headphones almost immediately after leaving the station and Katsuki was barely visible from where the other two sat. He nearly sighed in relief when they reached their destination. The 3 boys stepped off the train through different doors, yet ended up being shoulder to shoulder as they walked up the stairs to the ground level. Diagonal across the intersection from where they emerged was the office, a looming 20-story structure of metal and glass. It was pushed back from the sidewalk, with a stone outcropping with the office name emblazoned, almost burned into the stone. The endeavoring heroic office. Your dad isn't one for subtlety, isn't he? Izuku asked, more rhetorical than serious. It's the only thing I'll admit I got from him, Todoroki said as the light changed and they crossed the street. Katsuki grumbled, your hero name isn't subtle, Deku, but was ignored as they waited for the lights to change once more. They crossed, walked around the sign, and entered the office building through the central revolving door. The interior was expansive, all marble and gleaming tile, revealing parts of the first 5 floors above. Are you the interns from UA? A secretary asked. Her desk was so close that Izuku was surprised they hadn't noticed upon entering. They nodded and she pressed a button. Please wait for the central elevator at the right-hand elevator bank. It will take you up to Mr. Endeavor, the secretary told them. They headed over to the directed elevator bank. There they waited near 15 minutes, ignoring as heroes and civilians alike passed them by, using the other 2 as they stood around. The central elevator dinged after 12 minutes, the doors opening to reveal it was empty. They entered and as the last stepped through, the doors sealed and the car shifted, rising quickly. One of the buttons to the side glowed, the words beside it declaring, Penthouse Level, Endeavor. Todoroki sighed while the other 2 boys only glanced at him. The stop was as sudden as the start and when the doors opened, they stumbled out, a tad dazed. Come forward, you 3, a deep, serious voice commanded. They walked over and stood before Endeavor's desk. His fiery beard was shorter than usual, more a goatee than a full beard. He looked from his son to Izuku to Katsuki and back. Set your cases down and place your paperwork on my desk. They did so, setting their uniforms down and walked forward. As they set the forms down, a quiet patting of feet went to the cases. They turned as the same secretary from the entrance walked away, carrying all 3 containers with a single hand. That's Multiplia. She typically has 3 or 4 copies helping around the office. Whenever she creates a copy of herself, she can imbue it with the abilities of another's quirk, as long as she is touching them while the copy is produced. He focused on Izuku and Katsuki. I expect you to thank her for her help. She has a bright future as a rescue and disaster hero and an important part of these internships is building connections. You never know when they'll come in handy. Endeavor then stood. He walked around his desk, ignoring the confused looks of his 3 new interns. You have decided to entrust your future potential as heroes to me. A smart choice for all of you. He turned to them, crossing his arms. While you are in this building or in uniform, I am Endeavor. That applies to all of you. His eyes focused on an annoyed Todoroki. Now, what are your hero names? They wouldn't send you here without letting you decide and confirming them. Shuto, Todoroki said, snappish. I'm Explodio, Katsuki said. I might change it but that's it right now. He jabbed a thumb into Izuku's chest. This is Deku. What? My codename is Deku. Todoroki cut in, smirking at Katsuki. What are they doing? Shuto, Explodio and Deku, Endeavor repeated, nodding. Not the best hero names, but not the worst either. You'll find Multiplia and your uniforms on floor 7. You're dismissed. Before Izuku could correct the pro-hero, Katsuki and Todoroki grabbed his arms and led him to the elevator. They followed him in and once the door closed, laughed. Wait, were you both in on that? Izuku asked, frustrated. I thought it was childish, though I didn't expect my old man to accept it. Todoroki said. There was a slight smile on his face that quickly went away. Consider it payback for the sports festival. Katsuki scoffed. You may not be a worthless Deku, but you're definitely still a Deku. I can't believe Nedzu accepted that name. Green Might? At least Kirishima can be respectful to his hero. Hey, All Might likes the name. Izuku didn't mention the way his mentor had laughed, but he did have a shockingly immature sense of humor at times. Just let me correct it. With Multiplia, at least. Todoroki and Katsuki shared a few odd looks. No skin off our back if she doesn't believe you, Todoroki finally said. They arrived at the 7th floor to find a half-dozen pro-heroes rushing past and into another elevator, all dressed in their costumes. Once they were gone, the 3 students began to wander, searching for Multiplia. While a few people gave them odd looks, most just smiled at the sight of the gray blazers and red ties of UA. I wonder how many know we're here for internships, Izuku thought. While there is a slim chance they're already aware, it seems doubtful. He sighed as they stopped, having somehow made their way back to the elevator bank. Oh, there you are, came a vaguely familiar voice. They turned and watched as Multiplia approached. Follow me to the changing rooms. Mr. Endeavor would like to begin your training today. The 3 students exchanged nervously excited glances, yet only Katsuki grinned. It seemed everywhere Izuku turned, everywhere he looked, there were flames. He felt certain they were Endeavor's, but Katsuki, Kaken is Explodio during training exercises, had been trigger-happy, using his special gauntlets to turn aside the number 2 hero's Hellfire quirk. It's annoying, and as good as the ventilation is, the smoke is becoming too thick. He coughed, covering his mouth. I also don't know where the others are, and this is supposed to be a team session. He was a green blur, moving through the huge chamber. While the office was 20 stories tall, Endeavor preferred to use the subterranean chambers whenever he would use his quirk seriously. Izuku would bet that the building burning freaked out too many people, so the pro hero had moved his training downstairs. As he passed between 2 pillars, a burning sound filled his ears and his eyes slowly turned left. Too slow, Deku. He lunged forward, moving faster than the flames. My hero name is Green Might. Izuku shouted as Endeavor began to pursue him. It'll be burnt and crispy if you don't improve, brat. Izuku gritted his teeth, ducking beneath another gout of flames before having to leap towards a wall and off it as if he was in a platforming video game. I should look into parkour classes. I think Mina does something like that. There you are. Explodio screamed, blasting into Izuku's confrontation with Endeavor. Once within an arm's span, he unleashed a wild volley of explosions. They pushed the pro hero back, but did little actual damage. If you mean to fight, then fight. Endeavor shouted. I am not your instructor at UA, who will hold back to not severely injure you. I train heroes willing to fight the worst villains and face the most dangerous disasters. Izuku grimaced, springing away with every ounce of speed he could squeeze out. Even so, there was a couple times where he thought Endeavor was going to barbecue him. This is the difference between a pro hero and us. His level of experience and fighting instincts isn't something you're born with. It has to be trained. As he moved, there was a slight hint of movement to his right. He burst over, arm drawn back to incapacitate whoever had distracted him. He was shocked, encountering Shudo as the boy used his own fiery quirk to disguise his position. Is this what you've been doing the entire time? Izuku hissed, scowling at Shudo. Using your own fire to hide from your father? There was a terrible roar of flames, but it wasn't close or directed towards them. Keep your voice low, Shudo whispered, barely louder than the flickering flames around him. As much as I hate using my fire, it is most convenient right now. That trigger-happy idiot is to blame for this. He was supposed to find and bring you here so we could plan as a group. A strong wind kicked through the chamber, shifting the flames this way and that. And he isn't supposed to engage. No point in planning, Izuku said. We might as well step in and fight. Think your ice can contain Endeavor? Shudo frowned, thinking. My fires aren't as strong as my old man's, so using them to fight him would only make it easier for him. Before Izuku could respond, Explodio was launched through the nearest fire and collided with them. They were pushed back a few feet before Shudo's ice slowed them down. Endeavor pushed through the flames, letting them swirl around him like the morning mist. Got all 3 of you together? He grinned, increasing the size and intensity of every fire in proximity. About time too. This training has gone on for too long. Ice rushed forward in thick blocks. Within seconds of appearing, beads of water traced down every face. Some of the largest blocks cracked from the heat. Before they could reach Endeavor, he waved a hand before him. A hungry wall of fire burst forth and struck the ice head-on. Steam filled the air as the powerful flames overwhelmed the ice and vaporized liquid water. Izuku gulped, letting one for all flow fill his legs. He had been holding a consistent level across his body, but with the way things were heading, running could be the best bet. For all of my strength and training, it feels like all I can do against Endeavor is run. All Might wouldn't run, but he's... Izuku slapped his cheeks, drawing attention to himself. Explodio and Shudo both frowned, but clearly decided not to ask what was wrong with him. The green hero launched forward, skimming along the high ceiling as Endeavor looked up to focus on him. What an interesting surprise, Deku. Endeavor shouted. Izuku bit back a complaint. At least it's possible for heroes to change names early in their careers. Hopefully the press never caught wind of the false name. It would be terrible, seeing that stupid nickname from his quirkless childhood permanently connected to his name. Worse would be the fact Katsuki and Todoroki would hold it over his head until they retired. Or died, the nervous, terrified 10-year-old inside him whispered. He pushed down the thought as he guided his flight over Endeavor with his hands, almost using them to run along the ceiling. That was when Shudo went overboard with his ice. Wider than 3 men and up to the ceiling, a huge block of ice shoved forward. It caught Endeavor in the back, still focused on Izuku. The boy in question grabbed one of the dozen-plus bars holding up the ceiling and swung around it. He landed several feet away as the ice pushed past where he had been. The block stopped once it hit the far wall and silence fell upon the chamber. Did you get? Explodio began when the ice shattered. In a mass of flames. Endeavor emerged, breathing heavily. His fire beard was mostly gone, revealing a sad goatee beneath. Impressive for some brats. You three go get healed up and then find Multiplia. If she has nothing for you, prepare write-ups of what you did during this training session and give justifications for every decision. They nodded and headed for the single door in and out of the training level. Izuku sighed, relieved to be finished with the practical training. It's nothing like my previous trainings. There are moments where I honestly fear I could be seriously injured. He glanced back at Endeavor, who was stretching a shoulder. I wonder what else he'll have us do. It was Friday afternoon when Endeavor presented them with the first serious change to their internship schedule. They had gone through 4 days of training, each simple yet draining. Mornings were spent studying the laws and regulations surrounding work as heroes and what actions were viewed as vigilantism instead of heroics. The younger heroes in the office oversaw the sessions, most of them recent graduates from schools other than UA. One was even from Shiketsu, their school's rival. Afternoons were spent with Endeavor in the various subterranean training areas. The exercises were never the same, yet they always left the three tired and coated in soot. Endeavor continued to insist on calling Izuku Deku during the sessions, no matter how consistently he complained otherwise. Most of the other heroes had picked up the name, though Multiplia led the minority using Green Might as asked. Oh, it probably just enrages him, she had said when Izuku asked why Endeavor used the wrong name. She leaned close and whispered, I think he may be the only pro hero who doesn't like All Might. Though, that's probably the pressure of being number 2 for so long. Izuku had nodded then. Now, standing before Endeavor, who was dressed in a civilian suit and tie, he wondered if there could be another reason. As you three won't be here much longer, I have decided to give you a full day of patrolling. Saturdays are busy, with people going about errands and spending time in public. Villains know this, so they often use said days to engage in acts more dangerous and risky on a weekday. I typically take a group of 5 to go with me, to handle civilians and to ensure the police pick up villains as I carry on. You three will be joining me for the entire day, with Multiplia to help watch. Just the 5 of us? Izuku asked. Endeavor nodded. It will also be a chance for you three to present yourselves as heroes to the public. Shudo, Explodio, Deku or Green Might or whatever you're insisting upon today. There's a good chance your names will be known by tomorrow. Likely just a few tweets and an article on a third-rate site, but that's more than your classmates will get. The 3 nodded. Todoroki's face was blank as usual while Katsuki grinned. Izuku wanted to frown at the comment about his hero name, but the excitement about heading out eclipsed it. Just remember, Endeavor continued, stern. You will follow my every command without question. You will not engage villains unless your life or the life of another is directly threatened. And remember, no heroics. You aren't licensed, so anything stupid or dangerous you do reflects upon me more than you with some exceptions. If you save someone from a falling building, you are liable for any injuries they suffer. Fight a villain beyond what I've said is appropriate and the police may investigate you for vigilantism. Am I clear? They nodded and Endeavor smiled. Check if Multiplia has anything for you to do, otherwise you're dismissed. You'll report for duty by 700 tomorrow morning. Understood, they said as Endeavor glared at them. Izuku added a small, sir. Neither of the other boys commented on it, though Todoroki did give him an odd glance. Saturday morning was quiet as Izuku arrived at the hero office. He entered through a single unlocked door on the far left of the front and was led by an already suited Multiplia to a ground-level changing room he hadn't known existed. Katsuki was already there, changing into his suit. Only his gauntlets and mask sat aside, the boy drawing his gloves on tight. About time, he growled out as Izuku pulled out his uniform. Half hasn't shown yet, even though his old man is already upstairs. How do you know that? Izuku asked, shedding his civilian clothes. Ran into him trying to get one of the elevators to work. The changing rooms upstairs are better than the ones down here. Izuku just nodded. 15 minutes later, the two sat on opposite ends of the atrium, waiting. They looked away from each other. Katsuki focused on the elevator bank while Izuku watched the entrance. The crowds outside were growing, though it was barely 9. Ever since he first got One for All, he had struggled to get up before 10 on most weekends, in part due to the lack of weekend training sessions before UA. The ones he had attended with Gran Torino had been a rude awakening, especially since every pro hero was expected to be on call from the moment they received their license until they either retired or died in the line of duty. At least All Might says it will pass. He had been weirdly lethargic those first years after acquiring One for All, though he was older than me when he got it. Maybe that's affecting me? You're here, Endeavor said, suddenly joining them. Shudo stood beside him, dressed in a blue jumpsuit and gray vest. Come along. We're patrolling for 13 hours. You'll feel drained afterwards, but getting an experience like this will be invaluable. Trust me. When they finally stopped for lunch 4 hours later, Izuku wasn't sure whether he should thank Endeavor for the patrol training or not. It was exhausting in a way he hadn't expected. From the fact they had seemingly walked every street in Hosu and how civilians reacted to them, it took everything within him to continue on. He didn't mind the latter, though he wished they didn't smile at him as if he was a silly child whenever he introduced himself as Green Might. Explodio got an opportunity to introduce him as Deku, and it seemed to be more, well, popular. When he added in it was a childhood nickname, the strange, "You are a child," look went from condescending to amused, almost appreciative. One person introduced himself as a UA graduate. He then admitted he had been in the business course and recommended they speak with one for having someone to guide your career is necessary in this day and age where there are so many heroes. Make sure they have a mind for marketing and some good contacts. Interning with a hero like Endeavor is a great first step, especially since you'll get some decent publicity. The sports festival is good and all, but it's only useful for the third years in terms of starting your career. Trust me, for I represent the number 3 hero, Hawks. The man then handed them his business card. Shudo handed his to Endeavor, who scowled at it. Izuku looked closely at his and frowned at the excess of feathers printed all over it. Izuku shook his head, trying to focus on their break and not what had already happened. "Excuse me," a voice asked, drawing his attention. A teenage girl, maybe a year older than him, stood nearby. She had blonde hair tied into twin buns and her grin exposed fangs. "You wouldn't be Midoriya Izuku?" "He is," Explodio cut in. "Call him Deku though. We are heroes if only in training." "Oh, so mature," the girl said, grinning. "Didn't you get beat by that general studies kid? The brainwasher?" "That was a right laugh, seeing you act like a puppet with its strings pulled all nice and tight." Explodio scowled, so Izuku jumped in. "How can I help you, "Oh yeah." The girl held out her hand and said, "I'm Himiko Toga. I'm 16, looking for a cute boyfriend who can handle lots, and I love blood." Izuku blinked, holding out his hand and letting the girl shake it. He was wondering whether it was a mistake, but Toga looked so innocent that he was willing to let the blood comment go. Maybe she likes bloody movies or video games. "It's nice to meet you. Is there something I can help you with?" "Oh, I just wanted to introduce myself," Toga said. She leaned in close, grinning wide. "I think we'll be seeing more of each other, Deku-kun." With that, she turned away and skipped off. He watched her disappear into a confused crowd before shaking his head. "She was odd," Shudo said, joining them with a large bowl of noodles. He proceeded to slurp them as loud as he could. Explodio settled on a large platter of beef using his quirk to cook the slices while Izuku got a few pieces of katsudon. The people around them scowled at Explodio, but nobody moved to complain for Endeavor would scowl at them. "I'm pretty sure that's an abuse of our privileges and power as heroes. You ready to continue?" Endeavor asked as they finished eating. The 3 boys had moved to lean against their table. The pro-hero ignored their failure to answer and stood. They followed after him and the patrol continued. The afternoon felt like a blink, with them encountering muggers and petty thieves around nearly every corner. A couple low-level villains attacked them and were handily defeated. When they stopped for dinner, several videos of the fight had been uploaded online. It showed Endeavor holding off 3 of the villains while the 3 students worked together to handle the other 2. Multiplia and the other hero held back, keeping civilians away from the fight. "Did they include our hero names?" Shudo asked as Izuku showed them the best quality video. It had been uploaded to Vidstagram, viewed nearly 40,000 times, and had several hundred comments. "People did in the comments," Izuku said, opening them up to scroll through them. The first seemed to be from someone they met earlier that day, for they gushed how they got to meet them, how handsome Explodio was, that Shudo was as mysterious as he appeared, and said that Izuku was cute, calling him Deku the Green Might. A lot of people responded to it, laughing at the name given to him. "It's pretty funny," Explodio added as he worked through his second burger. "And you get to keep that stupid name." Izuku was tempted to protest, but Endeavor sent them such a fiery glare that they went quiet through the rest of dinner, the only sound they produced being those of chewing and swallowing. "Endeavor," Multiplia interrupted, looking around the area with a strange nervousness. The crowds they had seen most of the day had seemingly evaporated as they ate. There have been sightings of Numu in Hosu. "I was hoping to bag the hero killer," Endeavor said, standing. His fiery beard grew. "If I can take down these monsters, more the better. Come on, brats. We have some monsters to fight." Izuku knew the moment they encountered the pro-hero manual. He was nervous and worried, and upon seeing the 3 students with Endeavor, approached them. "Have you 3 heard from Ingenium?" It took him a moment to realize manual didn't mean Ida Tensei but Ida Tenya, their classmate. And then his stomach dropped. Please tell me he didn't? If we see him, we'll tell him you're looking for him," Izuku said before turning back to Endeavor, Explodio, and Shuto. "What's the problem?" Endeavor asked with his arms crossed. "A classmate of ours has gone missing," Shudo said. "His brother is the only hero to fight the hero killer and survive. Without fleeing." Izuku nodded, though the reminder of heroes running away from the hero killer was an annoying reminder. It was the greatest embarrassment surrounding what the media was calling the hero killer saga, as if the conflict between a single villain and an entire professional community was like something out of Dragon Ball and not a unique trial for pro-heroes. Endeavor scowled. Then we need to find him. He shuffled around in a small pouch along his belt and pulled out a few small devices. Radios, all set on a frequency the police monitor. I'm giving you 3 express permission to search for your classmate. You are to engage only for extraction. I don't need one of you 3 acting the hero. Find your classmate, call me, and get to a big street. His attacks have been focused in alleyways, so it's doubtful he'll pursue. They nodded, each taking a radio and sticking it in an ear. Explodio, head south. Shudo north. Deku east. I'll continue west. If you encounter any other heroes, tell them what's happening and that I have given you permission to be on. Own. The 3 student heroes nodded before turning in the given direction and taking off. Izuku drew upon One for All and launched high and onto the buildings following the road heading east. He bounced across the rooftops, scanning down every alley he crossed. It was easier to check those on his side of the street, yet he found those on the other side showed him more occurring deeper. He spotted what looked like a mugging, but gritted his teeth and continue on. Endeavor had been clear, giving them permission to only engage the hero killer and only to extract Tenya. And any pro-heroes, Izuku thought, hoping that wouldn't be the scenario he would come upon. Izuku checked down what had to be the 100th alley when he saw something odd. He had first thought it another mugging, but as he passed by, landing on the next rooftop and preparing to bounce on, a realization struck him. One of the 3 he had seen in the alley wore silver armor. Tenya. But that means... He sprung sideways, rolling as he hit the ground at an uncomfortable angle and then popped back up. Springing over the alley once more, he used his airtime to scan what he had seen. Ingenium was fighting a strange man with swords and a mask, while a pro-hero Izuku didn't recognize in the moment, that was. Later on he would realize it was Native, best known by the general public for the vicious and public dispute he had before agreeing to a settlement with the Department of Native American Affairs, laid on the ground, unmoving. He feared the pro-hero was dead until, as he got about 10 meters from the fight, spotted the shallow rise and fall of the pro-hero's chest. The student hero stepped back away from a flashing slice, taking only a small nick to his face as he dodged. Izuku paused, pressed a finger to the radio in his ear, and whispered, "This is Green Might copy. I've found the hero killer and Ingenium. There's another pro-hero, though he's incapacitated." A gruff voice answered first. A tired, puffing voice. "Deku, this is Endeavor. Get out of the alley with the 2. I'm sending your coordinates to Shuto and Explodio." There was a pause, a strange screech, and then a loud shout. "You have 15 minutes before they arrive. I'll come as soon as I can. Fight hard and don't die." The line went silent and Izuku grimaced. He turned down and nearly tripped over the ledge on the roof. Ingenium lay on the ground, frozen just like the pro-hero. "Ashamed to kill one so young," the hero killer said, his voice like a whisper. "If only you were a true hero, fighting for justice instead of money. Greed has corrupted the noble pursuit of heroism." He raised his jagged sword, turning it to stab down. Izuku moved, a blur of green, and collided with the hero killer. He landed on his feet, watching the murderer get launched back a few meters and hit the ground with a hard grunt. Ingenium, the pro-hero, and the street were all behind him. "Stay down," he declared as Ingenium shouted, "Izuku, what are you doing here?" "Rescuing you," Izuku said. He took a few steps back so he was beside the 2 paralyzed heroes. "Do you know what his quirk is?" "Some paralyzing quirk, I think," the pro-hero said. "I saw him use it on the boy after getting me. The villain did something odd. The only other thing in common was that he cut us both and liked the blood." "Like the blood?" Izuku frowned, but before he could question them or pick them up, a sword jab forced him to dodge backwards. "Another brat comes to play," the hero killer said, grinning. The villain paused and turned his back a little, gritting. "Nice blow, though it won't do you any good. Didn't think I would get 3 tonight. 3 dumb, greedy children playing at being heroes." "I'm not playing," Izuku said. He knocked away the raised sword and it fell to hang at the hero killer's side. "I will become a hero whether I have to take you down or not." "And why do you wish to be a hero?" Izuku blinked at the question, shocked that the hero killer would ask such a thing. But then, he thought, mind going back to the few words he had heard come from the murderer's mouth. "He wishes for a better type of hero, doesn't he?" "To save people," Izuku said. "If you saw the sports festival, then you likely saw my declaration that I'll inherit All Might's title as the symbol of peace." Something about his words drew a smile to the hero killer's face, one that was both amused and pleased. Izuku tensed, One for All flowing through him as he anticipated an attack. Both Ingenium and the pro hero lay on the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. He wasn't sure how long he had been facing off with the hero killer, but there had to be at least 10 minutes until either Shudo or Explodio arrived to reinforce him. And they should expect me to be on the street, like Endeavor suggested. Worst of all, their mentor was being held up by some other threat, one taking advantage of the hero killer's actions to cause destruction and havoc in Hosu. Then show me the hero that'll surpass all might. With that, the hero killer sprung forward, swords drawn back to slash a giant X across Izuku's chest. He lunged left at the last second, using the evasive move to fire a quick kick at the side of the villain's knee. It hit with a glancing blow and the villain stumbled, nearly collapsing. Izuku nearly grinned, but then he was forced to duck in midair. The hero killer used his stumble to reorient and send dual slices through where Izuku's head had been. He gritted his teeth, focusing one for all in his arms, and was able to spring forward along the ground like Tsuyu. It was a great idea, getting All Might to give me tapes of the USJ attack. Developing moves based on some of my classmates should help me get through tight spots like that. He used the move to roll back onto his feet and turned on a dime, grimacing as the hero killer was nearly upon him once again. As the villain lunged, swords raised to stab and jab into Izuku's chest, the young hero flipped over the villain and ricocheted off the first wall he reached. He slammed into the other wall of the alley before barreling towards the hero killer, a human bullet shaking from the power of one for all coursing through him. The collision was painful, even though Izuku forced the hero killer several feet towards the street with a flurry of fast punches. His chest heaved as he prepared for his next attack to drive the villain into place for when the others arrived. "No, Izuku!" Ingenium shouted. He glanced back at his classmate, utterly terrified by something he was seeing. Izuku blinked and turned to face the hero killer. The villain grinned, all shaky limbs, heavy breathing and a mess of bruises, and then nodded towards one of the young hero's limbs. He glanced down and paled at the cut running up a forearm. Blood trickled out, staining his uniform just around the slice. His eyes flicked from the wound to the hero killer's blades and saw one had fresh blood. He liked their blood and then they were paralyzed. Ingestion. That's how it activates. The hero killer disables by ingesting blood, no matter how little. The moment he licks his blade, I'm done for. Impressive, but you were predictable. Just know that I'll let you live. At least this time. And with that, the hero killer's tongue flicked out to lick his sword. And then the hero killer's face, the sword, and his tongue were engulfed in the loudest flame Izuku had ever seen. He frowned at the thought and sighed, relieved as Explodio burst into the alley. "Die!" he screamed, launching a second explosion at the villain. A sword flew out of the smoke and dying flames, forcing Explodio back even as it glanced off one of his thick gauntlets. "Thanks, Kaken," Izuku said as Explodio landed beside him. He only clicked his tongue, turning to face the villain. "You know his quirk? Paralyzing quirk that relies upon ingesting blood. I haven't confirmed it, but the pieces all fit with his behavior and what happened to the others." Izuku sighed. "He nearly got me, letting me charge directly in and slice me during my own attack. And I saved you," Explodio said, a smug grin on his face. He turned to the hero killer, raising his arms into a stretch. "Let's see what you can do against someone with actual skill and not just too much power." With a vicious grin, Explodio blasted forward. His quirk thundered in the night, lighting the alley as he approached the hero killer with violent abandon. Said villain squatted into a defensive stance, a single sword held before him like a shield. There was a hint of drying blood on the blade as it was angled to catch the approaching hero upon the tip. Izuku followed his peer's lead, but instead of going straight for the kill, he launched himself to a height near the rooftops. He flicked at the air twice, sending air bullets, or something similar, down at the villain. The hero killer dodged backwards, using his sword to deny the most severe impacts. It was whole enough in his defense to let Explodio get his sweatiest palm near the hero killer's face and ignite the explosive liquid within. The explosion roared, mighty and prideful and powerful enough to sear concrete. "Die!" Explodio shouted. Hearing the word explode from his mouth made Izuku tense, though it was more likely his ally had only incapacitated the villain. The hero killer burst forth, his face a nasty red color from the explosive burn, and drove his sword into Explodio's gut. The young hero coughed up blood and went rigid when a thin stream splashed upon the villain's mouth. He was thrown away with the blade, stuck in his belly as his body failed to move. "Kaken!" Izuku screamed, spring forth in a blur of green. He caught the hero killer flatfoot and drove a powerful into the villain's face. He was sent flying, crashing against an overflowing dumpster before hitting the ground and rolling to a stop. Izuku pressed forward, but paused when his eyes took in the damage done to the hero killer. Chunks of his face were burnt and the red flesh upon his left cheek was dirty, gravel and dirt rubbed into it from the ground. A dozen streams of rich blood trickled from underneath the mask and the villain's hairline. "Going to..." The hero killer coughed out, "Finish me?" Is that what all of might would do? Izuku shook, tears threatening to pour from his eyes as he stared down at the hero killer. He looked away, grimacing and forced out, "You'll be tried for your crimes and sent to prison. It's the right thing to do." The hero killer laughed, a wheezy hissing noise. It was terrible enough that Izuku closed his eyes, trying to drown it out as Shuto and Endeavor finally arrived, late to help stop the villain. Katsuki woke to the pleasant sensation of painkillers being pumped through his body. He tried to sit up, but his midsection screamed. When his arms tried to move and lift him up, a nurse showed up to force him down. "We don't need you pulling out your stitches," she said, ignoring the tirade coming from his mouth. "Recovery girl will come by in an hour, so you'll have to handle being in this bed for a little longer." He relented with a sneer. The nurse sighed, shook her head and left the room. It was mostly empty, just him in a bed with a monitor and 4 drip. No chairs, no gifts and letters from well-wishers. Not even Deku and half to see if he was fine. Deku, he grimaced. He last saw the other boy fighting the villainous hero killer. Said villain had stabbed him, and if he hadn't been defeated, likely would have finished the job. It was a wake-up call, completely different to the fighting of the USJ attack or his embarrassing defeat at the sports festival. He, Katsuki Bakugo, had nearly died fighting a villain. Yes, it was a villain that had killed several heroes before, but he was different. Strong, powerful, with a capable quirk everyone had said was one worthy of a future hero. Everyone, even Deku, who seemed to be growing into the hero he wished to be. It's only because of All Might, because of what the symbol of peace gave him. Otherwise, he'd just be that quirkless idiot from when we were kids. Katsuki looked at his lap and sighed. "I can't let him leave me behind. I won't be his Endeavor." The door opened and he looked up, ready to shout at the nurse. Instead, Endeavor entered the hospital room. He was dressed in a suit and his fiery beard was drawn back. "How are you feeling?" the pro-hero asked. "I saw what happened." Deku was apologetic about it. "He feels that it was his fault you nearly died." "What an idiot," he grumbled. Louder, Katsuki said, "I have so many painkillers in my system I can barely feel it. The nurse stopped me from sitting up, saying I'd pull my stitches." "She was right," Endeavor said. "There are sticks on both sides of your torso. UA has been able to cover up much of what happened, though the police are upset with my decision to let you 3 go off alone. Doesn't matter that you boys saved Native and a classmate. One of you nearly died, so it's on my head now." "What about my career as a hero?" Katsuki asked. "You still have a future as a pro, though this incident will be on your record once you get your license. Not the provisional, your professional one. Either way, you got lucky." With that, Endeavor left. Katsuki sighed and looked up at the white ceiling. "Just you watch, Death. Next time I'll be the one defeating the villain to save you." The return to regular classes after the brief internship was jarring for Izuku. While the regular days at Endeavor's office had been slow and made him wish to be back at UA, if only because the school day felt shorter than those at the office. That single day of being able to go out and help people had, until the bloody end, been fulfilling. Knowing it could be years before he went through another, like it made him wonder if that what he was feeling was similar to how addicts in rehab felt. The classroom was quiet when he entered, many of his peers gathered around Tenya and Todoroki. It wasn't hard to guess at what they were all talking about, especially since Katsuki wouldn't return to class for another 2 days. That was when Recovery Girl would finally perform his final treatment, his stitches would be removed, and he'd be released to return to class. The memory of his childhood, rival stung and he had slept poorly since because of it. "How are you feeling?" Todoroki asked as Izuku reached his seat. He glanced over, tempted to rub the bags under his eyes. "Didn't sleep well," Izuku said. "I kept seeing what happened to Kakin." Todoroki frowned, eyes falling to his desk. "He'll be back before we know it, Midoriya. Bakugo is strong. What happened won't break him." Izuku nodded and sat down. It seemed as if his ears were buzzing. Kirishima said something to him, but they washed over him like waves on the beach. "Quiet everyone," Aizawa declared, entering the classroom. His hair, usually down in waves, was drawn back into a messy bun. "I've received all of your reports from your internships. Other than Bakugo, you all did excellent. His is just a special case." "How's he holding up?" Mina asked in a nervous tone that surprised Izuku. Kirishima nodded and several others had serious, worried faces. "I guess I never noticed the effect he had on everyone. He'll be back soon enough. Recovery Girl just wants to take things slow. An injury like the one he received fighting the hero killer can end a pro's career. Fortunately, his career still has hope." Aizawa paused as the class murmured. "Onto other matters. Finals are coming up and I suspect some of you aren't prepared for the exam." There was a loud groan from several students and Izuku felt himself smile, even if it felt false. There was something about being drawn into the monotony of school that drove away his thoughts, the regrets and mistakes, about what happened to Katsuki. There had been a press conference the next day with Endeavor, and after a reporter questioned his judgment sending heroes in training out on their own that night, the pro had bellowed, "It was the right call at the time, sending my students to find a missing friend. They had simple orders, and that the hero killer got involved and they escaped with only one suffering anything resembling a serious injury is something to be proud of as far as I'm concerned. Bakugo will safely recover and be able to continue perusing being a hero." While Izuku had blushed hard, looking away from his tearful mother while this happened during a live broadcast, most of the hero fandom online had swallowed it up. Endeavor had even gotten a boost of popularity from it, and a few critics backpedaled on their harshest statements, though it wasn't enough to bridge the gap between him and All Might. The day Katsuki returned was quiet and sullen. The entire class sat around, passively listening to present Mick's lecture in English when the door slid open with a violent bang. Their eyes all turned to the open doorway and widened as Bakugo entered. His uniform, usually flowing a little sloppy upon his body, fit tighter like a professional suit. Even his tie, once the picture of disconcerted laziness, was drawn up close to his neck. As he crossed the classroom to reach his desk, Izuku caught his eyes. They burned fierce, red-hot with an intensity that made him flinch. The blonde reached his desk, set his bag down, and then turned to face the class. "I'm back, Beaches." There was a release of tension and the class grinned. Kirishima and Kaminari stood, clapping as they grinned at Katsuki. He scowled at them, which only served to encourage their behavior. It was only after a few minutes that Present Mike turned his voice all the way up and shouted to quiet the class, pounding sound waves hitting everyone. After that, things returned to normal. They continued learning and studying, training and undergoing exercises. There was an afternoon where they joined Class B for a joint session, but Monoma and Katsuki arguing quickly derailed said session. That turned into a fight before Kendo could step in and stop them. It was only after both boys were covered in soot and Monoma was starting to limp that Aizawa stopped the fight. His eyes were a furious red, erasing both of their quirks, and they were sent to suffer detention with Power Loader. Neither spoke of what was done to them, though a few odd pictures of them in white hero gear spread about the hero program. The rest of the session was closely monitored, and whenever someone abused their quirk too much, Aizawa was quick to erase it before any serious damage could be done. Izuku watched the students with poor grades, and oddly enough most of them flocked around either him or Bakugo most of the time, begged Momo to mentor them. While he skipped her open invite study session, he heard a couple of them speak about it the next week. "You wouldn't have believed how nice her house is," Kaminari told Katsuki, making hand gestures that had put Tenya to shame. "I mean, calling it a house would be an insult. It's huge like a California mansion, and the area around it. I've never seen so much grass that wasn't a park. Rich people have everything." Katsuki scowled. "And why tell me?" Kaminari eventually sighed and admitted, "Because all of my other friends were there." "And you're all idiots," Katsuki added. "If you accepted my offers, you wouldn't be in a position of nearly failing." "Wait, you offered to tutor us?" Kirishima asked as Kaminari struggled to raise his fallen jaw. Katsuki seemed to realize, just like them, how strange the words that had come from his mouth were. "Never mind," he grumbled, looking away. With the certainty of the seasons, the final exam arrived. After 3 rough days of testing, not only on the subjects they had studied before UA, but also on hero laws and theory, only one final test remained. "You think what she said was right?" Uraraka asked Izuku. Class 1A was heading out to the testing area, dressed in the same hero uniforms as when they went to their first training session. Izuku nodded. "Itsuka isn't the type to give false information. If you had heard it from someone like Monoma, then I would doubt the information." It seemed to be the right words, for she beamed at him and then turned to speak with Tenya. He appeared relieved as she relayed what Izuku had told her. From there, it spread through the shuttle in murmuring ripples. A few started speculating about how they'd be split apart, whether it would be pairs, groups of 4 or 5, or even be similar to the entrance exam and have them compete to defeat the greatest number of robots with varying numbers of points. "Hopefully the giant robot will be worth a lot of points instead of 0, Kirishima said loudly. "Taking one of those down is so manly you should instantly pass." "Makes it too easy for the most powerful students in the class though," Jiraiya replied, absently twirling one of her jacks around a finger. "Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo could take one down in their sleep, let alone when they're going all out." "Yeah, but they got in either as recommendations or with the highest score on the practical exam," Kirishima shot back. Kaminari nodded his agreement. At least they won't have us fight the teachers," Mina said, as if the thought of doing so would make her drop out. "I mean, could you imagine passing or failing relying upon fighting All Might?" "I doubt I even passed the written exam," Kaminari grumbled. There was a snort from Jiraiya, who only smirked when he glared at her. For all the help that was Yamamo's study session, I was too caught up on just how wealthy her family was to properly concentrate. Izuku glanced to the back of the shuttle where Momo flushed a bright crimson at the comment. He'd heard she was rather mindful of her family's wealth, but he doubted she was aware just how many of her fellows lived in apartments or small family homes. It seemed odd knowing someone coming from that level of wealth was fighting as hard as all of them to become a hero. Or maybe that's just a sign of how important heroes are to society. The shuttle eventually stopped before one of the larger interior combat testing facilities. There were 5 of them spread across campus, most designed to emulate convenience stores, hospitals, and office buildings. Only this one emulated the outer locales, such as concert halls and shopping areas. They all stepped off and came face to face with many of the instructors at UA, including Principal Nedzu. The rodent-like administrator had changed little since Izuku first met him, so soon after taking the HLRT, he smiled at the gathered students, a spine-chilling expression that made Izuku suddenly nervous. "Welcome, welcome," he said, his high voice giggly. Fear crept down Izuku's spine and he found himself counting the pro-heroes before them. Power Loader, 13, Midnight, Ectoplasm, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Cementos, and Snipe. Why are they all here? I can't imagine what scenario they've developed they'd need 8 pro-heroes for. I imagine you're all curious what we are doing out here. You should know that we told Class B to give you false information on the practical for the final exam. They too were surprised by what it really is. Nedzu paused to scan them, dark beady eyes glimmering with frightening intelligence. Your practical exam is to fight one of us. A small breeze passed over Class A and the little reaction in that moment was a few blinks and an agape mouth. And then they burst into shouting. What do you mean fight one of you? Tenya asked, arms waving erratically. Do we get to pick who we fight? Mineta asked, impure eyes fixated on Midnight. Why can't we just fight robots? Kaminari grumbled. Before any more questions could be fired off, a whistling sound stopped the words on their tongues. The gathered students turned to look up and watched as All Might dropped from the sky. I am here, late because a hero's work is never done. Nedzu cleared his throat and continued. Now that we're all here, let me explain the exam. You will be paired off to face one of us, as I said. We've already selected the pairs and your opponent, so please follow whom we tell you to. Your goal is simple, escape or subdue the pro-hero within the time limit. You will have a half hour, so you will have time to strategize and prepare. He paused and then nodded to Tenya, who had raised his hand. Yes. When you say escape, what exactly does that mean? The principal nodded. Good question. There will be a single open exit in each combat area. A single one of you needs to pass through it to pass. Wait, so we can run away? The invisible Hagakure asked, hands emoting for her. Why? Eraserhead cleared his throat. Because there are times when a pro-hero finds themselves in a scenario they cannot handle. In those ones, the best course of action may just be to retreat and request reinforcements. Some of us have had to back out of situation and rely upon another hero to take down a villain or rescue a civilian. It's unflattering but a reality of our work. They went quiet, waiting, and the principal turned to the end of the pro-hero line. Satu and Shuji are with me, Power Loader said. Uraraka Ochako, Ajuitu, please follow me, 13 said. Mineta Minoru, Siro Hanta, come along, Midnight snapped. Aoyama and Tokoyami, Ectoplasm said, his dark face unmoving. Eraserhead yawned. Todoroki, Yayorozu. Please don't disappoint me, for I won't be going easy on you too. Yo! Present Mike shouted. Will my lucky listeners Jai Ryukyuka and Kuda Kuji join me for their exam finale? Kirishima and Ida, I will be your tester today, Cementos said. Snipe pointed at 2 students. Hagakure, Ojiro. If Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki could report to Area 7, I shall examine your practical skills there, Principal Nedzu said with a self-satisfied smile. Thus that leaves young Midoriya and young Bakugu in my care. All Might declared, grinning. Come along now, we shall walk to the testing site. Katsuki Bakugu glared around the empty warehouse they had entered. Outside was the rest of an enclosed neighborhood area. There was a single point of entry, a wide gate much like those spread around the campus of UA. Above it was a sign, one he sneered at when he chanced to glance back while following All Might's quick pace. The sign, with the childish wording and mocking chibi of Nedzu, made him want to blast apart the symbol of peace before tracking down the principal and blast him into pieces too. Pikachu and Pinky will thank me for it. They aren't smart enough to handle that weirdo. This looks like the training facility, Deku said, looking around. Katsuki frowned, but he looked around either way. There was an open area with white tiles and it was brightly lit. All Might stood underneath the light, grinning at them. Is there a reason why? When Nedzu suggested I take on the 2 of you for this exam, All Might began. I remembered hearing about a fight you 2 had before entering UA. So I decided to have some of the area redesigned to replicate it. Ah, now I remember, Katsuki said, rubbing his face. More than just his ego had been hurt that day. He then dropped his hands, letting them glow a faint orange. You trying to turn us against each other? Who said I would need to do so? All Might said. A horn blared and the symbol of peace charged like a train barreling towards an intersection. Both students leapt back and then dodged away, letting the pro-hero pass between them. Katsuki used his explosions to fly away from the rush of air and land close to where he started. In a flash of green electricity, Deku was beside him. "We need to get out of here," he said, breathing deeply. "All Might has the advantage in an enclosed area. Trust me on this. If you're FANG wrong, I'll blast you apart once we're finished." With that, Katsuki led the way out of the warehouse, racing for the wall furthest from All Might as he charged for them once more and then blew apart the thin metal wall. He immediately rolled right, for the symbol of peace raced through where they had been the moment they escaped the warehouse. "Running are we?" the hero boomed. He rolled his wrists, showing off the black bracers he wore. All Might's grin was as strong as normal. "I should mention that these weights limit the amount of power I can throw into every blow. If you wish to measure your strength against mine, this is a prime opportunity. I doubt Endeavor let you run from him." Katsuki gritted his teeth, feeling the temptation to rush in, hands blazing and explosions thundering. It coursed through his veins, pounding and bubbling through him like a raging wildfire. There was a hint of movement to his left and he glanced over. Deku lowered into a powerful squat, drawing arms back to add extra power. A moment passed like from a movie, with all three tensing, glancing among themselves to see who would move first. "Time to show why I'll become the #1 hero." The air was rent with explosions as Katsuki moved first. He shot forth not towards All Might, but into the line of sight between the pro-hero and Deku. As Bakugo moved into position, maneuvering his hands to move forward, Midoriya sprung over him, quick like lightning and higher than most of the nearby buildings. All Might moved backwards a few steps, stopping when his back met a wall that reached the base of his ribs. The two students approached quickly, Katsuki low to the ground as explosion after explosion propelled him forward while Deku descended from the sky. Even so, All Might's smile didn't falter. In fact, he pulled back both arms, hands flared open. New Orleans clap. The symbol of peace boomed as his arms came forward. A powerful shockwave shot forth from his clap and the two students dodged. As Katsuki went right, he glanced over and saw Deku drift right, using the shockwave to maneuver. "If you're gonna fight in the air, can't be shitting up your maneuverability, Deku." A powerful explosion burst from his right hand, shooting Katsuki forward through the aftermath of the shockwave. All Might's eyes widened, revealing the blue color commonly hidden by shadows from his brows. Thick arms were raised in a cross defense as Katsuki fired a concentrated blast. Nearly there with the attack. "Soon enough I'll have a special move of my own." "Impressive," All Might said through the smoke. Before Katsuki could reel backwards, a large hand shot forward and grabbed the front of his uniform. He was pulled forward with tremendous speed only to have a fist nearly the size of his head slammed into his stomach. His light lunch of rice and braised pork threatened to come up, though he couldn't hold back the thick strands of saliva that flew forth. They splattered against All Might's chest, who ignored the fluids. Instead, he brought his fist back to deliver another blow. "Kaken!" Katsuki swore he'd send Deku to Recovery Girl after they finished. "Idiot should have headed for the exit. All Might would have realized you scampered off and would have dropped me and chased after you. Why do you have to keep being such a useless Deku?" Deku raced in, arms back in a manner that reminded Katsuki of the ninja games they played before his quirk appeared and it became clear that Deku was quirkless. His body shimmered and then vanished. Whatever power held by the quirk Deku received from All Might, he couldn't help but be the slightest impressed. Still a useless Deku. It also made him wonder how serious Deku's declarations during the sports festival really was. A moment later, Deku reappeared behind All Might, fist raised and legs drawn back to disguise which limb would be used to deliver a blow. He spun, a whirling blur of green, and struck the pro-hero several times with both fist and leg. The blows landed with loud thumps, ones that Katsuki suspected would bruise in a few hours. It was enough to distract the symbol of peace, for his grip on the blonde's uniform loosened. Explosions broke All Might's hold and Katsuki was able to push away. Deku did similarly, dodging back before he could be grabbed and slammed into the ground. "Kaken," Deku started, but Katsuki cut him off with a glare. "Head for the gate, Deku," he ordered. His hands smoked, explosive power almost begging to leap from his palms. "All Might is mine." "You can't fight him alone," Deku declared. Katsuki growled, smoke brushing his nostrils as he suppressed releasing his quirk early. Yet before he could argue or attack, Deku wrapped his arms around Katsuki's chest by going under his arms. And then he leapt high into the air, giving them an excellent view of the neighborhood. There was a wide road that divided the area. One end stopped at the wall while the other reached the exit gate. Below them was a series of green cul-de-sacs, grid neighborhoods with a rare park, and a narrow stream that cut through the section they hadn't gone to. A booming laugh caught their attention and they looked down to see All Might had joined them in the air, some 20 or so feet away and quickly closing in. Gritting his teeth, Katsuki threw out his arm and blasted them out of All Might's flight path. Their new trajectory sent them towards the ground, and with a few correcting blasts, they landed hard on the wide road at the area's center. Deku rolled several times before coming to a stop on his back, while Bakugo used his landing to combat roll into a brief jog. "Try that again and I'll kill you," Katsuki declared as Deku rose. "We got away though," he said, frowning. There was a loud crash and they turned towards it. About halfway between them and the gate 200 meters away was a slowly rising cloud of dust. Katsuki was tempted to turn to Deku and blast him away, but they were suddenly put on the defensive when All Might burst forth. The black bracers he had been wearing were gone, and that terrified the blonde. All Might is taking this seriously. And he always wins. He dodged left, rotating as he moved with his left hand coming up to the pin on his right gauntlet. As the symbol of peace reached the space between the two dodging students, Katsuki pulled the pin and watched as a powerful explosion thundered between him and the pro hero. He was launched backwards, hitting a short wall hard before rolling away towards the gate. A thick plume of smoke hovered where All Might had been when the explosion went off, and the temptation to brag and boast about what he had done was right there on the tip of his tongue. Yet, All Might had shown a tendency to brush off any attack thrown at him before beginning his own counterattack. 15 minutes left, a bland, feminine voice announced. 15 minutes left. Katsuki shouted, a wordless expression of outrage and frustration. And then he charged forward towards the smoking cloud that had consumed All Might. Explosions firing, he struck into the darkness, clearing it with sound and light and heat. As the cloud dissipated, he froze. The symbol of peace was gone, and so was Deku. He looked around, confused and with eyes scanning the area and sky around him. A long moment passed and then he sighed, running one of his gloved hands through his puffed-up hair. Screw the sheet. I should just head home. With that, he turned away and walked down the center road towards the gate. Periodically, a loud boom or a plume of dust and debris would launch up somewhere, but it would vanish as soon as it appeared. Katsuki had blasted after the first couple he saw, but after reaching the third site too late to get involved, he determined it was easier to ignore it. They'll come for me right before I get through the gate, or at least All Might will. No purpose in allowing me to pass so easily. And as he reached the gate with its mocking comment and chibi design, Katsuki paused and turned to face the area. Scowling, he heaved in a deep breath and then shouted, "If you want to stop us from passing, All Might, come face me. You coward." Katsuki's voice echoed through the fake neighborhood, somehow bounding around the small houses and across the main street. He waited several seconds as his voice faded, wondering if his message had been received. As he turned to go and pass through the gate, a laughing boom caught his ears and the symbol of peace landed before him, the ground crumpling beneath his feet. "I am here, to stop you," All Might said, laughing. A moment later, a huffing sound appeared behind Katsuki. He didn't turn back as Deku stepped up beside him, panting. "I thought you'd get out," he said, drawing in deep breaths. "Wanted a last fight," Katsuki said, cracking his knuckles. "You're tired from fighting All Might, so head through the gate. I should be done by the time you get out." "Oh?" All Might asked, crossing his arms. It drastically increased his menacing expression, becoming all flexing muscles and sharp angles. "Let's see if you can go beyond, young Bakugo." The following few minutes were a blur of light and sound, pain and heat, and it would only be afterwards, sitting around waiting for the last few pairs to finish their own exams, that Katsuki would get to watch his final fight with All Might. He had opened with the basics of what he hoped to be a special move, for he tightened the blast radius from both hands into an explosive beam that looked like a mis-colored attack from a kid's show. It had surprised the symbol of peace, for he had to dodge the blast, spinning so he could also add more power to his next blow. The younger blonde wouldn't give the chance, for he sprung forward in the wake of his attack and blasted away at the pro hero's back with a rapid succession of blasts. The blasts were silenced when large hands grabbing his shoulders and, flipping Katsuki over All Might, slammed him onto the ground. He coughed up a hint of blood, just rolling away when the pro hero struck it where he had been lying. His left eye closed and his head turned a little to the right as chips of the street rained down on him. He rolled over and used a small explosion to launch himself back onto his feet and then immediately raised his arms to block a punch. There was a scratching sound as he skidded backwards and then he ducked under a second punch, using his explosive quirk to punish All Might for the attack. The pro hero pulled his arm back with a shout, the underside of his arm slightly seared from the blast. "How do you lick?" Katsuki started, a vicious grin on his face before being interrupted by a pulverizing punch. It was a blink and you miss it type of blow, fast enough to trick the human eye and had the capacity to decapitate should enough power be focused correctly into the fist. All Might held back, only delivering enough power to launch the student into the nearest brick wall. Blood gushed from the younger blonde's nose, a sign it was likely broken. Yet before he could charge in to finish off Bakugo and then catch Deku, an intercom voice filled the area. "The team of Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku has passed." Aizawa held back a soft smirk as Class 1A went quiet. He knew they were all anxious to hear the results of their final exam. While the students were aware of their results on the practical exam, the written test they'd taken in the days before were finally graded. He walked slowly across the front of the room, letting the tension hang and grow with each step. Once the pro reached the podium at the front of the room, he turned and scanned the alert faces of his students. "Ah, well, your exam results are finally in," he began, setting a stack of papers down. They were blank sheets, a mere prop to express just how serious the test his class had taken was. "Before I announce your results, I should let you know about the training camp this summer. I cannot say where exactly it is, but do know that you will be spending most of your time in the outdoors, working on your quirks in a controlled environment with pro heroes watching over you. Your parents should be receiving a letter in the next few days telling them when and what you will need." There was a momentary rumble of whispers, excited and hopeful, but Aizawa killed the noise with a glare. "Please be aware that those of you who failed the exam will be staying behind to attend make-up classes while the others are away. And I should mention that the principal will be instructing these classes." Aizawa paused, watching impassively as haunted looks came over Ishido and Kaminari. He heard that they had failed the practical, yet Netsu had insisted on ignorance when questioned about why they performed so poorly. For some odd reason, Aizawa found, the footage had been corrupted. "Unfortunately, 2 of you failed the final exam. Ishido, Kaminari, your inability to overcome Principal Netsu's trap is disappointing. I imagine you 2 are aware of how poorly you did on the written exam." He paused, watching the 2 try their hardest to sink into their desks. "I guess I should let them know before Ishido melts hers. Replacing it will come out of my paycheck." "I was lying. You both get to go to the training camp with the rest of your class." Kaminari and Ishido broke down into tears as their fellow classmates patted them on the back. "While I still have some of your attention," Aizawa cut in, silencing the room, "do be aware that any and all supplies you fail to bring with you to the training camp will not be provided. In a few short years, you will all be licensed professional heroes and you will have heavy expectations placed upon you. Responsibility is a key element of being a successful hero." Shigaraki tugged at the lip of his hoodie with a few fingers, working it so it covered his hair. It would be simple if he could use all 5, but his disintegration quirk had been added to several watch lists. "At least they don't have my face," he thought, a sickly laugh pooling in his belly. He scanned the bustling crowd at the shopping mall. While attacking the place would amuse him, it was more likely to backfire than achieve the goals of the League of Villains. "Sensei will be proud, knowing I can get in and out of a place like this without getting caught." He wasn't sure why he had come to the mall. The excuse he had given was that he needed to get out of the hideout, though there were better places to go. Ones where I can use my quirk with abandon. Yet here he was among the dumb, smiling sheep that worshipped the ground All Might walked on. It sickened him, knowing he was around so many who praised that hypocrite. He wondered how they'd react if they knew how weak, how fake their symbol of peace truly was. As he started across the main area, he spotted a familiar bush of green hair. Anger, hatred, rage seared through him at the sight, and his fingertips itched to wrap around the boy's neck, to destroy his neck and leave him dead among all of these simple civilians. Oh, it would be so easy. All he had to do was sneak up and tightly wrap his hand around the greenhead's neck. Nice and tight, with all 5 pads pressed into his neck. Maybe right on his windpipe, or aside so it lasted longer. He could even attack the spinal cord, dropping the boy like a marionette and destroying his hopes to become a hero. Yet, faces vaguely familiar to Shigaraki surrounded the boy. Some he knew from the failed attack. "Oh, did Sensei punish me for that?" While others had moments of notoriety during the sports festival. Even so, it would be stupid and foolish to attack now. As powerful and fast-working as his quirk was, it would quickly become futile against over a dozen hero students. Especially if one of them were smart and called in the police. Instead, he would have to be smart, to engage his targets with precision and ensure he wasn't caught. "Let Sensei worry. I'll show him why I am the one who will succeed him. The one to see his vision come true." Shigaraki made his way towards a shoe store, head lowered and hands tucked away. He watched the children. They were no heroes, even if they foolishly thought of themselves so, and smirked, as they broke apart into groups of 2 and 3. The blonde sensei had taken an interest and had gone off with a group of 3 following him. His eyes tracked them towards an escalator for a few seconds before returning to the boy that had drawn his attention months ago. He was alone, head turned up so his green hair was just visible as it spilled over his ears and neck. A perfect scenario, Shigaraki grinned. I only need to sneak up and catch him off guard. Shouldn't be difficult with so many NPCs around. It was more almost hilarious how simple it was to approach the boy without being noticed. There was a moment where Shigaraki was tempted to quickly sneak up and wrap his hand around the boy's throat and press all 5 fingers nice and tight along the length, with 4 fingers on the front, along with the boy's windpipe, and the thumb in the back near his spinal cord. It would have taken a few heartbeats for the boy to receive a fatal wound. Instead, Shigaraki hung back nearly 5 meters and said, "Hey, ain't you one of those UA kids? How about a signature?" He was tempted to laugh at how surprised the boy was, especially when an arm was thrown over his shoulders. "Oh shit, you're that kid who said he's gonna succeed all might, aren't ya? I'm gonna have to gurgle mouthwash when I get back to the bar." "Yeah, that's me," the boy said, a nervous smile on his face. I didn't think something like this would happen so soon." "Can't blame ya," Shigaraki said. "You know, I'm pretty sure you were mixed up with that hero killer business over in Hosu, weren't you?" The boy nodded, frowning. "Have you figured me out already? Well, as they say, in for a penny, in for a pound." He tried to speak, but Shigaraki continued. "It's so cool, seeing you again like this. It's almost like fate or destiny, you know." "Though," the villain said, grinning as the boy made connections in his mind. He wrapped 4 fingers around the boy's neck. "The last time you saw me was at the invasion, wasn't it? Let's get something to drink, Midoriya Izuku." "What do you want?" Midoriya hissed out, careful to keep his neck from tapping that final finger, only a few hair widths away from touching him. "That's a mean thing to say to an old friend who just wants to chat," Shigaraki said, louder than his previous words. He then whispered in a harsh hiss, "Calm down. We don't want someone thinking something's off here. You do anything strange, anything that draws unwarranted attention, and well, the moment that happens, my final finger comes down. Layer by layer, you'll disintegrate until my quirk reaches your throat, and then it's game over for you. If you do that, a pro hero will certainly catch you," Midoriya said. "Perhaps," Shigaraki admitted. "But look around. Even if one of them were to use their quirk as a weapon, they wouldn't. They've all accepted the rules of society, that nobody would do such a thing. And because of that, well, I could kill 20 or even 30 before I would be stopped." "What do you want?" Midoriya asked, and Shigaraki grinned. "Level 2 start. Let's sit down first." They made their way through the crowd to the nearest place to sit. Shigaraki kept a firm grip on Midoriya, though not firm enough to kill. "You know," he started, looking about the crowd, "while I might hate everything, it's nothing compared to the hero killer right now." "I thought he was one of yours," Midoriya said, almost confused. "Ah, that's society talking, not me. I didn't want that freak to join us, yet he's all anyone wants to talk about. It was us who attacked UA, who released the Numis." Shigaraki paused, scowling. "Yet it's that FINGBSTRD who gets the fame. But why does nobody look to me? And then, for all of his posturing and puffing, he gets destroyed by the same thing he's trying to tear down. What I'm working to tear down. I'm curious, Midoriya. What's so different about him?" "Different?" Midoriya said, a whisper to himself. He paused, the fingers on the hand further away from Shigaraki drumming. "Well, with you and your alliance, I neither understand nor accept you. But with the hero killer, I can't accept him, but I do understand him." Shigaraki frowned, but let the boy continue. "For both of us, everything spawns from All Might and who he is as a hero. I wish to fill his role in society, to uphold peace for all. But the hero killer, he saw what he perceived as corruption in hero society. He became a villain not because he was born evil, but because he thought that evil necessary to improve society. His methods are wrong, but he held to an ideal. And I cannot help but respect that." A moment passed in silence, and then Shigaraki burst laughing. "How couldn't I see it? Everything returns to one, doesn't it? So that's why." The villain started, grinning. "Why I hate the hero killer, why I cannot stand your stupid face. It's all about All Might. It's why everyone here's smiling and happy." He sneered, tightening his grip on Midoriya's neck. "They smile because he does, as if nothing wrong will happen. As if he can save everyone." He paused, taking in a deep breath. "Thank you, Midoriya, for making the path clear. Now how should you die?" "What the F are you doing here, shitstain?" a crude voice asked. Shigaraki turned, just releasing his grip on Midoriya's neck so the boy could SCK in a great gulp of air. Bakogu Katsuki, the next hero child Shigaraki was going to track down, had appeared before him. "I didn't think you villains were ret-dead enough to make an appearance in a place like here." He caught me off guard. "Well, I could try and finish Midoriya off, but Bakogu is fast enough to blast me before the other boy can die. I was just about to leave." "Bullshit," Bakogu said. He then smirked, a vicious look fitting for a villain. "You know what, I'll be merciful just this once. Leave without killing anyone and I might just forget I saw you here. Right, Deku?" The boy nodded. Fine, Shigaraki said, releasing his grip entirely and standing. He started away and then turned back, frowning. "Why are you letting me go?" Bakugo looked over his shoulder, sneering. "Next time we meet, villain, I'm going to kill you." It wasn't a taunt or a boast. The boy meant his words. Shigaraki grinned, turning away to leave them all. No wonder Sensei is so interested in Bakugo. That fire, the violence. He will make a great villain once he turns. I will see those two soon. Sooner than they think. Izuku fought back a yawn as he joined his classmates on an early morning shortly after summer vacation began. Some lounged in a pile, some were busy catching up on some sleep, and the rest were softly talking. Katsuki, to his surprise, was among the last group, though his arms were crossed and his expression was between a pout and a frown. As much as things change, some don't, Hakaken? He considered joining them for a moment, but instead he drifted towards Ida, Ochako, and Shuto. It felt odd referring to the half-and-half user by his name, but the boy had insisted upon the change in the aftermath of the hero killer incident. The feeling of trust that came about from the change had warmed Izuku, a warmth that his recent encounter with the leader of the League of Villains couldn't shake. "Good morning," Izuku said, nodding to them. "Morning," Ochako and Shuto said, though the latter forced it through a yawn. Ida nodded with a smile. "I wonder where they're taking us," Ida said. The supply list was vague, advising for us to bring both our swimsuits and bug spray. "I think it's a forested region, maybe a mountain." "I'm hoping for the beach," Ochako said, grinning. "How about you, Deku?" At some point after the final exam, the class had come to a unanimous and seemingly unspoken agreement to call him Deku and only Deku. Izuku had grimaced after even Aoyama had called him Deku, but it was becoming easier to go along with the nickname. The media and online forums had adopted the name, letting Green might die a forgotten death. Kaken was unnecessarily smug about it, and even Shuto smiled. "I think we're heading to the mountains." He glanced at the huge bags everyone had lugged with them. "If we were going to the beach, would they have us bring so much?" Ochako frowned. "That could be to make us think we're not going to the beach." After the USJ attack, UA has been tighter on security than ever before. "Your recent encounter with the leader of the League of Villains didn't help matters either," Ida added, focused on Izuku. UA probably scrapped whatever they originally had planned after that incident. He nodded, agreeable with the suggestion that they were delayed a day due to his encounter at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping center. Both he and Katsuki had to give full reports to the police, and he was certain that telling them the leader of the league had been interested in the hero killer was in part responsible. The police had certainly been disturbed when he told them. "I can't imagine getting caught up in something like that," Ochako said with a shiver. "It was one thing when you fought the hero killer, Deku, but being alone with that madman? I don't think I could have remained calm." "I wasn't," Izuku said, looking away. "You don't need to be so humble," said Shuto, staring up into the morning sky. The dawn shades of red and gold were fading, giving way to the common blue of the day. "You weren't when we fought." Izuku groaned. "I don't need to be reminded of that." Just that morning he had checked the hero popularity charts and saw that, even though he was a student, he was in the top 750, listed as Deku, the Green Might. It was embarrassing, though he suspected he was the only student hero to ever make the list before their third year. Each member of UA's Big Three was listed, with the highest in the low 300s. They'd likely shoot up once they had their official debut as a pro hero, but seeing that people who had been in his shoes only a couple years ago succeeding as a hero was inspiring. "Good morning," announced Aizawa-sensei in a tone that made it clear that, by his reckoning, there was nothing good about that morning. "Please board the bus. Your luggage will be loaded for you." The class grumbled but followed the instructions all the same. Izuku followed Shuto onto the bus, Ochako, and Ida right behind them. 15 minutes later, the bus shifted and departed from UA to their mysterious summer camp. While most of the class talked, excited and curious and ready to begin working on their quirks, Izuku found his eyelids heavy and was asleep before they had departed the city. It was the bus suddenly stopping that finally woke Izuku. He flew forward, smacked his forehead into the seat before him, and leaned back while pressing a hand against the sore part of his head. He bit back words he knew would concern his friends if they came out of his mouth and looked around. The bus had stopped at an overlook in the mountains. There was a great forest, stretching as far as he could see, to one side, and cliffs along the other. "You all right?" Shuto asked. The scarred boy was frowning. Izuku found the fact the other boy was so worried, well, nice. Strange but nice. "Yeah," Izuku said, rubbing his head. He then sighed, eyes closing. "I just feel like there's something I'm forgetting. Something about my dream." His words fell off and a recent conversation with All Might came to mind. "Could you tell me about the other vessels?" Izuku had asked. They stood on the beach where everything had truly begun for him. Tashinori, he preferred to remain out of his muscular persona when they met, kept his eyes focused on the horizon. "I don't know much about them. My mentor never got a chance to tell me the stories she knew, though I know that we're the only ones who didn't have a previous quirk." "Huh," Izuku said, and then he frowned, rubbing his chin. "What's the likelihood that their quirks transfer with one for all? You told me that it allows the strength of previous vessels to compound and grow as it moves from person to person." "It is possible," Tashinori said. There was something about his expression that made Izuku want to press for more answers, but his mentor quickly changed the conversation. Never mind, said Izuku, standing. Their class disembarked, standing around in their school uniforms while Aizawa-sensei spoke to someone via a shockingly old cell phone. Gotcha, Aizawa said, flipping it closed. He turned to his students and said, gather around. They did so, though a few were warier about the order than others. Izuku, for one, glanced back at the quiet bus. We are close to where your summer training camp is. I just received a call from the organizers and they already have a task for all of you. A ripple of grumbling spread through Class 1A. They gave the same to 1B, so don't think this is something special for all of you. That's new, Izuku thought. He had spoken with Kendo about the training camp and she had told him that they were apparently going to another location. Something has changed since then. And what's the task? Kaminari asked. It's more of a challenge, Aizawa-sensei said. That got everyone to stand a little straighter. He pointed through the forest before them at a small compound, just visible. Your training camp is right over there. Lunch is in a couple of hours. They don't believe you can arrive on time for the meal. But I do. Prove me right, especially since the sooner you arrive, the sooner your training begins. Izuku felt the excitement among his classmates turn to determination and he was right along with them. He was excited to begin training with their mysterious hosts. There had to be more than one, especially with Class B now attending. But then he watched an amused smirk pass across Aizawa-sensei's face and it chilled him. Their teacher knew something about There was a reason he called it a task, Izuku realized. Getting there isn't the full challenge. We'll have to get through obstacles on the way there, maybe even figure out who is hosting us. Maybe a hero team? They would be used to working together and, beyond the heroes teaching at hero schools, the best equipped to help us grow and strengthen our quirks. Well, when you're ready to go, head off, Aizawa-sensei said. He made his way back to the bus and climbed aboard. The door shut, the engine turned on, and they watched the bus depart in silence. Did he really just? Mineta said, emulating their thoughts. With this, bellowed Baku. He blasted away, soaring through the sky, and descended into the forest. Alone. There was a mad rush to follow him after that. Izuku fell in behind Shuto and Ida, who used their quirks to first carve a path through the forest and then ensure its safety for the rest. There were a variety of sounds behind them, crackling thunder, sizzling, acid, and shouts of pain. Even still, Class 1A pressed forward, almost entirely as a group. Bakugo remained ahead of them, a fact they were consistently reminded of, seeing the broken and blasted remnants of the inanimate creatures attacking them. Some of them were so burnt and destroyed one could think they had personally insulted the explosive hero to be. The disheveled class reached the compound not in time for lunch, but closer to dinner time. The sun had begun to set, stretching long and gold in the sky. Katsuki squatted near where they came to a stop, struggling to not collapse from the effort to arrive. Took you long enough, he grumbled, standing to join them. He focused on Shuto and Izuku. I thought you two coulda drove the B-listers to move faster. Well, at least his insults are nicer, Kaminari stage whispered to Jairu. She nodded and a few other classmates grinned. Well, now that everyone's here, Aizawa-sensei said, emerging from wherever he had been hiding. Let me introduce your training camp instructors. They watched as 4 pro heroes, 3 women and a man appeared, forming into a group pose that brought a grin to Izuku's face. Rock on with these sparkling gazes, declared Pixie Bob. We've come to lend a paw and help, added Mandalay. We have come from somewhere, said Ragdoll, slipping with her lines. Stingily cute and cat-like, said Tiger. It seemed odd having those words come from such a large man, yet Izuku wouldn't deny he pulled it off in a fashion only All Might could top. And together, Pussycats. The Pussycats were one of the most popular pro-hero teams to ever emerge. Between their theme, a decade plus of experience, and emphasis on mountain rescue, the third most common type after urban and water, had made them easy to market and quick to become beloved. Izuku was curious how the 4 would play out as trainers for their quirks. Good to see all of your smiling faces, said Pixie Bob, grinning. There was a loud snort from nearby and everyone glanced at a young boy, who glared at them and then turned away to wander off on his own. Don't worry about him. Your fellow students are inside, freshening up after their training today. I'd suggest you all get cleaned up real quick, for dinner is pretty soon. Their class grumbled but went along anyway. Izuku felt as if he was in a daze, washing clean and then pulling on robes set aside for them. They were all seemingly dead on their feet. Or at least it seemed so until massive platters of food were put before them. The entire class came to life and Izuku saw several of his fellows and even some from Class B stuffing their mouths as fast as they could. You guys took your time, said Kendo as she sat down across from Izuku. She snatched the last piece of shrimp tempura, leading to groans from those around them. We got our first session in with the Wildcats today. Tomorrow will be rough, and probably even rougher for all of you. Really? Asked Kirishima, leaning in. You know what they put Metalhead through? Metalhead. Kendo repeated. She looked over her shoulder and called out, Oi Tetsu. You hear what Kirishima called you? Tetsu half stood, resting on a knee. What? You're nothing but a metal head. Kirishima shouted. Tetsu grinned, sharp teeth glinting from light. Demon right I am. They then proceeded to begin an arm wrestling tournament between the two classes. Izuku watched on, amused as he stuffed himself on Katsudon, until the 7th challenge he received. Tired of the challenges, he rolled his eyes and accepted it, and then went on to crush several others, including both Tetsu and Kirishima, before being declared the first-year arm wrestling champion. Okay everyone, Kendo shouted, standing. There's still time until lights out, so I'm thinking to hit the baths. They're warm and outdoors. Everyone nodded, pleased with the idea of relaxing. Even Izuku thought lying in the baths was an excellent way to end the first day of camp, even if they hadn't done much. Oh, I just can't stand it anymore. Mineta shouted, staring at the 15-meter wall separating the boys from the girls, the ones they could all hear, gossiping and giggling, even if every word was intelligible. They had all been soaking for several minutes, and while the boys of Class B watched in confusion, those of Class A sighed. Izuku groaned, rolling his eyes. I should speak with Aizawa-sensei about his behavior. It was obnoxious to start, and it looks bad for Yue. He wouldn't need to, at least at the moment, do anything, for while Mineta almost scaled the wall, he was stopped before he could achieve his goal. For, waiting in between at the top was the boy they had seen when arriving. He scowled down, his hat with 2 horns, tipping a little over his face. Thanks, one of the girls shouted. I knew asking you to man the wall was a great idea. The boy turned to respond, but after a moment, tipped over the wall and fell. Izuku did not think. He moved, one for all pulsing through him. He caught the boy, who was oddly light, in his arms. I'll take him inside, he told the others. They all nodded, and as Izuku made his way out of the bath, heading to dress and then get medical care for the boy. In 5 or so minutes, he entered the small medical ward the Wildcats had set up. To his relief, Pixie Bob was inside, stocking supplies. She turned around and her eyes soon fell upon the boy in his arms. What happened? She asked, taking him from Izuku. The girls asked him to guard the wall between the bath sections, Izuku said. One of the boys in our class has a perverted personality. He tried to scale the wall but was stopped. The girls thanked him, and after he looked towards them, he stumbled and fell. And I caught him. Pixie Bob nodded. Thanks for bringing him in. She laid a cool towel on the boy's forehead. Izuku hadn't noticed, but at some point, the horned hat had fallen away. Coda's been difficult these past few years. She noticed Izuku's concerned frown and continued. Mandalay is his aunt and has been living with her for a couple years now. When I first met him, he was like most boys his age and loved pro heroes. He doesn't seem to anymore, Izuku commented. He seems to keep things close to his chest, though I noticed how he glared at us earlier. Yes, well. Pixie Bob pursed her lips and after several seconds, sighed. Not exactly my story to tell, but I think you might be able to help him out. I've heard about your exploits. She shot Izuku a smile. I think you'll be something special, kid. Anyways, Koda's parents were the pro heroes Water Hose. Izuku gasped. He knew exactly who Water Hose were. While pro hero deaths were uncommon, having a husband and wife team die in the same fight was fortunately rare. He had always wondered what became of the child mentioned in the news reports after the case. Now I know. How can I help? Izuku asked, staring down at Koda's unconscious form. Pixie Bob glanced back at him and sighed. Focus on your training for now. Though if you get a chance, speak with him. I think hearing from someone like you could change his mind. Izuku nodded, lips pursed. It seemed almost as if he was giving up, yet he knew she was right about his training. That was why he was here in the first place, yet I want to save people. Does that include saving them from themselves? I understand, Pixie Bob. Good night. She nodded and he left the ward. He made his way to the room where the boys would be sleeping, lost in thought. Do I even have the tools to help Koda? He just seems so angry, as if we're all an insult against him. I can understand that he was traumatized by the death of his parents, but it's almost as if he hates heroes. Or is it just quirks? He sighed, puffing his cheeks. If I keep thinking about this, I'll end up drowning in my thoughts and worries. I need to focus on training tomorrow. Good morning. Tiger bellowed as classes A and B arrived for training. The sun was low on the horizon and several yawned. It is technically dawn, Izuku realized, holding his own yawn in. They must have something planned for tonight if we're awake so early to begin training. I hope you all slept well last night because this is going to be exhausting. You will be pushing your quirks to their limits and then working past those. There were slow nods all around. Izuku glanced at his peers from Class B and saw a mix of excitement and dread upon their faces. What were they subjected to yesterday? They didn't seem as tired as we were, but we did have to fight our way across several hundred meters worth of enemies and distractions. You will be separated based upon the type of quirk you have. We've devised specialized plans for all of you, so you don't need to worry about doing something similar to anyone else. He paused, eyes falling onto Tetsu and Kirishima. Except you too, but you probably already knew that. Their eyes met, grinning. Izuku wasn't sure when the two had become close friends, but it was a good sign. He had been, at least in part, worried that their similar quirks and the natural rivalry between hero classes would make them bitter rivals. They would likely always be rivals in some manner, but it would never be the worst-case scenario Izuku had thought up. Now for the rest of you, Tiger continued. Do I need to introduce the quirks of my team, or are all of you familiar with them? Everyone nodded. What proceeded from that moment until the evening was a grueling marathon of light and shadow, a dozen elements, and a wide variety of strange and odd quirks. Izuku collapsed when Mandalay telepathically told them to finish up. He felt burnt out from using one for all so much, and there was something else buzzing under his skin. His limbs were numb and bruised, his mind somehow wrung out, and his eyelids heavy. As someone came to check up on him, he let his eyelids slide close. And a voice, one his mind did not know but his heart did, whispered, "It is time we speak." The world around Izuku was hazy yet bright, visible yet a dream. He sat up and found himself not at the training camp, but in a mysterious place. It felt familiar and alien, as if Japan drifted like a drunken man into Korea and failed to move away. Yet he felt calm, at peace, aware of himself and everything around him, as he had never experienced before. And just beyond the thinnest of the smoke, he could see 7 figures, ones he both knew and didn't. Their eyes glowed, focused upon him with an intensity that made him wonder whether they were friend or foe, yet there was a sense in him that he could trust them with anything. His green eyes scanned them, taking in their outlines. There was one, the thickest, the darkest through the smoke that he could recognize, but the name escaped him. It was time we spoke, 9. They spoke in unison, yet Izuku could pick out each separate voice. Men and women, old and young, were represented. You have had one for all for years, yet you have not drawn upon the power of the vestiges. Vestiges? Izuku questioned, standing. His legs were a little shaky, but they held him upright. He stepped forward and the forms shifted, moving to slowly surround him. He pressed on, letting them slide about until he was at the center. It felt appropriate when he was here among them to be in the center. As if he was expected, somehow, to know that he should do so. We are the previous vessels of one for all. Our power is your power, built up over time as it passed from one to the next. Their voices had remained merged, yet separate. Izuku frowned and then a curious thought, more a whisper from the back of his mind, came from his mouth. Were you all quirkless in your real life, or were some of you born with quirks of your own? Some did and some did not. The first thought he did not, but it was his that made one for all possible. Quirk transference. Izuku had researched the subject and found himself immediately stumbling into the realm of conspiracy theories. The form of the quirk that comprised the backbone of his quirk was mirrored by the quirk held by All Might's truest foe. Transference was the basis of one for all, that much he knew. But to know that it could pick up and move additional quirks. All Might told me that one for all uses a compounding quirk to increase the power of each consecutive vessel. That it transfers their strength from one to the next. And if it can transfer raw strength to make him one of the most powerful pro-heroes to ever exist, then there's no reason to think it can't move along other quirks. I can use the quirks you had in life, can't I? Izuku asked. In time, one voice said. But you must not abandon your current training, another added. To chase an uncertainty, a third concluded. Speak with your mentor about us and the vestiges, the 7 said in unison. A time will come when you will speak with us in turn, but you are not ready yet. And do not let your mind focus on us when you awake. Danger is near. Izuku woke with a start. He found himself in the small medical ward. Pixie Bob turned to face him and sighed with relief. You're awake. When you passed out, we became worried. We've never had a student pass out like that. Some fall asleep after eating, but never right after training ends. Just a complication with my quirk, I guess, Izuku said. His mind swirled with the words he had exchanged with the vestiges. I should be fine as long as I eat. Did I miss dinner? You didn't, actually. Only been a half hour since you slumped over. Pixie Bob gave him a skeptical look, though he was somewhat thankful she wasn't questioning him. Certain you're fine, then okay. I sent a message to Recovery Girl about this anyways, though I haven't heard back yet. Try not to strain yourself too much tonight. Wait, tonight? Izuku asked. What's tonight? The pro-hero flinched, grimacing. Ah, I forgot that was supposed to be a secret for a while longer. Forget I mentioned it. Izuku sat up and nodded. How long until I'm released? In time for dinner. Your friends have been worried about you. Pixie Bob paused, glanced at the door and added, I'm surprised none of them are. Deku, several voices shouted as the medical ward's door was slid open. He looked over and grinned as they entered. Half of his class and even a few students from Class B had come to visit him. Sorry about scaring you guys, Izuku said with a sheepish smile. Just a nasty side effect from my quirk. Really? I didn't know your quirk had bad side effects, Kirishima said, grinning. It was scary, seeing you faint like that. Your eyes all rolled up into your head and everything. I don't remember that, Izuku admitted. It felt more like I was falling asleep. You know, as if I was so tired I just had to fall asleep. It's not like I can tell them about my dream or vision or whatever that was. Now that we've seen Deku is fine, we should let him be, suggested Ida. We are cooking dinner tonight. There were a few grumbles, but most of them appeared to be excited for food. They made their way out and one even promised to let Katsuki know he was fine. Izuku frowned, surprised. Is Kaken worried about me? He shook the thought away and went to stand. Whoa, Pixie Bob said, rushing over. Did I say you were released, Midoriya? He froze, staring at her with a dumb, open-mouthed expression. He hadn't even thought of being dismissed. There were two thoughts on Izuku's mind, Katsuki and food. Oh well. She snorted, grinning. Go on. The food will do you some good anyways. Thanks, Izuku said, and with that, he made his way to join the others. There was something of an uproar when he arrived outside where a mixed group of his classmates and the other class were cooking food. Anything you want, Midoriya? Kendo asked, overseeing Monoma, Katsuki, and Shuto as they tried to work together. Could you make katsudon? He asked, hopeful for his favorite. You heard him, boys. Kendo declared to the three. Midoriya wants katsudon, so we're making it. He couldn't tell if he should laugh or be terrified, watching the class president of Class B more or less coerce the three students with the greatest personality defects, respectable defects, that is, and potential in their combined classes into making his favorite dish. Well, at least try to make it. None of them had a clue how to make it, even if they were aware of what it was made of. Izuku didn't think it was that great, but the fact that Kendo was willing to try and they went along was meaningful to him. It also didn't hurt, he'd admit a few months later, that Kirishima proclaimed it, the most manly thing I've seen at camp, while tears rolled down his cheeks. The two classes ate dinner under the setting sun, enjoying the fruits of their labor. The two long tables were set close enough that it was easy for conversation to roll from one to the other and back. Izuku found himself at the center of one long conversation, where several of his fellow heroes in training pressed him on why he had passed out. He did his best to sidestep and avoid their questions, mostly because he had no idea how to get around the issue. Repeating what he said earlier didn't work, since those who had already heard it tried to dig deeper into the issue. It's something I need to discuss with my mentor first, he ended up saying. My quirk is strange. Almost bizarre, you could say. Half the time I find myself surprised by some of the things I can do. Like potentially use the quirks of those who had won for all before me. For the moment, it seemed to pacify them. Only Katsuki didn't appear satisfied with the answer, which didn't surprise Izuku. He, out of everyone in Midoriya's life, was the most aware of the oddities Izuku had gone through in the past 5 or so years. Even his mother was less aware, if only for how Izuku worked to keep his mother separated from the worst of the darkening world of heroes and villains. It pained him to keep her in the dark as much as he did, but it would keep her safe in the long run. Or at least, that was what he told himself. Once they had all ate their fill, Mandalay, Aizawa, and Blood King came to join them. Good news everyone, Mandalay said, grinning. We'll be having a fun activity tonight for those of you who passed your finals, which, I'm afraid, is not everyone. The rest will be with Eraserhead here. Izuku glanced at the three separated from them by Aizawa-sensei. He knew that Ashido and Kaminari had failed, but seeing Monoma from Class B join them was almost amusing. The copycat tried to boast how his class only had one failure, but when it was him that was said failure, it fell flat and only led to Kendo incapacitating him with the chop of a massive hand. He collapsed to the ground, left to the tender mercies of the other failed students and Aizawa-sensei. After they were gone, Mandalay continued. With it being nighttime, there's nothing better to do than a test of courage. That drew a buzz of excitement from the students to match the pro heroes. Izuku felt drawn into it. He'd never done a test of courage, though he was very familiar with the concept. Every third slice of life anime produced featured one during their 12-episode run, and they were often funny or romantic episodes. Not the time, he mentally reminded himself. With everyone else, he listened as Mandalay described how they were changing up the usual formula of tests of courage. Due to some mysterious incident a century ago, it was heavily frowned upon to use quirks during a test. However, she said, grinning, since all of you are training to become heroes, we decided to let you use them. Now, do be careful with exactly what you do, cause we could get in trouble for this. Using your quirks as minors here, while technically legal, is supposed to be strictly supervised, which this technically isn't. Izuku noticed a few awkward smiles in the crowd, but few reacted negatively to the announcement. He had barely thought about the laws concerning minors using quirks in months, But then he had been operating on that technicality through much of the past few years. It took nearly half an hour of arguing, debates, and underhanded deals before they could start. Izuku found his partner for the test switching several times as people jockeyed for who they wanted to go into the forest with. Class B departed during that time, heading to find positions along the looping circuit from which to frighten Class A. In the end, he found himself paired with Uraraka, whose naturally pink cheeks turned a nice shade of crimson whenever she looked at him for more than a few seconds. He thought she had a crush on him, but he interacted with so many of his classmates so often that he wasn't sure when such a crush could have formed. The entrance exam? He pondered, his green eyes meeting her brown ones when she glanced over. I'm probably just overthinking it. The sun was nearly setting when the first pair, Mineta and Shuji, the latter who was the only person able to control the worst of the former's more perverse impulses, headed into the woods. It was only after the first scream that Mandalay sent in the second pair, Kirishima and a fuming Katsuki. Pair by pair, the members of Class A loitering in the main clearing shrunk until only 8 remained. That was when Izuku spotted smoke in the distance. Smoke drawing closer, reflecting the light of the fire that produced it in great, choking waves. He made his way over to Mandalay and asked, "Is anyone else up in these mountains?" She glanced at him, distracted as she listened for the signal to send the next pair. Not within a dozen clicks. Why? I think someone is out here with us, he said, directing her attention to the smoke. It had grown closer and Izuku could make out the color of the flames. They were blue, not the oranges and reds of more natural fires. That is produced by a quirk. A nasty quirk, too. You may be right. Mandalay muttered. I have a question. When's the last time you saw my nephew? Izuku frowned, drawing from the blur the past 2 days had been until the name returned to him. Koda? Not since yesterday. He doesn't like us heroes in training, so he does his best to stay away from us. Sheet. Izuku blinked, hearing a curse pass through the lips of a pro hero. He had never even seen a shaky amateur video online catch a pro hero swearing. Mandalay looked towards where the flames were coming from, though not directly towards the center of the inferno. He's probably at his favorite spot. He's been going there since his parents died. The cliff overlooking the compound, where there's a cave. Izuku didn't wait to hear what Mandalay was going to say. He was going to become a hero, one who would succeed all might. There was no time to wait when an innocent child was in danger, even if he hated pro heroes. The moment smoke reached Katsuki's nose, he knew something was terribly off. And it wasn't because he had learned the quirks of everyone in both his class and the other with them following his embarrassing failure during the sports festival. He looked up and saw an eerie blue glow coming over the trees, and even in a few spots through the dark undergrowth. What is it? Asked Kirishima, voice tense with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Katsuki glanced over at the redhead and realized they had stopped along the path of the test of courage. He hadn't even realized they stopped. Something is about to happen, Katsuki said, flexing his hands. He could already feel sweat begin to build up on the nimble digits. Something bad. Worse than that attack back during the beginning of the year. Be prepared to fight, shitty hair. I think the villains learned where we are. I'm with you all the way, Kirishima said. Katsuki watched as his fellow hardened his fists. You think we should head back to where we started? No. The others ahead of us may not have noticed yet, plus the entire class of sidekicks is out here with us. A hero doesn't flee until everyone is safe. Kirishima nodded with a grim expression. Got it? Should we head towards the smoke then? With a crack of his knuckles, Katsuki smirked. Let's do it. He paused and looked back. What was your hero name again? Kirishima snorted. Crimson Riot. He paused and then beamed at Katsuki. We using hero names then? Might as well, Katsuki said. And even if they won't like it, we're using quirks. If they're really villains and not some foolish idiots that partied like drunk Americans, we'll need them if we want to take them down. They broke into a slow jog, staying aware of their surroundings. Even with the bright blue flames before them, the darkness of night disguised much of the forest around them. Several times they nearly tripped on the underbrush as they cut through towards the worst of the flames. That is where the villains will be, Katsuki mentally justified. If I take down the one behind the flames, they will have to break off whatever other attacks they have planned for tonight. I hear someone up ahead, Kirishima said. Katsuki nodded, and slowed them to a quick walk. Best to let them be surprised coming upon us, he whispered. The noise of few sets of footsteps grew closer. Several long, heart-pounding seconds passed until they stepped into the small, insignificant clearing before Katsuki and Kirishima. They were not villains as they had thought, but their classmates. Grapes, tentacles and birdbrain came stumbling upon them. Katsuki frowned, trying to draw up their names. It doesn't matter right now. Crimson should know, so I'll just let him use their names. Where's Kuda? Asked Kirishima, not giving Katsuki the reminder he had hoped for. And then a thought struck him. Who the hell is that? We got separated when the smoke first rolled in, said Birdbrain. He noticed that the bugs were being agitated by something, though he followed after them faster than we could keep up. I did not realize he could move so quickly through the forest. Tentacles nodded and added, we were on his trail, but it went cold right as we ran into you. The tip of one of his tentacles turned from a nose and into a mouth. Safety in numbers, it said. Too much smoke about. Katsuki nodded. Yeah, I could tell. You three still want to find the Bug Whisperer or you want to join Crimson and I as we put down the attacking villains? I'll come with you, said Tentacles. He glanced at the other two. They both shook their heads and Katsuki was tempted to call them cowards for not joining them. When you find Kuda, find one of the pussycats and let them know we're out here. Katsuki thought, blinking. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Understood, said Birdbrain. Be careful all of you. And with that, he and Grapes continued along the route they had been on before being stopped. Come on then, Katsuki snarled. He puffed smoke from a series of tiny explosions around the other fist. We have some villains to take down. Let's do it, Kirishima added and Tentacles nodded. Izuku panted, staring down at the defeated villain. He had come in the nick of time, saving Koda before the monstrous villain could kill the young boy. His chest heaved, struggling to draw in breath as he recuperated from the short yet brutal fight. The amount of power the villain had been able to draw forth as his muscles overtook his skin and form was tremendous, nearly on par with All Might. It's for the best that those with a heroic spirit possess the power of one for all. Are you all right? Izuku asked, turning to the boy. He was still sitting on the distressed rocky ground, eyes wide with tears and awe. Yeah, he eventually answered, smiling. I'm sorry. For being so rude to you. Izuku grinned. You don't need to apologize, he said, grinning. I'm a hero. It's my dream to save people and protect them. Like your parents did, and I believe they wouldn't want you to hate them for what happened to them, but love them for who they were. Koda nodded. His eyes were rimmed with a faint pink and Izuku feared the boy would cry. Instead, he sniffled a couple times and then looked back towards the camp. Someone started a forest fire. Izuku turned and spotted what Koda had seen. Giant black plumes of smoke hung over the forest, rolling like a slow, hungry wave come upon a low shore. Worse was the sight of blue flames in the trees, driving forward at a pace that chilled his blood. That is one of the other villains, he realized, fist tightening so much the bones and tendons groaned from old wounds. Let's get you to safety first, Izuku said. He squatted and looked back at Koda. This'll be faster than me carrying you and I can better defend us if another villain has come around this way. The boy nodded, gathering his courage, and stepped forward to climb onto Izuku's back. Koda held tightly around the hero in training's neck, his hands both holding each other and grasping part of Izuku's shirt into tight fists. He sprung forward, leaping high over the tree canopy and was able to cross a long distance before descending beneath the green leafy foliage. Izuku felt like he was in one of those old, terribly bland animated shows where people traveled through the forest by jumping from branch to branch. And yet he found himself doing the same with a grin on his face. After what could have been seconds or minutes, he leapt clear of the trees and landed before the main compound. Pixie Bob was outside, acting more nervous than he'd ever seen her. She turned as he approached and released a massive sigh. You found Koda, she said, grinning. The small boy slid off of Izuku's back and dashed over. He saved me, Koda said, grinning. Like a hero and everything. It was nothing, Izuku said, rubbing his arm. Are the others safe? Pixie Bob shook her head. Mandalay alerted me to several possible attacks by villains over by where the test of courage was happening. I'm surprised she wasn't able to connect with you. Izuku frowned. I got caught up with a villain attack when I reached Koda. The villain is still up by where Koda likes to spend time by himself, though unconscious. The area around there was, destroyed by our fight. You're planning to head back out there, aren't you? Questioned Pixie Bob. I have to, Izuku admitted. He looked down at one of his hands, tightening it into a fist. The villains are after two of us. Kidnap, not murder. Who's the other? Asked the pro-hero. Kaken, he said before grimacing. I mean Bakugu Katsuki. Childhood friend? She asked. Izuku gave her a non-committal shrug, earning only an eye roll. Yeah, I'll let Mandalay know so she can get the word out. She paused, staring at him intently and then sighed. I can't believe I'm saying this, but be careful. The villains are targeting you as well and we don't need any of the students being captured. Or worse. I understand, Izuku said. We'll all come home, safe and sound. And with that he sprung back into the forest, traveling towards the source of the smoke. It's where Kaken will go. We have received intelligence about the villain's goal, impeded the mental voice of Mandalay. Katsuki snarled having the voice in his mind, again but he wouldn't deny he had wanted something like what she was now giving out. It had been convenient being given permission to use his quirk, though he had planned on using it regardless of whether he was given permission. They are planning to kidnap 2 students. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. Please ensure their safety until the villain attack can be repelled. Let them come, Katsuki growled to his companions. They nodded, though there was an uncertainty to them that riled his anger. We should find Midoriya, recommended Tentacles. There is safety in numbers, and if we can draw both of their targets together, we can bring them into an ambush and keep them from going after other targets, finished Crimson Riot, grinning with sharp teeth. He glanced around and frowned. I just wish this fog would go away. Poison gas, Katsuki said, grimacing. I don't think it'll kill, but you never know. These villains did talk big about killing All Might a few months ago. What do you think it's for? Asked Tentacles. Katsuki glanced at the tall hero in training, frowning. Disable, likely makes anyone who breathes in too much pass out. Think of Midnight's quirk, but more dangerous. Crimson sighed. I wish Yamamo was here. She could whip up some gas masks for us. Katsuki only nodded. He wasn't sure exactly who Yamamo was, but he was certain that she was definitely in their class. Only Deku interacted with the kids from the other class, beyond that blonde weirdo who kept provoking him. I am easily provoked, aren't I? Stupid of me. Villains could take advantage of that. He sighed, growling in the back of his throat, and turned to the others. I hate to say this, but with the poison gas cloud, we should head back towards the compound. We aren't, well, equipped to handle the gas accordingly. Katsuki paused as Crimson grinned at Tentacles. He wished the taller fellow didn't wear that mask so he could know what he was feeling. But if we run into a villain, we're taking them down. Tentacles can drag them back to the Pussycats. Just live with it, Crimson said when Tentacles tried to protest how he was named. Katsuki rolled his eyes at the attempted protest. I doubt he'll ever call me Kirishima, let alone Aijuru. Katsuki bit his tongue, holding back the amusing thought of calling Crimson by either of his given names. He was so used to viewing those around him as C-listers like in the ancient American comics he read as a kid that remembering names, faces, and quirks had gone from a passing interest to a tidbit he didn't care for. With his recent fight with Deku against All Might so fresh in his mind, along with that freaky encounter with the villain, perhaps he'd be better off trying to be a hero like Deku, selfless, headstrong, and never willing to back down. Now that I think about it, Katsuki began to realize as they pressed through the dark, smoke-clogged woods, all I'd need would to be selfless. I already have an amazing quirk, and the other stuff too. And then I can also not have people like that mind control kid look down at me as if they're better. There was a crash in the woods nearby. Katsuki was the first to move towards it, rubbing his hands to increase sweat production. Without the gloves from his uniform and in the chilly night, he had to find other means to produce the glistening chemicals his quirk naturally produced. He sprung over underbrush, dodging around trees as shouts and groans joined the crashing noises that grew louder as he got closer. He burst forth, micro-explosions warming his hand, and came upon a sight that drew a growl from Katsuki. The floating girl and Frogger were fighting some crazed blonde beach who looked like one of those freaks from the ancient pornos him and a couple other kids had watched during their middle school days. Oi, he shouted, drawing their attention. Looking for me, Beach? The crazed blonde looked up. Katsuki had been convinced, seeing her freak out while fighting, that her face couldn't get any more disturbed. He was clearly wrong, for her grin threatened to literally break her face and it appeared that her eyes were twitching off towards the sides as if she were some lizard person. You weren't the one I was hoping for, but I'll take ya. Something about her voice pinged a memory shoved down into Katsuki's memories. Maybe if I bring you in, they'll give me Deku-kun. You, he screamed, pointing at her as he landed barely a meter away. You're that crazy Beach who talked to Deku about blood and sheet. No sheet, only blood, the crazy girl protested, pouting. I'm not that sort of freak. At least she admits she's a freak, Karo, said Frogger. She was nearly orgasmic talking about wanting to be the one she loves. It was really disturbing. Yeah, I'm thankful I missed that, Katsuki grumbled, raising cupped hands. I know her from when she went up to Deku during our internship and introduced herself as if she were desperate. Seemed desperate to me, Frogger added. I'm right, the crazed villainess would have continued protesting, but Katsuki opened up point blank with his quirk. The explosion was condensed a simplified, weakened form of a technique he'd long been thinking of for a special move and it caught the villain unawares right in the chest. She went flying, a scorched circle on her school vest. This has been the weirdest day, mumbled Floating Girl, getting to her feet. I'm going to take the longest bath to get the feeling of her off me. Can't blame ya, Crimson said as he and Tentacles finally caught up. We heard everything, well everything after Bakugo showed up. Code names, Riot. Yeah. Explodio. Do we have permission to use them? Asked Floating Girl. Might as well, croaked Frogger. She turned to Katsuki. Mine is Froggy, since you forgot. I didn't forget, he shouted, lying through his teeth. Frogger was close anyways. Of course you didn't, Karo. Katsuki turned away from Frogger. He wasn't going to use something as childish as Froggy, damn it, and back to the villain, who had, while they were briefly distracted arguing, slipped away. Cowardly beach, he screamed, firing a massive explosion into the air above them. With that, Katsuki stalked off in the direction that villain had most likely gone in. By the time morning came, he swore he'd blast her to something. It depends on how fucking angry I am when we catch her. Izuku was thankful he made the choice to find Kaken instead of searching out every other heroes in training and helping them, one by one. As much as he'd like to aid them all, he knew that if the villains captured even one student, it would paint a black mark upon UA+. It was much easier to find Kaken than anyone else, especially after the thunderous blast was just fired into the sky around 20 meters to his left. He bounced off a thick tree branch and then used the trunk of the next along his path to reorient towards the blast. He knew that it would be easier to reach Kaken if he leapt high above the tree canopy, but with the villains as eager to find him as they were with his childhood friend, Izuku knew he had to trade speed for secrecy. For who'd look for the future all might in the canopy? There was a clearing where Kaken was, he discovered as he soared out of the forest and landed nearby. With him was Kirishima, Ochako, Azui, and Shuji, all slightly battered and rough-looking, but ready to fight villains. Kaken's red eyes immediately turned towards him and he growled. "What the f are you thinking, Deku? You blasted nerd, why are you making it easier for them?" "I have to agree with Bakugo," Azui said. "Especially with that freaky villain lady." Izuku frowned. "Freaky? You remember that chick who came on to you during the internship?" Kaken asked. "The creepy blonde who mentioned blood?" "Wait, you mean Toga?" Izuku asked. He did remember her, and while he had been uncomfortable around her, he only assumed she was one of those odd ducks who preferred villains to heroes for whatever strange reason they had. Several, as claimed online, had blood-related quirks, and he couldn't blame them. It was disturbingly common for them to be bullied as heavily as the quirkless, and at times even worse. "You mean Himiko Toga, that really weird fangirl? You remembered my name?" Izuku ducked, turning to find the same blonde girl, now wearing a large pack with thick needles, trying to tackle him. Her grin sent a nasty shiver down his spine and he found himself twisting midair to avoid her jabbing weapons. He landed hard on his back and moved up his arms to shove her away. She was sent tumbling, landing in a crashing thud before rolling over a few times. "Unfortunately I do," Izuku muttered, getting to his feet. His fellow heroes in training surrounded the downed villain, though she made no effort to stand. "Where are your friends?" Kaken asked, small explosions rippling across his hands. "Near," Toga said, grinning widely. She looked away from him and towards Izuku. "Leader wants him very much, especially after their little talk at the mall." Her eyes flickered to Kaken as she added, "You too, Blasty." "What is she talking about?" asked Kirishima. "Shigaraki caught me off guard at the mall before the trip," Izuku admitted. "He joined the ring of heroes in training." "Why does he want Kaken?" Toga giggled. "He thinks Blasty can be turned." "Turned?" asked Ochako. "What do you mean turned?" "A villain," Kaken sneered. "That piece of shit thinks I can be turned into a villain." He paused and sighed. "I was being hyperbolic when I said I'd kill him. Now, I'm feeling rather serious about it." "He'll be happy to hear," Toga said, finally rising to her feet. She pulled out a white and black wrapped package and ripped off one end with her teeth. A small phone slid out and she auto-called the first number. "Though you aren't the main target." "Huh?" they asked, vaguely united, and then Toga lunged at Izuku. He was caught flat-foot, and as she slammed into him, the shadows behind him turned thick and dark. "There's a teleporting villain," he remembered, as Izuku and Toga were drawn into the portal and away from his friends. As they crashed onto the floor of a small bar, Midoriya Izuku realized the League of Villains had captured him. The bus back to UA from the camp was still several hours away, chugging along the narrow mountain highways. Of the 40 students and 2 instructors who had made the trip out to the training camp, only 29 of the students and 1 teacher would be aboard the single bus needed to bring them back to campus, before they'd be allowed to return home. 1 teacher along with 10 students was en route to the Taravuan Specialty Hospital, one of 3 in the country that serviced the pro-hero industry exclusively. The League of Villains had kidnapped the final student, one Izuku Midoriya. Toshinori starred at the email he had received, a copy of the one sent to Principal Nedzu from Aizawa that informed the face of UA what exactly had occurred. The reports from those students who'd been present when Midoriya had been captured spoke of a young villain that had encountered him, along with Bakugo and Todoroki on the day the hero killer Stain had been captured. Her description reminded him of an odd series of serial killings to the west. That the League could recruit as young as the heroes in training he was helping prepare for their debuts as pros was as frightening as the suspicion there could be a traitor either in UA or in the hero community around the school. After reading the email several times, Toshinori could only come to one conclusion about the undercurrents which led to his protege's kidnapping. The League of Villains, if not directly led by All for One, was involved with the villain that had crippled the career of All Might and murdered his predecessor, along with however many others who possessed One for All and stood against the efforts of its incidental creator. The general populace might not know, but his days as the symbol of peace had been numbered for years. My days as All Might are nearly over, Toshinori briefly thought. It's too easy to see the last day coming. He shoved the thoughts away, horrified and scared that it had even come to him. His transformation into All Might only lasted for a couple hours on a good day, and as Midoriya grew stronger, he grew weaker. He had always thought of his quirk like a fire, and it seemed as Izuku's blazed brighter, Toshinori's dimmed. I knew this would occur. The same happened with my own master, and then she died at the hands of All for One. I can only hope we rescue young Midoriya from his captivity before they can use him to once more strike against us. He was afraid of how the public would react, learning that villains had captured the young man who had so publicly declared he would inherit the mantle of symbol of peace. He knew that Aizawa and Nezu were, even separated, preparing for the inevitable press conference where they had to admit to their errors and mistakes. And then there is the matter of Inko. Toshinori sighed, standing. He had volunteered to be the one to tell her that her son had been captured. It was the type of house call no teacher ever wished to make, and the fact it was him doing it that made it all the worse. The walk from the offices of UA to the nearest transit station wasn't terribly long, but it felt like an eternity as he was caught up in his mental troubles. As Toshinori sat on the shaking train, watching station after station pass, he couldn't help the sudden reaction to clench his hands. I should be out there looking for Midoriya, he thought, not waiting on the sidelines and delivering the bad news. And yet, here I am. He nearly missed the station where he had to get off, but just before the doors could close, he jumped to his feet and slipped through. A group of lazy teens glanced at him and sniggered. The sight of them enjoying their youth was a reminder, no matter how uncomfortable, just why Toshinori had dedicated to the life of being the symbol of peace. Everything he had sacrificed was for small moments like that, where people could reap the wonders of peaceful life, where they don't have to struggle for everything in their lives. I did it with a smile on my face, so that they would be relieved to see me, or so it had to be in those early days. It would have been easy to drift into a nostalgic haze as he walked the streets of Midoriya's neighborhood, but the looming shadow of the news he had to deliver pressed upon him with every step. And as he approached the apartment structure where they had lived since he first met that bright 10-year-old boy with the purest heroic heart, doubt and fear reached to wrap around his own heart. Toshinori stopped when he reached his destination, first on the sidewalk as he stared uncomfortably up at the building, and then again as he stood before the door. His right hand spent several seconds just hovering before the door, hesitant to cross the final distance and knock. Before he could do so, it opened. Inko Midoriya stood on the other side, frowning up at him. Something happened to Izuku? She asked, eyes red and cheeks puffy. He hasn't called me back and I know he was supposed to be home today. I should come inside, Toshinori whispered, his voice betraying him. It took all of his will to force the words out. I don't think you want this information to be, public. Horror filled Inko's gaze, as if her worst nightmare was suddenly her reality. Is he alive? Toshinori gestured inside and she flushed. Once inside, he removed his shoes and followed her to the main room. They sat down and he finally said, I have failed both you and your son. During the training camp, a group of villains associated with the league responsible for the attack on UA in February captured your son. We're doing everything we can to rescue him. With that, he stood, moved around the table, and slumped into a bow, knees on the ground and forehead pressed against tile. He closed his eyes, holding back the tears he felt threatening to spill over since he first heard the news. I swear on my life and on my title as the symbol of peace, I will bring Izuku back. Even if it costs me everything. There was a long moment of silence, and then a chair slid back on the wood floor and soft feet padded towards Toshinori's hands. Please, Inko whispered, do not promise me. Go and save my son. For if you're there. She paused, sniffling, and Toshinori glanced up. Tears and snot streaked down Inko's face as she struggled for words. If Yoi there, Ivi Rithi will be fine. Toshinori wasn't sure if he rose or she collapsed first, but in a sudden blink, he had drawn the grieving mother of his pupil into his arms, providing what comfort he could. His heart pounded with a thunderous pace. Those words were the ones he needed to hear, the same reassurance he gave others as All Might. He wasn't the symbol of peace because of some marketing guru or advertising firm. It was because he held within him the hearts and dreams of the heroes who came before, and it was his duty to ensure the torch of justice was passed along to the next generation. And I can only do that with Midoriya safe, he realized. I do not know if I ever realized the impact I had upon him. It's clear just from his mother's words how important my example is to him. I cannot let her down, not now. Never. He will be back to you soon, Toshinori whispered. No matter what I have to sacrifice, even my smile. It was his most solemn declaration since his mentor had left him to face their greatest foe, the one he could only hope had yet to get his hands on Izuku Midoriya. Otherwise, the future he had fought for could very well be jeopardized. Katsuki stomped into Teravuen's specialty hospital. Most of his fellow classmates were there, visiting the few from their class who'd been injured during the attack. He struggled to hold back his anger when the stupid administrative lady at the front desk tried to ask for his ID, even though she'd seen him head up to see Birdbrain, Grapes, and the Bug Whisperer that morning. "Fine, just go," she eventually shouted at him, loud enough to draw the attention of whoever had reason to be at the hospital so late at night. "Could have just allowed me go on without stopping me," Katsuki snarled back, turning away. As he headed for the room, he muttered, "Dumb bint." A short elevator ride later, he reached the 4th floor and pushed past the sleepy C-list pro hero guarding the door into the ward where his injured schoolmates were being held. Kirishima and Metal Kirishima sat right outside the door, watching the approach with careful, wary gazes. He couldn't blame them, since the last time he had been up there he had nearly exploded into a fiery rage. "Maybe Dad is right and I should see a therapist. He's been trying to get Mom to see one for years." Bakugo snorted, drawing confused looks from the two watching him. "Once Deku is back and I've blasted that crazy beach, then I'll talk to him about it." "Hey, you all right?" asked Kirishima. If he wasn't sitting here or at home, the redhead had been at Katsuki's side since Deku had been stolen. They, like him, had been caught flat on their feet when the portal arrived. He had hated himself and all of the rest for letting Deku get captured. "Why waste the breath to ask a question when you already know the answer?" growled Katsuki. Kirishima glanced away, frowning so his lips were curled in over his teeth. A moment, long and tense, passed before he blew out a sigh. "Because I want to hear you tell the truth, Bakugo. We all know Deku's kidnapping has hurt you most." "Fine," Katsuki bit out, as harsh as his quirk. "You want to hear the truth? I'm so FNG set off at those FING villains that I want to rip their limbs off, blast them into FING atoms, and then shove all of those blasted atoms down their throats until they choke and die." He punched the nearest wall, leaving an imprint of his knuckles. "The longer everyone waits to go after him, the more angry I get." "Then perhaps we should go after him," Kirishima suggested. "Rescue him, I mean. It's sort of our fault he got kidnapped in the first place. None of us, not even him, could have expected what that chick would do. Blaming yourself for it ain't healthy, Bakubro." Katsuki frowned at Kirishima, blinking. "What the F, did you just effing say to me, you little?" "Language," shouted Metalhead. Teeth gritted, Katsuki grumbled, "Don't tell me what to do, Metal Breath." "Metal Breath," he muttered, glancing at Kirishima. "Bakugo's just like that." Snarling, Katsuki walked past them and towards the wardroom where the injured students were held. He knew with his attitude and frustrating fury that he shouldn't be around them as they recovered, but the only other option would be to retreat, and that would be the same as giving up. As far as he was concerned, the mission wasn't over yet. Deku was still in the hands of the villains, and until his only true childhood acquaintance came home, part of him was still in that forest in the middle of nowhere. "Bakugo?" asked a feminine voice. He turned, red eyes pulsing with anger, and found the tall girl with dark hair and darker eyes from his class. His mind raced for a name or even her quirk, but found nothing. "What do you want?" he asked, growling. She hesitated, gritting her teeth. Before he could walk away, she sighed and continued. "Eraserhead had me make a device so they could find Midoriya. I made a second one just in case." Katsuki blinked, momentarily wondering how she could produce such a device. And then the realization of what could be done with it struck him. He grinned, not his usual feral smirk or some other threatening expression, but one close to joy. She flinched. "Have you told anyone else about this?" "And no," she forced out, stumbling through a stutter. "I had been struggling with whether I wanted to tell you, but, Thanks for telling me," Katsuki said, shocking her. He then took the device from her hands without asking and stomped into the room where everyone else would be. Members from both of the first-year hero classes turned and stared at him as he entered. Eyes, curious eyes, angry eyes, uncertain eyes, all turned to face him. Katsuki knew exactly what he needed to say. "I need volunteers for a rescue op. Who ain't a coward?" Izuku's neck itched. As desperate as he was to scratch it, he couldn't nor would he ask anyone nearby to do it for him. Shigaraki could kill him accidentally or on purpose, he wasn't sure which it would be. He did know that the apparent villain leader would be pleased to do so. Teleporter and bartender Kurogiri was quiet, except while providing what sounded to be therapy for their leader, though Izuku was certain he had never studied whatever was required to be a therapist. The other villains he didn't know at first: the scarred fire user Dabi, scaly stain worshipper Spinner, the quiet, top hat wearing Compress, and the fully clothed and psychotic Twice all jeered or mocked him whenever they gave him the time of day, which fortunately was rare after those first hours in their hands. It was Toga that frightened him most, and it was Toga he had to deal with the most. The blonde bounced between cooing over him as if he were a child and threatening to drink his blood until she got her fill or he died. Izuku was certain she was bipolar, though he wouldn't dare say so to her face. She'd kill me just for that, or worse. You ready to speak with the brat? Muttered Shigaraki. He was sat before a small screen on the far side of the bar. It was odd, being held in such an inconspicuous place, but it was almost fitting for what he had seen of the League. I am, answered the man on the screen. He was cloaked, with only a great, terrible outline. Izuku felt his gut drop, for he had a sudden, terrible realization. That's all for one, isn't it? I've fallen into the hands of the enemy. Shigaraki stood, holding the screen, and carried it over so both he and the screen were before Izuku. All for one, Izuku said, staring at the screen. The man chuckled. So Toshinori has told you about me. I wondered if he would be willing to tell you about his greatest failures, but it appears he has gained wisdom. Not enough to stand aside, but he would never do that after what happened with his mentor. Izuku scowled. The man he was now speaking with had killed All Might's predecessor and injured the symbol of peace terribly. What do you want from me? To speak with you, All for One said. After your declaration, I have been keeping a close eye on you, Izuku Midoriya. A fascinating figure you have turned out to be. I have also kept a close eye on your childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo. Why? All for One snorted. It was odd, mechanical, and curdled Izuku's gut. I have long paid close attention to those who have inherited my brother's quirk, his true one, that came from my gift of power. Tell me, what do you know of the vestiges? Izuku paused for a brief moment before the words, never heard of them, rushed from his mouth. It was both the words he wanted to say and the ones he clearly shouldn't have considered uttering. There was a flash of light on the other side of the screen and he got a glimpse of the man's face. While a terrible mask mostly covered it, some of All for One's mouth was exposed and turned up into a feral grin. You are a poor liar, Midoriya, but then few who have possessed my brother's quirk have been decent liars. Even he was a poor one, though I think I knew him so well that not a single one of his lies ever got past me. Clearly one did, Izuku replied, scowling. Else All Might and I wouldn't be here. I know enough about you to know you'd never let a hero with the vision to stand against you live, unless you were incapable of killing them. All for One didn't immediately answer. He leaned back, a hand rising to rub his chin in a slow, ponderous manner. Izuku tensed, glancing above the monitor at Shigaraki. He only stared down, scowling. The look wasn't meant for him in particular, or so he told himself. I never suspected what I gave my brother would mutate into the quirk that you and All Might possess. He paused, and Izuku felt a sudden terror. I have long wondered if I could take it back, both what I gave him and what he already had. We will see if that is so, Midoriya Izuku, and you will help me, willing or not. Katsuki impatiently glanced at his cheap phone, flicking it open to check the time, watching the seconds click by 47, 48, 49 before closing it with a snapping flip. Only a few minutes left before I do it myself. I wasn't joking when I said I'd do it alone. He turned back to face the Taravuan Specialty Hospital, wondering who would have the guts to join him. The others had been shocked when he first proposed to go after Deku. It would be risky, daring to go up against the League of Villains without backup from pro-heroes. While most had shot down his idea, he had seen a few consider the idea of saving their friend and classmate. We are the fucking heroes of tomorrow, he had told them. Why should we sit back and do nothing when we're the ones who let one of our fellows get kidnapped in the first place? I, for one, ain't gonna let them do what they wish to Deku. Who has the demon ball to join me? Most of them had towed the line of the law, and honestly he wouldn't blame them. Heroes were supposed to defend it, after all. But what good were laws when they prevented justice? Maybe this is why vigilantes still appear in this time of pro-heroes. He glanced up at the clear night sky. When others can't see justice through, then I'll just take it into my own hands. It might not be what All Might would do, but I will. Are we late? Asked a sadly familiar voice. Katsuki turned to face the group of 7 that approached him. He was both impressed and annoyed by how many had shown up, but he hadn't made it clear how many he wanted to come along. A group of 4 or 5 would have been more preferable, but then 8 could move about civilians with a little more immunity. Kirishima led them, sharp teeth beaming and red hair somehow extra spiky. Immediately behind him was his metalhead friend with his white, freakish eyebrows. Next was a group of 3, the weird girl with the hair who had given him the tracker, the marshmallow face girl, and F off Isoy Hot. Katsuki bellowed. You ain't invited to. I was in the room when you asked for volunteers, Icy Hot stated, rolling his eyes. Anyways, Midoriya is my friend too. Do you want to protest the rest of us? Asked someone else before he could curse out Icy Hot for calling Deku his friend, regardless of how true it was. Katsuki turned to face an annoyed, orange-haired girl with her arms crossed. There was another standing beside her who he thought was from his class, but he wasn't exactly sure. He thought there were 20 in their class, but there could also be 10 or 15. Or is Todoroki the only one you object to? You're fine, Katsuki said, turning to Kirishima. Who is she, by the way? She isn't in our class, right? I'm Kendo of Class B, she replied, crossing her arms. I happen to work with Midoriya when it comes to the student council, plus I was on his team for the second stage of the sports festival. Katsuki shrugged. He wasn't certain what this council was, but he doubted it really mattered to him in the first place. Whatever. What can you do? She responded by increasing the size of one of her hands until it was the size of a large road sign and then smacked him right across the face. Katsuki swore under his breath, raising a hand to press against the searing red mark growing on his face. Large Hands shot him a smirk as the hand returned to its regular size. Fine, you might be useful, admitted Katsuki, bitterly. He turned to Large Hand's hanger-on, whose eyes were obscured by her bangs. What about you, Bangs? She snorted. I'm Kinoko Komori. My quirk is mushroom. Sounds tasty, Kirishima remarked, grinning. Not like that, Bangs replied. It's well, you'll see. She then grinned mischievously. Let's just get moving, Katsuki snarled, turning away. Don't need anyone knowing we're going after Deku. Are you sure about this, Toshinori? Nezu asked. We're risking everything doing this. It'll be the end of All Might. Toshinori turned to face his friend. He was already dressed as All Might, expanded into his muscular form. The minutes were already ticking away and they were within the final hour until the beginning of the raid upon what he hoped was the hideout of the League of Villains. He was thankful to Eraserhead working with Yaoyorozu to determine where Midoriya was being held. More so, he hoped this would allow them to finally end the growing threat of this League of Villains. While they hadn't been directly connected to the hero killer, Toshinori wouldn't deny he was worried they would take inspiration and use the hero killer to draw the disenfranchised and the angry to their banner. The risk is necessary, All Might declared. Otherwise, why fight? Peace requires sacrifice. I have given everything so that people can be safe, so that society can enjoy the peace we have. The next generation must be stronger than mine. They will persevere and continue what we have begun or else everything will be. And young Midoriya will be the one to lead them. Maybe not tomorrow, but in time he will fill my role as the symbol of peace. Nezu frowned. Have you not thought of finding another successor? All Might shook his head. Midoriya must be the one to pass it along to the next vessel. It is no longer in my hands, friend. As long as he lives, Hope does too. And what if All for One tries to take Midoriya's quirk? Asked Nezu. If one for All. He cannot, All Might said. I cannot say what goes through that madman's mind, but I do not think he stole Midoriya just to steal his quirk. I fear he has a more horrible future in mind for my young successor. To turn him, we would be lucky if that were it, Toshinori admitted. There is worse that could happen than Midoriya becoming lost to us forever. Just think of the Oi abomination I fought when the League first revealed itself. Nezu stared at All Might for several long, straining seconds. That isn't what you fear, my friend. You fear for his soul itself, don't you? Turning a hero wouldn't be hard, we saw that with the hero killer. But corrupting one to the point where they lead villains against our heroic society. He paused to sip a cup of tea Toshinori hadn't noticed. That could very well be our undoing. I won't let it be like that, All Might declared. He wanted to smile, but the corners of his lips turned down as he thought of what could be happening to his protege. I will save him regardless of the price. Even your life? I have already given my life to the citizens of the world, so they can have peace, so that heroes can be what we need. But to die in defense of my ideals. All Might turned to Nezu and smiled, glimmering tears caught in the corner of his eyes. That is a death only the truest heroes can have. But can our society handle losing you? Nezu asked. All Might looked away, face grim. They must. There are heroes who can bear my mantle, though I cannot say for how long. Katsuki's nose twitched. He glanced left at a small crowd of college students. They looked at him oddly, so he sneered and glowered at them. Their eyes quickly slid away, though he suspected at least one of the idiots looked back at him once past. The small false statue on his face was itching something fierce and it took all of his will to not reach up and tear it off. We're nearly there, muttered Tracker Girl. She had given him her name while scowling, arms crossed, but he hadn't listened. It wasn't as if he needed to remember it right now. Using her real name could give them away, anyways. Their names, for the most part, were familiar to the public. His, Icy Hot's, Kirishima's, and the Big Hand Girl were likely more than just familiar to most people as well. They had done fair in the sports festival, though he was still upset over his defeat. Once he got the chance, he'd ruin that brainwashing freak. Even if he had to sew his lips together for the fight, he'd do whatever it took to be victorious. Because that was what had to be done to be the number one. No matter what sacrifice Katsuki needed to make, he would do so to overcome All Might and be the greatest hero to ever live. I hope we aren't making a mistake, muttered the Large Hand Girl. Katsuki glanced at her and she sighed. Nobody knows we're here, doing this now. I told the others we'd hold off for a day. Almost smart, Katsuki said. Don't worry so much. I got something prepped in case things go sour. Don't worry too much. A bit of a fib, but I did talk Icy Hot into giving me Endeavor's number. Hopefully he'll notice and it won't end up buzzin' in some locker. Next, right? Her voice was small and quiet, barely loud enough for him to hear. Either way, Katsuki nodded, and as they approached the point, he drifted away from the street and hugged the buildings nearby. He didn't look back at the others, instead leading as if he knew exactly where to go without having to be instructed. Katsuki wasn't just a meathead like he let others think. He knew exactly how to blend into crowds and knew that people would easily overlook anyone who moved with certainty about their destination. Mushroom, he lowly snarled as they began around the corner. Get up here. Fine, fine, the girl muttered. It wasn't pure annoyance, but it was clear from her tone that she'd prefer to not be spoken down to as he just did. Surprised you have need of me, Blasty? Katsuki smirked at the nickname. Other than Deku, nobody bothered trying to give him a nickname like he did to them. It was amusing and almost endearing, though it was a tad annoying the one doing it was some short D-lister from the other class. Hopefully she'd prove to be something other than useless, though her quirk didn't make him feel confident about her use. Mushrooms? Utterly useless as far as he was concerned. As their group turned the corner, their target came into sight. He went over to a nearby wall and glanced back and forth from the tracker to his surroundings, letting the others come stand around him. After several looks and some mental guesswork, he determined the most likely location was the seedy bar on the second floor of a dark building. Izuku watched the gathered villains warily, lost in their loud, crisscrossing conversations. So far, he had only been exposed to a couple of them at a time. But now that the entire attack group along with Shigaraki and Kurogiri were gathered together, it was overwhelming. Whenever any of them caught his watchful gaze, they would glare venomously, some of them smirking in turn. Then there was the screen that had displayed all for one during their only meeting. It had been off-putting, unnerving, speaking with the monster responsible for All Might's weakness and for his strength. Cannot be serious? That sounded like Spinner, Izuku thought, surprised he had actually picked up on a villain's conversation. They were all talking amongst themselves, loud and jarring with their tones and topics that he had struggled to follow any single conversation alone. Shigaraki's being mum about it, but there's others who have an interest in working with us, said another one of the villains. Izuku couldn't tell which one it was, but he was certain that it was another from the attack on the training camp. There'd been 5 that night: Spinner, Toga, Dabi, one in a tuxedo, and a man with a gas mask. He didn't think any of them had been part of the League's first attack. Yeah, well, pizza deal though. The villains all froze, turning to stare at the door. Izuku glanced over as well, feeling a wellspring of hope rise in him. The deliver man could be his chance at escape, though he would be risking the life of a civilian. It sounded callous, yet any chance of rescue had to be taken, right? Before he could worry further about it, the door imploded upon its hinges and rocketed into the group of villains, scattering them with brutal efficiency. Izuku coughed, turning away as the dust began to clear. When he looked back at the destroyed doorway, he beamed. All Might stood there, a grinning wall of heroic muscle. I am here, to rescue young Midoriya, All Might declared, rising to his full height. One of the villains, Toga, it appeared, charged him with a knife out. He sidestepped her rushing attack and then slapped her aside as if she were a mere gnat. She smashed into the bar, flipping over it towards where Kurogiri had ducked. I'm over here, Izuku shouted, firing one for all through his system to break out of his bindings. With the villains so destabilized, it seemed now was the right time to try and escape. It took a few moments, but he was able to snap through them and free himself from the chair he'd been bound to. One of the villains noticed and lunged at him. Izuku looked up at them, blinking, and flinched back as All Might struck hard against them. He was shocked by how out of his league he suddenly felt, with All Might storming about the bar. Several thick branches forced in the far wall and several pro-heroes leaped down to join the symbol of peace in pacifying the villains. One of them, someone he barely recognized, stopped by Izuku and helped him move towards the opening. Let's get you out of here, she said. There was a brief moment as it appeared they would escape with ease, and then a black and purple smear appeared before them. Izuku had assumed Kurogiri would have been the first villain to be disabled. The ability to transport anything was dangerous. The pro-hero froze, seemingly unaware of how to react, and then a large beak and a brainy head emerged from the darkness. Numo, he shouted, but it was too late for the pro-hero. Caught off guard and on the back foot, a massive arm shot out at her. A meaty hand was able to wrap around her head before she could react and crushed her skull. Bloody bits of brain shot out and slapped Izuku across the face, shocking him with the carnage. Never before had a pro-hero been so ghastly destroyed by a villain, or so as far as he knew. Many had died in the field, but those had never been as brutally murdered as she was. Izuku looked around, horrified as several other Numis emerged, attacking the other heroes and helping the villains pull away from their conflict with all might. It seemed only he alone, their symbol of peace, was able to not only stand against the flooding Numis, and where did those come from, Izuku wondered, but was able to fight them head to head. He needed to help. This was all his fault. A pro-hero died to save him, and he couldn't do anything but stand and stare at the brutal carnage unfolding before him. Yet Izuku felt a tinge of fear, seeing his childhood hero struggle to fight off a number of Numis, which did their best to swarm him. Thin strands of dark smoke, black and twirling, came from his limbs. It took Izuku a long, confused moment to realize that it was coming from him. He didn't know what it was. It wasn't something All Might had ever revealed, but then there seemed to be things about One for All that he didn't understand. There was no time to think and wonder where it came from. Izuku could only act and be a hero, or at least help those who already were heroes. This was a terrible idea, muttered one of the extras. Katsuki and the rest of the Deku rescue squad, as Kirishima called them, were pinned between a thick wall and a building, listening as the entire area around them transformed into a destruction zone. The sudden appearance of dozens of Numis had even killed his fiery certainty, and they had taken to remaining hidden from the threats around them. Wish we knew the pros were moving so quickly, another said. I would have stayed behind if I did. Katsuki glanced at them, scowling. Shut it. Keep your eyes open for Deku if he appears. The plan's simple, grab him and go. We'll leave the Numis to the pros. You sure? Asked Kirishima. I would have thought you'd want to. Shut it, Katsuki growled. He couldn't explain to them why Deku was so important. He still vaguely remembered what he'd learned about that quirk. Something about it dealt with moving from one person to another, and if what he knew were right, then it would also grow stronger as it passed from person to person. Or maybe that was him being hopeful Deku could live up to the example of All Might. What's wrong with me, he wondered, huddled beside a wall, listening to the worsening fight. I'm actually thinking good things about that loser. A nearby section of the wall exploded into dust and fragmented chips. They all flinched, looking over at whatever or whoever had come through the wall. Black smoke swarmed around whoever was rising to their feet, as if there were a dozen snakes swirling about them. As the dust cleared, Katsuki quickly recognized green hair. Midoriya, whispered Icy Hot, blinking blandly at Deku. Katsuki felt as if his mind had stopped, some mental foot slamming the brakes as he just stared at the strange black smoke rising from Deku. Or as the smoke really appeared as it emerged from his body. That doesn't look like his quirk, muttered Mushrooms. Big Hands nodded, frowning at the smoke. The streams narrowed, thinning, and then vanished entirely. Katsuki noticed for the first time just how exhausted Deku appeared. Sweat dripped from his brow, and it took all of Deku's power not to collapse as he struggled for air. He huffed out. There was a struggle in his voice that reminded Katsuki too much of before Deku got his quirk. Deku appeared rather faint, even with all of the red splotched across his exhausted body. But even with the strange uncertainty Katsuki was feeling, he approached the opening in the wall and looked out. The area before them was devastated. Buildings leveled, rubble lying about haphazardly. The bodies of heroes and villains and Numis alike lied about whether they were alive or dead. He didn't know. And in the center of the strange arena created by the carnage was All Might and a figure in black with a massive, frightening arm. All Might felt lost in the battle against the Numis when they began to back off, focusing on the other heroes. He had lost track of Midoriya and several others, so distracted by the grueling fight he had been forced into. There were blood and bodies scattered across the growing combat zone, but he had no time to pause and check to see if everyone was still alive. This would be a terrible, tragic day for heroes, he knew. And deep down, All Might feared this would be the final day of his heroic career. As suddenly as the Numis had appeared, they vanished. Or at least some did. All Might looked around, seeing the ones defeated remained where they had fallen. Those that had been fighting fiercely against him and the rest of the heroes were gone. He took the moment to rest and pause. His muscles ached, his face was sore, and his knuckles felt as if the skin would flake off at any moment. Suddenly, he was reminded of what his mentor had told him about One for All. When you pass it along, Yagi, you'll find that you will grow weaker as the inheritor grows stronger. It's like a flame, slowly dying into an ember. Hold on to it for as long as you can. You'll be such a great hero that when that final ember fades, that will be your finest moment. I'd bet on it. He would follow his mentor's words, the encouragement she had given him. Even if it were for 1 hour, he would continue to hold on and be All Might. For one more fight, one more chance to save people and be the hero they need. The symbol of peace their society looked up to. It was upon him to do his duty, to be what he must, regardless of what may happen to him. He didn't want to die, but he was ready to sacrifice everything he needed for the future to be as bright as his grin. So you have come to die, drawled the voice All Might was waiting for. It was one that taunted him, haunted his dreams, and reminded him of what he considered his greatest failure. He turned, and found All for One standing 10 meters away. It felt as if they were facing each other, just as it was on that grim day years and years ago. Before the failing of his quirk, before Midoriya, before passing One for All along, so that there would still be a beacon of hope and justice for the hero society to look up to. All Might rolled his shoulders, keeping his trademark grin present, even as every muscle and bone and joint groaned and ached. I won't be dying today, All Might declared. However, you will no longer be able to operate freely. I will stop you, and you will never be able to hurt someone else. Is that so? All for One taunted. He raised his hands as if he were holding up the night sky and was tempted to throw down the concerns of the entire world onto All Might. Do you think you are strong enough to stop me now? You were more powerful the last time we met, All Might, and you were lucky to survive. Do not think I am the same youth I was then, All Might stated. I have grown wise, and I will not be the last to stand against you. Ah yes, All for One drawled. I will deal with you, and then I will destroy your apprentice. I had thought he could forget the childish dream he has, but he was stubborn and certain of himself. He paused, and All Might suspected if he could see his foe's mouth, he would be smirking. Perhaps I will leave you alive long enough to see him broken. Maybe you will even be willing to be merciful. You will never touch him again. All Might shifted his shoulders, taking stock of the little time he still had in this form. Nor will you get away. Not this time. All for One laughed, a high mocking tone that made All Might clench his fists. The downed heroes and villains around them appeared to be rousing, and as much as he wanted to take in his foe's pawns, he was more concerned with the state of his fellow heroes. He needed to distract All for One long enough for them to escape, but he couldn't allow their fight to turn as dangerous and damaging as their first one before they were safely away. Let us see how strong you truly are, All for One declared. His right arm shifted, pulsing, and then suddenly grew into a monstrosity of flesh and matter. It was more drill and rigid pipes than a normal arm, but that was the horror of a quirk like the one his foe possessed. He could steal quirks and keep on stealing quirks, combining them into mixes that would make all but the most stalwart heroes pale and shiver from fright. Even he, the symbol of peace, couldn't help the twinge of concern such a dangerous, powerful foe could inspire. And yet, All Might knew it didn't matter. Here, right now, he had a chance, likely his final one, to stop All for once and for all. And perhaps, with this final victory over the most infamous and mythological villain of the past couple hundred years, he would pave an easier path forward for Midoriya and his friends. He took in a slow breath, letting it fill his lungs and every ounce of his being. The fading flames of One for All for there, right before him, and suddenly All Might knew his teacher's words would come to pass before the next sunrise. It hurt, knowing he would no longer be the hero he was, but as she had, his last moment as a hero would be his finest. Muscles tensed, building with power and energy, as All Might prepared to charge his foe. The man would mock a charge like this, but All for One had gone underground for years, in part due to the injuries he suffered during their previous fight. Just as All Might had suffered from that clash, so did the enemy before him. This fight would prove just who had recovered the best from that old clash, and whose protege would be victorious in the future. Of this, All Might was certain. And because of that, I cannot fail. Katsuki watched as overwhelmed medics and healers bustled about. Other than Midoriya, all of the young heroes in training had escaped from the devastation with little to no injuries. The pro heroes hadn't been as lucky, but he and his fellows had been quick to aid in evacuating those heroes they could. The sight of All Might bearing down on that insidious figure and the two of them vanishing in a great cloud of dust and smoke was humbling. Just thinking of that scene made his fists clench, though he held back the grimace that wanted to mar his face. Every time he heard a distant boom, his hands clenched a little harder, his teeth ground a little more, and he felt just a little more worthless. He had barely seen anything of that monster All Might was facing, and he couldn't think of anyone else who could go up against someone like that. And yet, his red eyes glanced to where Midoriya laid, asleep, exhausted, but thankfully alive. Katsuki wasn't certain how he felt about Deku. On one hand, they'd been strange rivals, opposing forces for nearly as long as he could remember. But he was increasingly becoming something of a friend, and he suspected the intended successor for All Might. "You all right?" asked some faceless nurse. Katsuki glanced at them and nodded. They moved on, though gave him an odd, reflective look. He sighed, grumbling, and rubbed the back of his head. The future didn't have the golden certainty it did when he was a kid, overconfident in himself and his quirk. But he hoped things would turn out fine. There were still 2.5 years at UA, and he had a suspicion they would be putting their students through a more difficult course load than in the past. It would seem that the same way Deku had gotten a head start on becoming a hero years ago, they would all be receiving their own intensive pushes to become the heroes of the future, the heroes the world needed to stand against a rising tide of villainy.